Are you guys ready for the long haul? Today is the day. Picks 101 through 257, all live and covered on the Draft Countdown draft show here. Rounds 4 through 7 coming up right now. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Day 3 coverage on the Draft Countdown YouTube channel. I am your host, Brian Bosarge, joined today. You're not mistaken. This is not the Garnet Roost podcast. This is the Draft Countdown Day 3 coverage. And my man, Nino Brown, is going to be here with me for round 4. Nino, man, how you doing this morning?
I'm good. I'm excited to see what surprises we're going to get in this round 4. Hopefully our guy goes. It would be, a nice thing to have our guy Spencer Rattler go in this 4th round while we're both on the pod together. But my Patriots made some picks. I'm okay right now.
Yeah, it's been wild, man, and it's we'll talk more as some of these picks get made about who we thought had the best or who's really hit so far. But just kind of going over it really quick. I mean, Arizona has picked a lot. They picked a lot of good guys. So have Washington. That feels like they've been on the clock. Well, they both have been on the clock more than anybody else. Arizona's made 7 picks so far here in the 2024 NFL Draft. Washington has made 6. And Washington has 3 more today. Arizona has 5 more picks today.
I think Arizona's doing well. Like I posted on Twitter, like the fact they added Melton and Elijah Jones to, Keytrail Clock from last year, and I think it's Murphy Bunting they got in free agency.
Yep.
I mean, they're poised to that secondary to compete with these wide receivers in the NFC West. Like, they got that speed in the stretchers, and I think these guys all can play that role. They're physical at the line of scrimmage. I think what they're doing is great. And, of course, like Trey Benson just landing there, kind of like replacing James Conner. Even if it's not right away, mid-season trying to take over that lead role back, I think that was a hit.
I like the pairing with Tip Ryman, pairing him with Trey McBride as well. And you get Darius Robinson to kind of play the J.J. Watt-ish role in that defense that they had. And obviously Marvin Harrison Jr. is the prize.
I like Tip. I think I mentioned on Twitter like last week that I think Tip would be a sleeper late. I didn't think he would go as early, but the fact that, they had no depth at the tight end department, right? And he is a huge asset in pass and run blocking for them. Going in now, you have an agent back and you get a young back, and I think Tip will be on the field often. You'll see a lot of 2 tight end sets where he just stays home when it's either blocking for the run or the pass, but he's going to be a very valuable asset for them early.
As always, Baltimore lets the board fall to them. Every year, we're like, how did this guy fall to the Ravens? They can't keep getting away with this. And this year, Nate Wiggins in the 1st round, Roger Rosengarten in the 2nd round, Adiza Isaac in the 3rd round. Just got Pittsburgh, has, much to my chagrin, has had a great haul so far, getting Troy Fautanu in the 1st round, Zach Frazier in the 2nd round.
Yeah. I think that Frazier in the 2nd round fits them, especially now. They're going to probably be a run-heavy team this year, and I think that just they need.
And then they drafted a pair of Wilsons in the 3rd round with Roland Wilson, who I think is going to have some success there, and Peyton Wilson with their 2nd, 3rd round pick. Obviously, if not for the injuries, he probably goes a lot higher. But if healthy, that's a steal for Pittsburgh.
It's been a few years where they've been trying to figure out who they're going to go with that linebacker. They brought in a couple free agents. It's been like a revolving door the last 2 or 3 seasons. I think, if healthy, Peyton Wilson can just be that staple for that defense, especially in that linebacker core. So I love the pick. Roman Wilson, I love it. A lot of people hated on him. I wouldn't say hated on him, just didn't see a lot of the traits that kind of popped to me when I saw him at the Senior Bowl. I think the route run ability is great. I think his footwork is great. His catch radius, team wasn't really a pass heavy team, so he kind of was victim to that. But I think at Pittsburgh, he is just going to, whoever the quarterback is, I think he's going to be the guy.
Yep. So day 3 is underway. Carolina is on the clock. The clock is ticking on them. 4 minutes to go on their pick. Quickly, Nino, we talked about the teams that we liked. Is there anybody that's kind of got your head scratching so far?
Okay, so originally, the Brock Bowers pick to me, with having Mayer there last year, was kind of like head scratching, But after further kind of breakdown of it, I think that this guy actually is going to be a weapon all over the field. I don't think he's just going to line up at tight end. They may have him in the slot. They may have him as an H-back. They may have him all over the field. He's not particularly great at blocking, so that's why I feel like he's going to be all over the field. I get why they have him now. Mayer will be the guy. It just, they had other holes there, so I was kind of concerned why they would go there. Obviously, Atlanta taking Michael Penix early was like, whoa. But then again, is there questions with Cousins' health, right? I guess they see as though they're not going to be in contention to get a guy next year, right? Like, because the quarterback class isn't as strong, they say. They're hoping to be more successful this season and not be at the top of the draft board. And, I know they said the Green Bay route and Michael Penix is older, but we're seeing quarterbacks, right? Like, they're playing in their mid-30s now. So if they get 10 years out of Michael Penix, who cares, right? Like, who really cares? What's the difference in reality between pick 8 and, say, pick 13 or 17? In value and money-wise, it's not really that much. If he was that guy, I kind of dialed back on the, like, wow factor of it, of original pick.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused by what Green Bay's done, to be honest. They drafting Jordan Morgan in the first round, and then Edgerrin Cooper I thought was a good I like their second round picks with Edgerrin Cooper and Javon Bullard, but Marshawn Lloyd, Tyron Hopper in the third round kind of confused me a little bit as to what their logic was on that.
Yeah, Hopper, I stated that as well on Twitter. Like, with Cedric Gray being on the board there, being a versatile guy who can play in coverage and get downhill. We saw that in the Senior Bowl game, and was talked about how a lot of NFL scouts were wowed by his play. I just thought that if they were going to go linebacker there, that's the guy that they would kind of target, But hey, to each their own, I guess. We'll have to wait and see. But Lloyd. Now who came in now? They just signed Josh Jacobs, right? In Green Bay?
Yes.
Yeah, so the Lloyd pick is kind of confusing there. I wasn't a big Lloyd fan, but
as we wait for Carolina's pick to come in, we've got a trade on the next pick. Seattle was traded out. Denver is up at 102.
Okay. Now, with Carolina on the board here, I said to you in the green room, I feel as they may go defensive back here. I like TJ Tampa here. I mean, they allowed 19 touchdowns through the air last year. They weren't the greatest. I have a funny feeling they're going to go DB here.
They did not. They go tight end here, and it's JT Sanders, a tight end from Texas, was tight end too for the longest time. But kind of rough workout there in Indy kind of pushed him down the board a little bit and into the first pick here of the 4th round.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with no faith and no production coming out the last couple of years out of Tommy Tremble, they needed a guy that could do that. He's obviously athletically, he was like a freak behind Bowers. He was, like we said, 2 for most of the year. 6'3", 245 pounds. He's pass catcher, right? He likes to work in between the hashes, and he can get out to the perimeter. So we'll see what happens. Surrounding Bryce Young with weapons, right?
Yeah,
that's what they're doing. I like to see it. DJ, they went out and they got Xavier Legette there, our guy. They also went, what was it, Jonathan Brooks?
Yeah. Yeah. We've been pronouncing it wrong the whole time. It's pronounced Legette.
Legette. Okay.
Legette. Apparently there's an extra E in there that we didn't know about. Legette. I found that out on doing a radio spot in Charlotte yesterday.
Okay. And now you see, I like that the Wallace pick at linebacker as well. Like I think he can be a guy to come in there right off the rip and produce for them.
You're gonna like the pick here at 102. Denver gets 102 and 235, which is a 7th round pick.
Okay.
Seattle gets 121, 135, which I also believe to be, 136, which is a 5th round pick. And they will get pick 207, which will be in the 6th round. So they'll do a pick swap of 6 and 7. Seattle picks up a later 4 and a 5. Denver is going to take Bo Nix's teammate, wide receiver Troy Franklin, headed to the Broncos.
Let's go. Oh, I love it. You get the field stretcher. You got to already have that connection, right? You have Colton Sutton on the other side, and now Mims can just do his thing in the middle of the field in the slot. I actually love the room right there. Now, I don't know if Colton Sutton will be a long-term guy. I know they've kind of had some contract issues and going back and forth and some health concerns, but I love it right now. Now you have Sanders, you have Javonte Williams in the backfield, right? Like you have playmakers. What is Bo, right? He is a speedy read and react QB. He gets the ball out quickly. They are lined up for success. And I know a lot of people hated on my guy Bo Nix, but watch out. I have a funny feeling they know what they're doing, and they're going to put the pieces around him to succeed.
Troy Franklin's a skinny dude. Shade under 6'2". Probably weighs less than you, Nino, at 176. But 4.4 speed.
Tank Dell had success. We've seen these guys that are skinny have success, right? And he's going to work the outside. I'm cool. I'm cool with it. And you have that rapport already. You're making my man even more comfortable. You're bringing in this boy, so I love it.
Yeah, this feels like they're pacifying their new quarterback there with this pick, but
Zach Wilson better give up that 10
today. Oh man, so
I love it. The Oregon connection, baby. Hey, listen, I've been saying it for a while. Denver was the best spot for Bo Nix. With Sean Payton, it's almost like a match made in heaven. And now you're making my guy feel warm and fuzzy inside. You needed another wide receiver since you let Jerry Jeudy go, right? So I'm with this right here. You know, he has some hands issues. He did have some drops, but he has good ball skills. He tracks the ball well. I'm big on the rapport is there. We've seen it. Back-to-back seasons, they've both gotten with the connection. It's gotten better and better. Look at the guys at Denver. They know. Payne's like that was easy peasy.
So your guys, New England, now on the clock. Pick 103.
I was gonna say I had a feeling that they might even go another offensive weapon here in wide receiver. I wouldn't be surprised. They do need, some line help, but they surprised me. I never could figure out Bill the last 6 to 8 years. And now with Mayo, it's kind of like something fresh and new. I like that he's addressing the needs that we have, and he's not afraid to make, the big picks. They're taking May. I was ever a May fan, and I said before when I was on X, welp, I'm not wishing you no ill will. Prove me wrong. So I'm hoping that the kid has success. But I just hope that they don't rush him out there right away. That's all.
There you go. So you think so you're leaning wide receiver here.
Yeah, I could see them going on a guy like, Javon Baker, adding into that room as well. But they need guard. They could use a guard. So I'm kind of torn there. They also, I wouldn't be surprised if they went and got a linebacker here with Jeremiah Trotter sitting on the board there. I know, Mayo's a former linebacker. He likes that style of play. Or Cedric Gray. One of those two guys could come off the board right at the Patriots. But I wouldn't be surprised if they took another offensive weapon like a wide receiver here. The pick is in.
Waiting to see if it'll comes through on Twitter here before it comes through on the TV screen.
Let's see. I'm not hating how Mayo has attacked the draft. Like I said, the pairing of Polk to May.
What do you think of the report out there that teams are going to try to attack the 4th round because they think the talent level drops off after the 4th round today because of NIL and such?
Oh, I'm with 100%. Jim Nagy hit a home run with that one when he said that down in Mobile. And he was like, you're going to see a lot of these packages of like 2/5, maybe a 6 to add up to go up and to get a 4th rounder and swap out because, a lot of these guys where it used to be load up in stock and depth, these later rounds, they're going back for the money because they're going to make more money, in college next year than they will be, in the NFL because there's no guarantee. They could a 5th round pick, they might not even make the team. So I'm with it. I feel like you're gonna, like I said, they're gonna see a lot of action, I think.
Nino, you hit it here. Interior offensive line is the pick. Guard Layden Robinson from Texas A&M, the selection for the Patriots at pick 103.
Yeah, they're going to need help. They need depth as well. Patriots have been a running team. You're going to want to, I would assume that they're going to want to run the ball here to give, Brissett or even Drake May, if he does start early, some comfortability. Not going to put all the pressure on this guy, make him go. 3-year starter, right?
Yeah.
So in the SEC, I'll take it. It's not one of those wow picks, but they're addressing the issues at hand. Again, I'm with it. What is he? 6'4", 300 pounds, big guy up front, gets physical. Let's go.
Yep, 6'3", 302. We got 34.5-inch arms. Tested 8.21 RAS. I was a little bit lower on him. I had some other. I would have taken your guy Mahogany there out of BC here over Layden Robinson maybe, but 3-year starter at the right guard, was all at right guard at Texas A&M. Cardinals on the clock. Stop me if you've heard this before. As we mentioned earlier, they picked 7 times yesterday, and this is their first.
Mahogany go here.
Foray into the draft today.
I could see Mahogany going right now. You went and you got a running back, right? Why not go get a physical, violent guy on the line that's great in the run? Doesn't really get penalized much. He's a leader on the offensive line. I would, like you said, I would love them at the Patriots. Obviously, they went a different way, but I could see Arizona going here. You got a mobile quarterback, right? Like in Kyler Murray, just fits the bill. You already addressed defensive issues mostly in that secondary. You got your all-star wide receiver. They could go wide receiver again, just like I thought with the Patriots, because there's not really much depth there. It's Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, and Greg Dortchitz, I believe. That's pretty much about it. So there's a chance that they do get some depth here. They could go Javon Baker as well, or Malik Washington. Malik Washington paired with Marvin Harrison. Wow, huh? That would be something.
No doubt about it. Brian Lamb, if you're in the chat, by the way, I just want you to know we're going to need you to keep up the same energy that Nino's got right now.
I've only got one. We're getting it.
All right. I want to touch back real quick about what we just talked about when they said the depth or the talent level drops off after the 4th round. What does that say for all these teams? Like, let's say the Los Angeles Rams, who have 6 picks after from the 5th round and beyond. I mean, is this just dart throws here?
Yeah, I mean, this is where the elite level of scouting is going to come in, right? You're going to see these guys with the elite level of scouting. They're gonna find the guys that who's that guy? Or other teams weren't willing to take a shot on. This is where you're going to see guys like Isaiah Davis come off the board, right? This is where you're going to see those gentlemen deeper in the secondary come off the board. And they could all hit. We've seen UDFAs hit, right, in the last couple of years. Yeah. But I think teams are going to, like I said, I'm really adamant. I believe teams are going to try to package late picks to try to get into this round, maybe at the back end of the 4th round or early 5th round. You're going to see a lot of movement. But yeah, the NIL has changed the game here, I think, in the draft when it comes to the later stages of it 100%.
I don't hate it. Like I said, I think it's better for college football. I mean, while don't hate the transfer portal, the idea of it. I hate the uncertainty of it. That kind of bothers me a little bit, but we'll see. Chargers are on the clock. Cardinals pick is in. What the hell happened? We was getting more pick tips than okay. The pick is in. Cardinals take a safety here. Dadrian Taylor Demerson, the safety out of Texas Tech, is the pick here at 104 for the Cardinals.
Really? See, with Jaden Hicks on the board here, even in Jalen Simpson on the board here, this might be one of my reaches of the draft. I'm really, really surprised here. I would have went another route. I'm not knocking the man. I just think with the talent level on the board, it's just wow. I'm really, really surprised.
Yeah,
I even would have went, maybe even Miles Harden, to be totally honest with you.
yeah. Taylor Demerson, more of definitely a free safety type. Maybe he can kick into the slot a little bit.
You know what?
As a nickel.
Yeah, he's probably there. That's Buda's replacement, right? That would probably be Buda Baker's replacement in the long term.
But I'm like you. I had some other guys. I like Dominique Hampton. Maybe Washington I liked a little bit better here. Malik Mustafa from Wake Forest.
I mean, like I said, Jaden Hicks not being drafted here. I think he would have fit their style of play, their defensive scheme very well. There he is, the GOAT.
Shane, by the way, congratulations to Shane. One off the championship, top 100 Huddle Report championship last night.
Oh, wow.
One short, 84 out of his top 100 got selected last night. I had 80, which is about where I'm usually at. So can't get over the hump. I'm kind of like just leveled out a little bit.
There's nothing wrong with that.
With 79.
You know what I mean?
Right. Shane's like, it always hurts when the first 3 picks around 4 were in your top 100. Yeah. That'll get you every time. Chargers pick is in. So we wait on it to come through.
How about Jim? How about singing the fight song? Let's leave college football and college football, huh?
Well, that's the question. Is there a Michigan player here that he can add to the roster?
Right now? Probably. Hey, can I talk about a surprise pick?
Go ahead.
I liked him at the Senior Bowl, but I'm surprised that Dallas kind of reached on him. And the gentleman on Notre Dame, linebacker there.
Oh, Marius Lufau. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised by that too.
He went before his teammate, who I thought most people had ranked higher, and J.D. Bertrand, right? Like
right.
Very surprising. Does he play that Leighton Vander Esch role now?
Possibly. Yeah. So
who we got here? What's the Chargers taking? Now the time on the rounds changed in it here. Oh,
yes.
Justin.
We've got 5 minutes per pick. All right, the pick is in, and it's Alabama defensive tackle Justin Eboigbe is the pick here for the Chargers at 105.
Now, did you think this is a purely depth piece here?
Yeah, I will be honest, Nino. I think anybody that's drafted today is purely a depth piece until it's proved otherwise. Unless you're a team that didn't have a whole lot of picks yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody that you're taking here, but Eboigbe, 5th-year player out of Alabama, 6'4", 297 with 33-inch arms, 179-10 split with a 5'1", 40, 28-inch vertical, 5.67 RAS, 120 on Shane's board, 169 on mine. Every game starter for Alabama this past season.
I mean, plants well, right? Holds his ground well. Good hands. See what happens. Good pass rusher. So I mean, could he be the replacement down the road for Khalil Mack here, or you think he's an interior?
He's an interior guy.
He's interior.
Yeah. I don't see that. I had some higher rated interior defensive linemen on my board. Brandon Dorless is one. I'm a little surprised he's still out there.
Especially with the versatility to play inside and out, right? Like
that might be what's hurting him, to be honest. He's got that old tweener role, that tweener label that used to be a dirty word. It's not as frowned upon as it used to be.
Yeah. I mean, you could start him anywhere. I just liked him when he was playing in Eugene. Like that Texas Tech game, he literally took over the game and dominated them and caused that turnover at the end of the game for them to get the W and the pick six. But like, you can play him on the outside, you can play inside and cause pressure. He's great in the run game. He actually does well, drop back coverage as well. So like, surprising. A lot of surprises here as of like from the third round on.
Titans pick at 106 is in. And I think you're going to like this one, Nino. They're going with the linebacker from North Carolina, Cedric Gray, at pick 106 here to the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I think this is a great pick. The kid's versatile, right? Good in coverage, can get downhill. Now who's that linebacker? They have Landry, but he kind of plays on the line on the outside, right? Harold Landry. Is he interior?
Let's pull up the depth chart here.
They have Alice Shear, I think.
They got Jack Gibbons currently slated to start at one linebacker spot on the inside. Kenneth Murray, they signed as a free agent this year. I think that was probably a 1-year deal. So, this an opportunity for early reps, possibly for Cedric Gray. I thought he was the best coverage linebacker at the Senior Bowl.
Oh, agreed. 100% agreed. And we proved that in the game. I think he had like 3 or 4 pass breakups in the first half alone.
Yeah.
But his style of play works well with Kenneth Murray because we've seen in the last 2 years, the Chargers finally figured out Kenneth Murray. Let this man get downhill and cause pressure, and you're going to see some results. The first couple of years when he was at the Chargers, they had him in coverage like 58% of the time, which I thought was absolutely stupid because at Oklahoma, what did he do? Pressure, disrupt the ball, the running back. So I think he can get downhill, and then you have Cedric Gray, who's versatility because I like the sideline, right? Plays good well in coverage, and he's not a bad tackler. So I think combination works well.
The Giants wasted no time in getting their pick in either, and we have an athletic tight end, sir. Going to the Giants. We got rumors of Darren Waller's retirement. Now we're bringing Theo Johnson, the tight end from Penn State, into New York at pick 107, 6'6", 259 with a 4.57 40, a 1.55 10 split at the tight end position, 39.5-inch vertical, 10-foot 5-inch broad jump, 4.19 in the short shuttle, 7.15 3-cone, a 9.99 RAS for Theo Johnson.
Why in Penn State tight ends and me just don't get along? I just don't. They're great at college, and then they go to the next level. They can't seem to take that step. Look at gentleman last year. Who was the guy last year that played for Penn State that got drafted?
Oh God, he was in the 7th round, right? I can't remember.
I can't off the top of my head. I can't remember either. I'm surprised that guy didn't go here. I really, really thought Spencer Rattler would be going to the Giants here. You may see him trade back in. Maybe they'll trade back in later on if he's available. Or they just don't see that someone trying to take them right now. This solidifies that Darren Waller's not coming back, right?
Well, Daniel Bellinger's still on the roster as well, but this will kind of give you an option there. They have Tyree Jackson, the convert former quarterback that I just want to see succeed.
I know you do. You like that. You're like Boomer. Boomer likes seeing quarterbacks turn tight ends have success.
I love Tyree Jackson as a quarterback prospect. I just want to see him succeed.
Oh, back.
But Gray here, just great in coverage. Tremendous player. And then going to the Titans at the last pick, and then the Giants will be taking Theo Johnson here at pick 107. And that puts Minnesota on the clock for the first time since round 1.
And
the Vikings are back on the clock.
They did their best job of impersonating the Texans from last year, right? Get your quarterback, go get your edge rusher, like same school. Like they did an absolute bang-up job there. I'm impressed with what they're doing. What do you think they do here?
That's a good question. Obviously, it won't be a quarterback here.
No,
for sure. I mean, you only having only 2 draft picks. You think there's some needs to address potentially here?
Defense, you think?
It could be. Let's see here. Probably maybe one of these slot wide receivers could be in play with Jefferson and Addison. Maybe get one of those guys there. Maybe a guard or center
tackle. Maybe a guard I could see. A guard I could say. I also, how old is Aaron Jones? How long does he have left? In the tank.
One of those corners could be in play. We're currently slated with Byron Murphy and Caleb Evans as their starting corners.
TJ Tampa would be a nice fit right here, right? It's surprising. Like, who's let me see. Let me check depth here.
I was wanting Cedric Von Prawn or the Utah lineman, which I believe will be Laumea, to Atlanta, which will be up on the clock next after Minnesota comes through.
Let me see. Who is Minnesota lined up to have on the front 4?
So right now they're slated with Jonathan Bullard, Harrison Phillips, Jerry Tillery, Jonathan Grenard, and then they drafted Turner to be their pass rusher. So yeah,
Brandon Dorlus
line could be in play.
Could Brandon Dorlus be a nice pairing with Dallas Turner here?
I would think
with
so.
The versatility.
Yeah. I think corner's probably the bigger hit here. Like if you're drafting for need and not just BPA, which even BPA could be TJ Tampa here.
Yeah, he could hit both of them, right? He could be both of them. Check both of those boxes. Yeah, I mean, I like TJ Tampa a lot. I thought he would have been off the board a little earlier. I told my buddy Shay.
Am I crazy to think that the New York Jets might be a sneaky good place for Rattler coming up here in a couple spots?
Yeah. Again, I said if they would have taken, because I thought Rattler would have been off the board already, right?
Yeah.
I said that Jordan Travis to the Jets in the 6th or 7th round is a steal for them. Sit another year, recoup that injury, learn from Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers says he wants to play 2 more. I think he might play this one and maybe another one after that. But like, they're gonna take a quarterback. Rattler in New York, right? The kid can handle that.
Atlanta's pick is already in, by the way. I'm just waiting to see what Minnesota's is at this point.
It's coming. We're coming. It's coming. Come on, give me.
It's Kyrie Jackson, the cornerback from Oregon, is the pick here for the Minnesota. So I said corner, and it ends up being Kyrie Jackson, transferred from Alabama, correct?
Yeah, and he was, got exposed in 1 game this year, okay? And literally was just straight dominant from like week 6 on. This kid was locked down. I think he didn't even allow more than 100 yards. He just can play top of the ball, can play, contested catch, can play physical off the line of scrimmage, has some good speed, got some pass breakup skills. I think he had 3 or 4 interceptions this year for Oregon. Like, I'm with it. It's a little. I would like to see closer to the 200-pound range. I think he's like 194, 195, but he's right there. But he's got good ball tracking skills. He attacks the ball. It may not be that like mirror DB clip to your hip like a carabiner, but he can run with the wide receivers in routes, and he does good getting in and out of breaks. So I'm with the pick there. I thought TJ Tampa would have been the guy. I wonder why he's fallen so much.
That's a good question. I'll look at his stats here in a second, but I think it's speed. Speed issue is an issue for Tampa. You're going to like this pick now for the Atlanta Falcons as well, as they stay in Eugene, and it's Brandon Dorlus from Oregon going to Atlanta. 6'3", 283, 8.52 RAS, 4.85 40 speed. Got that tweener label, right? But what you're going to get now is a guy who can, on base downs, play outside, but on those rush downs, he can go inside with your guy that you drafted in the 1st round second round, O'Horhoro, put inside with him on those pass rush downs and go get after the quarterback, rotating in with Grady Jarrett.
I want everybody who said Atlanta screwed up in the first round to keep that energy because they attacked the defensive line in the last 3 rounds, right? They got, not only did they get
Braylon Trice as well,
but they got Braylon Trice as well. And now they literally have rewrote their whole defensive line with straight dogs. I mean, I know Rook was a little bit of a stretch pick, but I'm telling you, this kid's going to produce for them. The Falcons may not have done anything wrong here. And I think the Falcons are setting. They have enough playmakers on the offensive side of the ball, right? Rondale Moore coming in is a luxury for them. They can use him wherever they want. They don't even need to use him if they don't want to, right? They have enough playmakers on the offensive side of the ball. Now they have a youthful, young, attacking, aggressive front four. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Watch out, Atlanta. Everybody might have thought Atlanta messed up early, but I think Atlanta is just chopping away.
I want you to keep that energy for your Patriots who just made a selection here at pick 110.
Oh, boy.
No, you're going to like this one, Nino. The Patriots have selected wide receiver from the University of Central Florida, Javon Baker, at pick 110.
I had a feeling he was going to. It works. I told this is what they're doing. They are finally, after a decade of missing and messing up, the Patriots are putting the pieces to fit their quarterback play, right? Now you get a guy who can play in the slot, can also play a little bit outside, right? He's a contested catch machine, physical, good catch radius. Like, I didn't have him in my top 10, okay, Baker? He was right outside of my top 10. I think he was just like, I don't know, 12 or 13. But I like the physicality that he brings. I like the catch radius that he brings. You add this into the room, right, with excuse me, Polk, Kendrick Bourne, Pop Douglas, and now Tyreek Thornton. I mean, he's Tyquan Thornton. He's just a luck. You can run this guy wherever you want, right? And it's not necessarily have to get him out there. You let him develop a little bit more. I'm a fan of this pick where they got him.
What do you think about this from Blues here in the comments? Said would have gone earlier if not for the 10% drop rate.
Yeah, that's terrible. But we also watched, Troy Franklin had issues with his hands, and he just, he also went. Maybe those are why both of these guys dropped because they have, hands issues. But
Baker, a transfer from Alabama, had a big season this year, and he was good at the Senior Bowl this year as well. His time speed, maybe not that great, 4.54, but he plays faster, right? But a 37-inch vertical, 6'1", 202. Javon Baker heading to New England with Green Bay now on the clock at pick 111.
What do you think they do here?
Well, so we talked about it earlier. Jordan Morgan in the first round. They've drafted a couple of linebackers with Edgerrin Cooper and Tyron Hopper. Drafted safety Javon Bullard, who was my number one safety. I really like that pick.
Yep.
And Marshawn Lloyd. Jacobs is on a 1-year deal, right? So that feels, or is it a longer? I can't remember.
What?
But you get Marshawn Lloyd in the third round. Oh, we have a trade.
Oh.
Green Bay no longer on the clock. And they go away. What the hell?
What happened?
They said trade, and then they went off the screen.
Oh, boy. I wonder who's coming in.
Let's see.
Let's see. I'm really impressed with how the Patriots have kind of stood their ground here and just attacked what they needed. I was kind of worried. Like I said, I'm still. Prove me wrong, but I think they're doing all right.
All right, trying to hunt down the details.
Update here.
Yeah.
It says the Packers pick is in. That doesn't even make any sense. The screen says the Packers pick is in. You said they traded out?
The Packers traded up.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So that's where my confusion is here. They go from 126 to 111, which was the Jets. So they make another trade with the Jets. They give up the 6th round pick they got from the Saints yesterday, 190, will go to the Jets. So
now there's obviously someone that they want here.
Yeah.
And what do they need? Let me see what else they need here. I mean, they could go guard here, right?
Mm-hmm.
They could go deep defensive back as well. Let's see what happens. It'll be interesting to see.
So that was a pick they got from the Saints. In the trade yesterday, they packaged that pick to come up here.
Hey, could our guy go next? Could we see Spencer Rattler go
to Las Vegas?
Yeah,
that feels like a spot.
You know, you have Minshew there on a 1 or 2 year deal. Aiden O'Connell's nothing's guaranteed because he was a late round pick.
He was a 4th round pick a year ago, correct?
Right. So Spencer Rattler coming in there could stir that QB room up. With Antonio Pierce and they're both their mindsets, man, that might not be a bad landing spot for him. What else do they need? Let me check their needs. Good old Vegas. They could go wide receiver for. They got Ladd. No, not Ladd. Chargers got Ladd. Who did they get? Who did Vegas?
Vegas has drafted Brock Bowers, Jackson Powers Johnson, and Delmer Glaze.
And Jackson Powers Johnson is moving to guard, correct? I'm pretty sure he stated that.
Jackson Powers Johnson?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's moving to guard. So they need running back depth, right? They could use a quarterback depth here. They also could use a defensive tackle. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Spencer Rattler or Bucky Irvin maybe to combine with Zamir White over there. Zamir White looks like he added about 75 pounds of muscle. So you might need a shifty guy to add with him this year over there. It'll be interesting to see. Tommy Myers is saying JPJ moving to guard. That is what I heard. That it was all over X yesterday after he was drafted that he's going to be moving to guard.
All right, some guy in overalls with a wedge of cheese on his head is out here to announce the pick.
Let's go. Matt LaFleur looks calm, cool, and collective over there on the screen. This round has been nice, man. I'm liking the talent level coming up. That guy's excited.
A little bit. He's got that Nino energy.
Oh, yeah. He came prepared. He just pounded a couple of Red Bulls.
He pounded something. Another duck here in the 4th round is safety Evan Williams.
I like it.
Heading to Green Bay. This guy's rangy, right?
Yeah.
He came all the way. He had that big interception in the Senior Bowl. He came halfway across the field to make a pick down in the end zone. Which they may end up showing that on NFL Network. But, yeah, very rangy guy.
What is he? 5'11", 200 pounds, right? But he's got 10 1/8 hands. Like that's some big hands. 126 broad jump. Kid's good. Got his talent. I mean, when targeted, wasn't the best. QBR of close to 100, but can get downhill. Can play in a nickel. You can do run stop. Right. This guy will be all right here for them. Now, did they sign someone in the offseason? Green Bay at safety position? I'm pretty sure they brought somebody in, right? Yeah,
Xavier. They drafted Javon Bullard already,
and they brought in Xavier McKinney. So they must be trying to get some depth here.
Yep. Raiders pick is in.
Like I said, Spencer Rattler here. I wouldn't be surprised. TJ Tampa maybe here. Also, I wouldn't be surprised. Who else? Mekhi Wingo.
They went with a big athlete at corner. It's the Camarion Richardson from Mississippi State.
Wow. Okay. All right. I get surprised at some of these picks here. But there's a lot of
what you got here is athlete. And
4.34, right?
6'2", 188, 32 and 3/8-inch arms, 4.34 speed, 1.53 split, 4.26 short shuttle, 6.96 3-corner, 8.61 RAS. Richardson was 130 on my board, so we're about in that range here. I actually mocked him in the third round of my day 2 mock yesterday because I thought he would have a chance just based on the traits to go a little bit higher.
I mean, speed, all right, but he's got to probably, he's a zone guy, right? He's not really a man-to-man cover. He's more of a zone DB. He's got good length, though, right?
I'm just going to assume TJ Tampa's going to the Ravens because they tend to draft whoever's the highest available player on my board when they come up here.
Yeah, and the pick is in. So
close enough. It's Devontae Walker, wide receiver from North Carolina. It's number 76 on my board. Bit of dropsies there with him as well, but big time speed, right? And a little surprised he maybe not overly surprised, but man, the NCAA kind of screwed him over last year, took away like 4 or 5 games from him this past season. But when he was in there, he's Drake May's guy.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. The NCAA definitely screwed him over. The hands is an issue, right? But almost 79 and 1/8 wingspan. Like the kid's got it. He's good at making those back shoulder catches. He's good at tracking the ball. Size, speed, length, explosiveness. He's got a combination of all of that. So I think he'll be a good addition to the Ravens. So you got Zay on the outside, right? You'll have Walker and Bateman if he could stay 100% healthy. They just extended him, so he's good. They have faith in him. So I mean, that's not bad a receiving core. Then you have Andrews and Likely. So
yeah, I mean, you get Nelson Aguilar still on the roster as well. This probably spells doom for Tylan Wallace, I would imagine.
Special teams, but that's what he really. Tylan Wallace was a special teams guy, right?
Yeah. So I would imagine that or maybe this is Aguilar push him off the roster.
My Baba is a huge Baltimore Ravens guy, and he said if he got Walker here late, he was all about it. So he hit it. I'm happy for him.
I got to tell you, Nino, that just sounds so old, like Chris Berman back in the day said when the cab driver would tell him who the Chargers were going to pick. Said that Barber said, by God, that Tez Walker was heading to Baltimore. I love it.
Hey, I swear, if I could bring up my phone and show you a screenshot of it, he said, I'll be happy with Tez Walker late. So I was like, all right, and then boom, it hit. So we got Jacksonville on the clock here, right? And the pick is
Jacksonville's pick is in, and it is a guy I had a 3rd round grade on. It is
Mahogany?
Offensive tackle from Missouri, Javon Foster, an experienced starter on the offensive line. A lot of starts in the SEC. Maybe not a high upside guy. He's an older prospect, but this is a steady Eddie, can be a swing tackle here for the Jags.
Now he's going to play left or right?
I think he's going to play both. I think he's going to be a swing tackle here. You're taking him in the 4th round. That you're drafting him to back up both spots, I think.
Okay. Versatility. That's always, like we said, these later picks are going to be depth pieces here. But versatility. Oh, I'm with it.
The Bengals pick is also in, and they are going with an athletic upside guy here who didn't play a whole lot this year. So they're taking a chance. Eric All, the tight end from Michigan, transfer from Iowa. I just assume if he comes from Iowa originally as a tight end, he's going to be good, right? Them's the rules. I'm sorry, he's at Iowa now. He transferred from Michigan.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I get, they've been trying for the last 4 or 5 years to get a tight end, right? Irv Smith, Hayden Hurst, kind of just going through the motions with the guy. They even drafted Randy Moss's kid, Thaddeus Moss, and tried to convert him to tight end a few years back. So until you get your guy, just keep plugging away. And later in the draft, it's not. I see nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, they signed Mike Gesicki as a free agent.
Can't block though, so he's a slot guy.
He cannot. Like I said, this is a high risk. I mean, a high reward, low risk selection for the Bengals here in the second round. You're taking a chance on the athletic upside of a guy who you had no testing data on, right? Because he was injured. So
they could take Mahogany 2 picks from now.
Who's that?
The next pick, actually, the Jaguars. They're up after the Bengals.
Yeah,
right?
the Jags are back on the clock at 116. They had 114 and 116.
I'm looking at what they need, right? It's just like tackle, guard, DB, but they took Jarian Jones, so edge rusher, maybe, right? Who's available at the edge? Who's
Jacksonville so far has taken Brian Thomas Jr.
Yep.
And they went inside defensive tackle in the second round. Corner, who did they just take at 114?
Jarian Jones. They just took Jarian Jones, the 96 pick overall in the third. And they just took somebody, right?
Who did they just take at 114?
You just told me who it was.
They took Javon Foster. So this could be a corner, maybe. We've been hammering for TJ Tampa here. Well, let's talk about TJ Tampa, why he might still be on the board at this point. 6 foot 189, ran a 4.58 40 at the pro day, I believe, because I don't think he ran at the combine, but his shuttle numbers were fine, but he did no other explosion tests. So a 6.35 RAS for TJ Tampa.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is a physical corner, right? Tackles well. I'm surprised he fell as far as he has. Like you said, speed could be the main issue, but like he's a great, press cover guy. Is the best guy on the line. He's going to just be physical with wide receivers. Doesn't matter the size or speed. Again, another guy was a two-way player, played offense in high school, converted over to be a strictly defensive guy. The athleticism is there. Speed, I guess, could be the only concern. Maybe, explosiveness, because you said he didn't do the vert or anything like that as well.
Jaguars pick at 116 is the end, by the way. The TV is on pick 114.
Yeah, that's slow. Super.
So pick 116 is the end, and it's another guy we saw down in Mobile. And the last time we saw him in Mobile, he had somebody else's helmet and was swinging it.
Oh, boy.
Interior defensive lineman Jordan Jefferson. Heading to the Jaguars, and hey, if it doesn't work out, he can just sign with AEW and join the wrestling group over there for the Khan family. Jordan Jefferson, the pick here.
SEC guy, right? Like was he at LSU, right?
LSU,
yeah. So yeah, I mean, he's got an explosive first step. He was on Bruce Feldman's freak list when he came out, right out of high school. Does well, push and pull technique. So I mean. Value pick here, 100%.
126 on Shane's board. A little further down on mine. But yeah. So solid pick here.
Wait, pick one.
We're up to 117 now. 117.
That wasn't really a reach. It's only 10 picks off of Shane's board, so it's right around where he was at.
Colts pick up next now at 117, and Nino. They went off script last night, picking Matt Goncalves, the offensive tackle in the third round. Their first sub 8.5 RAS guy they've drafted in 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he wasn't in your top 300, was he?
He was
right.
I had him rated. I can't remember where. It wasn't overly high. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I had him at 120. Shane had him at exactly 100.
All right. I figured he would have been. It was just odd to me with what was left on the board there. You know what I mean? What we seen coming off the board today, later on, was just
So I'm going to call my shot here, and I'm just going to say they're going to go with the guard from South Dakota State, McCormick. Let's call
You
him
feel
a
like
shot.
they need a
High
guard?
athlete. No, I don't. I just think they're going to. That's the highest athlete I think that's left.
High athlete. I love it.
It just feels fair.
No, yeah. I mean, I got you. Yeah.
Oh, they did go interior offensive line. They did go interior offensive line. It is not McCormick from South Dakota State. It is from Wisconsin, Tanner Bordellini.
Really?
A 9.79 RAS, so that tracks for the Colts here at pick 117 of the 4th round. Tanner Bordellini from Wisconsin. Can play guard, but was mostly a center, right? Was down here at the Senior Bowl. 6'4", 303 with 31.5-inch arms, 4.94 in the 40, 32.5-inch vert, 904 broad jump, but a 4.28 short shuttle and a 7.16 cone, which is outstanding for a big offensive lineman. 133 on my board, 107 on Shane's board, and our man Pigskin Paul, 87 on his board. So good value on Paul's board for sure. Good value on Shane's board, right about in that area for myself and Shane both. So good pick there by the Colts.
Good zone run blocker, right? Yep. Good hand movement, physical guys, line of scrimmage. So yeah, I mean, I can see the value. Got it. Mobile QB, Jonathan.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he'll slide in. He'll slide in there. Ryan Kelly probably is a center, but maybe he can push Will Freeze at right guard there as a rookie. Quentin Nelson, obviously firmly entrenched at the left guard position. So Will Freeze is the former 7th round pick in 21 would appear to be that weak link in the chain.
You can play like a pulling guard for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Tommy said when the Steelers come up, he wants them to get TJ Tampa or Cam Hart.
Yeah, I think Cam Hart, right, is a guy that should be. His name should be coming up very, very soon because he as a value pick right here, he's got that locked up.
I know Shane has talked glowingly about Bordellini in the past as well. He's a big fan. When are we going to see another running back? We've only had 4. We've had 4 drafted so far.
Yeah, I know. And I mentioned Bucky Irvin a little bit because I feel like he's a versatile back with pass catching, versatility. But we've seen in free agency how the NFL feels about running backs. It's kind of been like, 10 years ago, linebackers.
You're going to like this one. Because I know you like this guy. For Seattle, at pick 118 of the 4th round, the Seattle Seahawks are taking your man from UTEP, linebacker Tyrese Knight.
Yes. Hey, they need it, right? Jordan Brooks gone, Bobby Wagner's gone. I mean, they brought in Jerome Baker, but this guy is 100 tackle. I want to say 125, 35 tackle a year guy who has an unstoppable motor. You want to talk about the Energizer body? You can drop him. You can get him, go downhill, back-to-back plays, and then drop him in coverage, and he can cover with the best of them. So I love it.
Worst case scenario, he's a core special teams guy. Worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah, this is a good pick.
Yeah.
6 foot 233, 4.63 in the 40, 34.5-inch vertical, 9.11 in the broad, 7.44 RAS. Yeah, this is, like I said, at worst, you're getting a core special teams guy.
Yeah, I love it. This kid, he's got a motor, man, and he's gonna show people right off the rip.
So, yeah, I mean, getting back to running backs really quick, Braylon Allen still available, Jalen Wright still available, Will Shipley still available, Ray Davis, Dylan Lobby, Audric Estime, Tyrone Tracy. I mean, these are guys I think could have been arguably could have been gone by now.
Yeah.
Still on the board.
And the thing is we're looking at Pitt, Philly, Tampa Bay, Baltimore. Maybe they could go with that. I mean, Braylon Allen just sounds like a Baltimore Raven, right? City year behind Derrick Henry. and then just come out and just be a physical running back. I mean, I just don't know. It'd be interesting to see here. But Seattle, who just picks? I mean, Tampa Bay, right? Rashad White and who? Who else is behind Rashad White?
Let's see. Tampa Bay running back room, Rashad White, Chase Edmonds. They signed as a free agent. Beyond that, you have Sean Tucker, former Syracuse
Sixth-round pick. UDFA he was last year.
Yeah, last year. And Patrick Laird are their other running backs. So running back definitely Tampa Bay for sure should come away with one of these guys. Philadelphia, by the way, has 3 more picks here in the 4th round.
Yeah, and
coming up at 120, 123, and 132. How are they looking in the backfield? Could they add a running back?
They got who? Philadelphia
with one of these next 3 picks. They added Saquon Barkley. You've got Kenneth Gainwell. Could they add a 3rd guy behind him?
They could. Absolutely. I wouldn't rule that out. Let me see. Someone had asked how many carries he's got. He's got 500 or 600 carries in 3 seasons. This year was the least amount of carries Brandon Allen had. He wasn't even a lead back for some reason. Chase Malini, they started in the first 5 weeks of the year as RB1. But we did see Brandon Allen get some receiving work this year out of the backfield, which he hadn't had in the past 2 years. So showing off that little versatility. He is more of an upright runner, but he did lose 15 pounds, I believe it is, from end of the season to pro day and combine. So that was noticeable.
The Phillies yet to take a Georgia player. Von Prawn still on the board. Very good chance. So what you're saying is a high percentage chance one of these 4 or 3 4th round picks from Philly is going to be a Georgia player.
Probably.
How many carries did Braylon Allen have at Wisconsin?
That's what I was saying. He had 597. But he had less than 200 this year.
Brian said he didn't see Tyrese Knight coming off the board before Nathaniel Watson, but he did ball out at the Senior Bowl. Great anticipation. I love the Senior Bowl game. The practices were okay for Watson, I thought.
Oh, the game.
That Senior Bowl game, that dude was out there like he's the guy that just goes hard at the Pro Bowl, right? Yeah. Just out there, just molly-whopping people out there on the field. It was outstanding. Tommy says, what about Jarvis Brownlee Jr.? I love him.
I love him. I like his game, physicality to him. But I watched him in the ACC get burnt multiple times by more twitchier receivers. So I think that might be a concern here.
Philadelphia will not have pick 120. That pick is now going to Miami for a 25 3rd-round pick.
Was that from yesterday?
No, that just happened.
Okay.
On the clock. Miami's now on the clock at pick 120. So that's one less chance for a Georgia player.
Well, so now from pick 120 to 124, it's all have been traded picks.
Okay. Pittsburgh's pick is in, and I mentioned him earlier as a top flight athlete on the interior. Mason McCormick, South Dakota State, is the pick for Pittsburgh, and he becomes the 3rd offensive lineman selected in 6 picks for Pittsburgh.
No, Arthur Smith, huh? Rebuilding that run game.
I mean, there's something to be said about this approach, right? That Pittsburgh's obviously making here. But I mentioned athlete, and listen to these numbers for Mason McCormick at 6'4", 309 with a 33 and 7/8 arms, 1.7, 110 split, 508, 40, 9'9" broad jump, 7'5", 9'3" cone, 9.97 RAS. 87th on Shane's board, 75th on Paul's board, lower on mine, but 170. But
he steals well. We just seen those highlights. I mean, he steals well. Isaiah Davis loved this guy, right? He was running behind him all season. So
another one of those running backs, by the way, that's still available.
Yeah.
So Mason McCormick comes off the board. Some other interior offensive linemen we have. So we mentioned Von Prawn and Mahogany a lot. Sateo Olalomea from Utah. A pair of Miami guys, Javion Cohen and Matthew Lee. Bo Limmer from Arkansas, Kingsley Egwakun, other guys here. Tommy loves it. Didn't think it would be O-line, but he loves it. Blues thinks it's a great pick. I'm surrounded by Steelers fans in the chat, man. It's a bit worrisome. I'm going to be honest.
I know. You're a Bengals guy. Who's up here? Did Miami take a wide receiver here, maybe?
Possibly. Miami is up. They traded to give up a third next year to come up here.
Who's left? Let me see here. Baker's gone. Could Malik Washington be a fit in Miami? Or Jacob Cowan, maybe?
Let's look at the Miami depth chart here. We pull it up. And by the way, whenever I pull up these depth charts, I want to give Dan Shanka and them their due. OurLads.com. Their depth charts, man, for fantasy and the draft, everything. If this you're into, man, you got to bookmark this site and go to it. I frequent it so often, man. It's ridiculous. I should own stock in the company at this point. But their wide receiver right now, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, and Braxton Berrios slated to start in the slot. Beyond that, you have River Craycraft, Eric Ezukanma, and Braylon Sanders. They also signed Anthony Schwartz for some reason.
Yeah, Malik Washington or Jacob Cowing would be a beautiful fit here in Miami in the slot.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Dwayne popping in here. A little over midway through the fourth round. You know what you eating there?
Potato sticks.
Potato sticks, huh?
I had to have a snack midway through, you know. All right. Now, we got Miami, Seattle, and Chicago.
Yep. Chicago, this will be their first time to – as a matter of fact, this is slated to be their last pick.
Wow.
Yeah, they do not have another pick on the board right now for the rest of the draft. After drafting Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, and Karan Omegaji, the offensive tackle from Yale last night.
Which I think was an absolute value steal pick for them. I love that pick. Protect your QB.
Well, the track team just got another addition. Not at receiver, though.
Who is it?
At running back.
Bucky?
No.
Who?
I said track star, sir.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Jalen Wright from Tennessee.
Oh, he's not that fast. How fast is he?
It's pretty fast.
Was he 4.4?
I think he was 4.38.
Well, I don't understand it, though, if you have Devin Achane.
4.38 with a 1.55-10 split, 9.82 RAS for Jalen Wright. Pick 120 for the Dolphins. They add the Tennessee back. Like I said, this is a home run hitter to go with your other home run hitter who has legit world-class track speed, Devin Achane.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused here. I know, speed, but you would thought they would have went at the wide receiver spot there. Most of it, he's what, 31, 30?
Yeah.
So there's your replacement in a year or two when the contract's up.
Yep, that seems to be the play here. But just like I said, more speed.
Yeah.
Speed. The name of the game. Seattle back on the clock now at pick 121. This is the pick they got for moving back with Denver.
Okay.
So
they took linebacker earlier. They could go. Let me see here.
Yeah.
They could go guard. Oh, they took guard already. They took Haynes. They need a center. They could go DB here. They could also go edge work. They need an edge rusher as well. Who's available? Who's left on the board here? We got Murphy out of UCLA is still available. Javon Solomon, right? Oh,
yeah.
Muhammad Kamara seems like a pick for Seattle here. Is it Colorado State?
Yep.
Yeah.
It is not. Edge rusher here. They go with tight end, and they go with a blocking tight end. AJ Barner from Michigan, the pick here for Seattle. They lost Will Dissly, right, in free agency.
Yeah.
So AJ Barner becomes essentially their blocking tight end. Noah Fant, he ain't the blocking tight end. Pharaoh Brown's not. AJ Barner is going to be that goal line tight end there for Seattle. He doesn't offer much as a pass catcher.
No, I'm just surprised that they went with a tight end here. And I'm surprised, to be honest with you, that both All and Bonner have gone before Jared Wiley.
Yeah.
I think Jared Wiley's size, his blocking capability and his hands more of an asset than these. But it speaks to what they're trying to do, right? They're going to run the ball. Both of those teams selecting those guys are going to be run heavy right off the rip.
So AJ Barner, again, I ranked him as 273 on my board. Shane had him at 238, goes at pick 121. Because I will be honest, Nino, I don't much value the tight end that doesn't catch the football.
No, not. I mean, maybe in the 7th round, you know, but not right, not in the 4th. I think they could have used that pick better, more value. The Bears are up here. Let's see what they do.
I mean, I'm interested. I mean, I wonder if they get any calls, and maybe they try to get a couple of picks later to move. But
we talked about the value of moving back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really.
So maybe they just want to wrap it up, 4 picks, call it a day. Maybe they got a tea time.
They could. Who's available? They could use a defensive.
You mentioned other tight ends that are obviously better than AJ Barner. Cade Stover, Ohio State's another guy.
Right.
I'm a fan of Tanner McLaughlin from Arizona.
As well, yeah.
Dallin Holker from Colorado State. Hell, I'd take Trey Knox over AJ Barner here.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm kind of.
And that's not to say anything of Jaheim Bell, by the way, who obviously the size is weighing him down like a 200-pound anchor at this point.
Yeah, I mean, but his versatility, he could be a Swiss Army knife.
You being on CFB Nation, I think this is a good question for you. Bubba thinks the gimmicky offense that Tennessee runs, would that scare you away from some of their prospects, especially trading up a 3rd-round pick next year from drafting someone like Jalen Wright?
Yeah, like I get the speed, but I told you I was confused with the pick here. Jalen Wright broke out this season, right? Like this was his first really pull away season from the other backs, but Dylan Sampson, got his as I think it was just a freshman this year. So he was able to, eat away at some of the carries from Jalen Wright. I don't think Jalen Wright's a bad prospect, but I agree with you. I probably wouldn't have traded up to the 3rd here to, traded a 3rd up here to get him, especially when you have A-Chain. I think you could have gotten other value picks at that spot. Troy.
Corey Taylor, the punter from Iowa, is the last pick for the Bears in the 2024 NFL draft.
Wow. All I can say, wow. That's an ultimate Bears way to finish it off, huh?
I'm always on team no draft specialist.
Man, I mean, he was a great punter, right? Was he like?
I mean, he's an amazing punter, right? I mean, he buries the ball. I mean, but he was Iowa's offense.
Yeah.
And defense.
Man. Well,
who was on the clock at 123 because they're no longer there? That was Philadelphia, who's now moved out.
Well, right.
And the Texans are now on the clock.
Now, I know I've pounded a table here about TJ Tampa, but would he be a guy that would fit that, Houston physicality defense there?
Well, they drafted Kamari Lassiter with their first pick last night.
And they took Bullock as well.
Yeah.
At the close of the 3rd. So they could go Mahogany here. They could use a guard. They also could use, a linebacker. Who's there? What's their depth there? Looking at linebacker here.
Give me just a second. I'm waiting the picks coming in.
Okay. Oh, there he is. That's the YouTube streamer, right? Sketch.
I do not know.
I think that's Sketch.
All right, the Texans have taken Cade Stover, the tight end from Ohio State.
You mentioned it. You put it in the air. I mean, comfortability with this guy, right? So CJ Stroud gets another guy.
They drop 4 spots. The Eagles do here in the 4th round to 127, and they pick up a 5th rounder in 25 to go back 4 spots for the Texans to draft a farmer apparently in Cade Stover.
Yeah, I mean, CJ Stroud got his guy back. That's actually a pretty good pick, right?
You think CJ Stroud made this call?
I think so. I think he might have a little influence in this play here. You're pairing him with Dalton Schultz, right? That's not a bad, tight end room right there. They just gave him the extension, so he's not going anywhere, which means they might be running some 2 tight end sets here. And I think Cade and CJ have a nice connection. We'll have to see what happens. But look, he can work over the middle, makes those contested catches well. Good hands. Gets a yak. Not a bad play. At this stage of the game, not a bad play.
San Francisco now on the clock. We have not seen them thus far this evening. What do you think about their haul so far? Obviously, that we get Renardo Green kind of I think was a reach in the second round. I did like Dominic Pooney in the 3rd. Yeah. But what do you think about Ricky Pearsall in round 1?
I believe that if we don't see a trade during this draft here, that there's going to be a trade of a wide receiver out of San Francisco very soon following the draft. I don't see how drafting Pearsall fits the whole room with what you got there right now. But I like his game in San Francisco. I think he could be a nice weapon for Brock Purdy. Play action game. If you're going to spread him out, Pearsall does well. He has no problem going over the middle. He's not a guy that's afraid of of taking a hit or anything like that. So I think it's a nice pick.
The Eagles, by the way, have picked up 2 picks next year just by moving around here in the 4th round.
And they went back, 4 picks?
Yes. And they traded 120 completely for the 3rd rounder next year and then moved back 4 picks and picked up a 5. Next year. Pick is in for the 49ers, and they go with a safety. And it is Wake Forest Malik Mustafa. The pick here at 124.
124. Yeah. 124. I mean, you mentioned him earlier. You were a fan of Mustafa, right? Coming out of Wake Forest.
Yeah.
Physical guy.
Yeah, got injured early in the week at the Senior Bowl. 4.54 speed, 41.5-inch vertical at the combine with a 10'6" broad jump, 9.38 RAS. Was 111 on Shane's board, 132 on mine. 5'10", 209. So a physical player on the back end. We'll see if he can push for playing time, or is this more of a depth selection?
Right. Yeah, I'm still surprised that Hicks on the board.
Yeah. They seem pretty set on this with their stars with Hufanga and Jair Brown. So yeah, this straight depth probably behind them Eric Harris, George Odom. So this is a depth pick here for the 49ers. Like they don't have a whole lot of many starter holes there to fill.
No, on the defensive side, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Jair Brown there playing in the nickel for them and in the slot. I think they got a solid secondary. What's he? 5'10", 209, Mustafa?
Yeah.
He's strong as an ox. I think he put up like 20-plus reps on the bench press at the combine.
Go back to that. You were correct, 22.
Yeah, so yeah, he got some swole to him. Tampa Bay is up now?
Yes, Tampa Bay on the clock. Nino, hold it down for just a second.
You got it, no problem. There's a possibility here that Tampa Bay could go running back. We had mentioned it earlier here. Tucker was UDFA. Chase Edmonds, kind of a journeyman, really hasn't produced for them. White is more of a receiving back, right? But they're going to need a guy to relieve the duty for him. And who do we got here available still? Like guys like, I wouldn't say that they would go with a guy like Bucky Irvin, as he seems to be more of a Rashad White style back here. But Braylon Allen, right? This could be a guy here, or Ray Davis as well, Will Shipley. Those could be guys that you could pair well. Rashad White and be an asset to that Bucs organization, especially, Baker got that long-term deal. They brought in McMillan at the wide receiver to close out the third round yesterday. So I love that room. Right? He's going to be Godwin's replacement. They attack the defensive side with Braswell and Smith out of Georgia and Alabama, and Graham Barton up front. He'll be, helping that line. I could see them maybe even starting this buzz of maybe some guys taking some depth running back here, closing out this fourth round. What else could they possibly need in this draft? Maybe a guard. Maybe they take Mahogany here as well. Maybe to help free up some of these guys in the run game. But I would not be thrown off or shocked if they came in here and took a guy. Even like a Tyrone Tracy Jr. is a physical guy, former wide receiver turned running back. Or even, guy out of Notre Dame, Audric Estime, right? He's only going to be 20 years old, so you wouldn't even need to, run him out there. Both him and Brian Allen will be 20 years old when they take a snap if they get drafted. They won't, need to be thrown in the fire right off the rip. He's back. Bosarge was saying here, at running back, the Tampa could take a running back at this stage in the game, like maybe a Braylon Allen or Audric Estime, who would complement the skill set of White, how he's more of a receiving back, or a guard. Maybe Mahogany could be in play here as well. They seem to address what they needed, picking McMillan to be Godwin's replacement.
It is a running back, and it's the man you've been talking about all night. He's like the 85th Oregon Duck to be drafted here in the fourth round, Bucky Irving.
I'm surprised. I had mentioned when you were going, I think he's more of a Rashad White type back, right? Because he gets that receiving ability to him, shiftier. Although Bucky Irvin did prove this year that he can run in between the hash. He's not just so much an outside perimeter runner. I think he wanted to prove that, to NFL scouts and GMs this year, that he's not just a one-trick pony. But yeah, hey, you want to pair Bucky Irvin with Rashad White? I think that could be a 50-50 split.
The Jets traded out of 126. Detroit comes up, and the 25 third round pick going from Detroit here, and I'll get to that pick in a second because it's very interesting. I want to talk about it. But Bucky Irving, yes, is the pick here, going 125 to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, like I said, I believe this is a 50-50 split. He had 11 touchdowns, so he can get in the red zone. He can get those long runs as well, and like the receiving capability, he's got that game. But they're similar. Rashad White and Bucky Irvin are very similar. I think you might have a little bit more elusiveness with Bucky Irvin there, but I thought they might have went with a more of a ground and pound guy with Braylon Allen on the board there, with Tyron Tracy on the board there, even Audric Estime on the board there, especially with two of those guys only being 20 years old and not having to be the RB1 off the rip.
So Detroit traded up here, and they are going with a superbly high upside guy.
Talk to me.
The guy nobody had ever even probably heard of until about a month ago, because he's in the International Pathway Program.
Wow.
Detroit has traded a third-round pick in next year's draft to come up with the Jets to select Giovanni Manu. Played his collegiate ball at British Columbia, but he's a native of Tonga. Listen to these numbers here. 6'7", 352, 34 and 5/8-inch arms, 506 in the 40, 23 bench press reps, but had 33.5-inch vertical, 8 foot 11 broad jump, 481 in the short shuttle, 8.293 cone, but 8.83 RAS for the native Tongan. Detroit.
Dude, 82 starts, almost 300 tackles, 34 tackles for loss, 27 sacks. Wow.
Well, he's an offensive tackle.
But what is it saying here? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It was referring to him as another gentleman that came over from where he played from. I had that wrong. Another gentleman that came over from Tonga, I guess, in the previous year. Yeah. They was throwing his stats there. That's a big boy, though, right? Like, so now, explain to me this whole. What is this program called here?
The International Pathway Program. So the NFL used to assign these guys from other countries that are becoming football players, and they basically you get practice squad exemption for these guys.
Oh, they can't be stolen from you. Okay.
Right. No, well, not just that, but you don't have to, they don't count against your practice squad numbers. Because the NFL is trying to grow the game internationally.
Okay.
So this guy's a part of that. But if you drafted him in the 4th round, he ain't going on the practice squad.
No, he's going to be fighting for a role here. All right. Let's see what Philadelphia could use here. This is next. That's an interesting pick to trade up for as well.
Yeah.
All right. We got.
But extremely raw.
Is there a chance that we see Philly take a wide receiver here or a linebacker?
No, they're going to take a running back. That pick is also in.
Braylon Allen?
It is not.
Audric Estime.
It is. Well, I want to make sure before I want to finish crossing my T's over here. It is the running back from Clemson, Will Shipley, going to Philadelphia at pick 127.
I love the pick. Absolutely. I've been saying for a while he could be like a mini baby CMC, right? His receiving skills, his shiftiness in the run game. He can run between the tackles. He could run outside. Guy averaged over 5 yards per carry, 3 straight seasons at Clemson with film off of breathing down his back. Had an injury, a neck injury midseason last year. Came back and averaged over 7 yards per carry in those final 3 games of the season. So I love Shipley's game here, and I think this is a great pick.
I'm just going to let you speak positively, sir.
I know Clemson's not a good school for you.
Blues says, and Brad, we trust. Brad Holmes, the GM for the Lions. I agree. I mean, what has he done since he's been the GM to make you doubt him at anything at all?
Nothing at all, sir. Not a damn thing. He's hit home run after home run.
Yep, he has earned a so-called amount of fervor there.
Now, can I just say, with Buffalo being the next team here on the clock, is Keon Coleman just a plug-in and replacement for Gabe Davis? Is that like this just same type of receiver, typical style guy that they like? You just subbed in one guy for the other.
He doesn't seem to be Stephon Diggs, that's for sure.
That's what I mean. Like, just the style of play. Like Gabe Davis wasn't making anybody miss. Keon Coleman ain't making anybody miss. You know what I'm saying? Athletic guys, big catch radius. That's about it. I mean, I just see like just plug and play, same type of guy. 6 games out of the year, he'll be great. The other 11, he ain't gonna do much for you. What could they use? They could use another wide receiver, to be honest with you. They could use a center. They could use a DB, right?
Yep. Well, they went safety last night with Cole Bishop in the 2nd round and then drafted a defensive tackle Carter in the 3rd.
I mean, that's Poya's replacement. That's the guy to come in and replace Poya, right? Like in Buffalo is Cole Bishop. So, like, what's the depth at wide receiver? Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakur, those type of guys, they might even draft another one right here.
Oh, we got another running back going. We're going running back to back. We got to run.
Buffalo's taking a running back?
Yes.
After drafting James Cook?
Wow,
I'm surprised.
Buffalo's running back depth chart, James Cook, but behind him you have Ty Johnson and Darrington Evans, and that's it.
Could we see it? Who's the back here? Is it my guy finally, the 20-year-old coming off the board?
No, it's an older one. It is
Tracy?
From the University of Kentucky, Ray Davis.
Okay, all right.
The pick at 128 for the Buffalo Bills, former Vanderbilt Commodore.
Oh, he was
now
also
in Buffalo.
Also a Temple Owl. Don't forget
Really?
about that. Yeah, started his career at Temple.
Three-school guy.
Ran 900 yards as a freshman at Temple, and then transferred over to Vanderbilt and Kentucky. And in the SEC was back-to-back 1,000-yard rusher. And this year alone, took over that receiving role for the Wildcats. Put up big yardage numbers, big touchdown numbers for them. I think he's a complete back. I said he's one of the more complete backs in this class. Yes, he's a little bit older in season, but coming in there and being a compliment to the guy, I think this will work well.
So there you go. Back-to-back running backs. Ray Davis, Will Shipley. Davis, 131 on my board, 116 on Shane's board.
The San Francisco 49ers drafted Braylon Allen right there. They drafted – this is –
You're calling it.
I'm calling
your shot.
San Francisco drafts a running back every draft, right? Every year they get one.
Right about this time, too. Third, fourth round every year.
And I think a kid who doesn't need to go in there, they could just put him in the depth, right? Like behind CMC.
What about just getting dollar store CMC?
Who?
Dylan Lobby.
Ooh. Yeah, he's a Dollar General CMC, I guess, right? Maybe I think they would get him later. Like Isaiah Davis here, maybe would be a guy like that would fit the San Francisco scheme. Maybe Brandon Allen doesn't fit their scheme because when they went out and got who was the gentleman they drafted? TDP, right? He was a physical running back. He didn't fit their scheme, and he never ever saw the field. He ended up going out to Philadelphia a few years later on. They like those versatile, shifty backs there, right?
San Francisco, by the way, is on the clock because they traded up with the Jets, who have moved back for like 17 times so far in this round.
Could they take Isaac Giordano, San Fran? Speedy guy, shifty guy.
I mean, he's fast. He ain't. I wouldn't say shifty.
Well, I'm not saying. All right, I just one cut and go type of shift. Like he can plant and bounce out and be gone. But yeah, I feel like him, maybe Labe or Davis. I feel like those guys right there, Kamani Vidal, like those, they could be San Francisco-esque running backs.
It feels a little early for Vidal.
Not for San Francisco, though.
That's true. Didn't they draft, was it Tyrion Davis Price or something like that?
TDP. That's what I said. They drafted TDP, but he didn't fit their scheme. He was a more physical running back. They don't usually go that route. Although now with McCaffrey, who knows? Come on, San Fran. Give me the pick, will you? San Fran, what do you need? San Francisco, they just picked somebody, huh? Recently, they took Mustafa, so there's your safety help. They also, they could go with an edge rusher here. What is the edge rushers looking at on the board right now?
I don't know that we've. So the Jets get a pair of fives. 173 and 176 for San Francisco to come up here to 129. And
edge rushers kind of, I mean, they could take Kamara here. I could see them taking Muhammad Kamara. I also could see them taking Jeremiah Trotter.
You were on to something here. I'm waiting to confirm it because I don't trust the people the first person I saw that said it.
Okay. I might be on to something.
They burned me already. So I don't, yesterday, it made me look like a fool. So I don't want to, give them anything just yet.
All right. Well, I just, the Greenlaw, right? And then they have Fred Warner, but they like to rotate through as well with their linebackers also on the line. So that was another reason why I said like a guy like Muhammad Kamara, even Miles Cole out of Texas Tech, I could see them maybe, taken here in this 4th round. Jeremiah Trotter still being on the board here is surprising for me. I know linebackers and running backs are kind of like a dime a dozen in this draft, the value. Yeah. But
have we had an edge rusher go in the 4th round? We have not.
No.
We have not had an edge rusher go since last night.
Right.
Adiza Isaac, I think, may have been the last one to go.
We've had a lot of tight ends, right? 3 of them.
We have. We've had 1, 2, 3, 5 tight ends go here in the 4th round. And 4 running backs. Still no quarterback.
And I don't think you'll see one at all, unless Kansas City gets saucy and decides they want to get their replacement in the future and Spencer Rattler.
They're not doing that.
I don't think so either.
The Jets maybe still they have the second to last pick of the round.
The 34th pick, and that would be a nice spot for Rattler, right? 1 year or 2 years behind Aaron Rodgers there and kind of groom him a little bit. He's almost out there. We got 2, 4, 6, 7 picks left. San Fran's taking it back.
Okay.
Whether it's this
they've taken a running back. Okay, I've now got second confirmation here from a trustworthy source, and you hit it earlier. Isaac Garindo,
speed baby,
back from Louisville, and speed is the name of that game.
You pair him with CMC, and I'm telling you right now, Deebo Samuel is on the block and it will probably be traded within the next 25 to 30 days.
All right. 6 foot 221 for Garindo, 4.33 speed with a 1.55 10 split, 41.5-inch vertical, 10'9" broad jump, 4.15 in the shuttle, and 6.94 in the 3-cone. That tells me he's got some shift, but you don't see it on tape at all.
Now, I'll tell you what, though, those numbers, size, height, speed, you got Deebo Samuel minus the speed. Like, Deebo's gone. Like, this kid could possibly be that wide back type role that Deebo had, and we don't know what they're going to get back from. But watch out! I'm calling it now. This kid could take that Deebo role.
It would be interesting. It's like, but I wonder how is that contract get outable? I don't know. They just re-upped him earlier there. I don't know when the out is for him. But the Ravens pick is on the clock, or up now at pick 130.
I mean, but this year he's a cap hit, $28 million. Next year is 24, and then it's peanuts. I mean, that's it. He's only got 2 years left. This season and next season.
So what we're gathering
dead cap
here
would be $15 million next year. Potential out 2025. Yeah.
So the Ravens have taken the best player on the board, TJ Tampa.
Hey, we said it, right? And I think
that's what they do.
Physical guy, right? Physical DB fits that scheme. Is a guy that you could probably, you think he could fall into the nickel? I know it's not speed. He doesn't have the speed, but you think,
I could see that.
You can get him in the box, right, and attack the backfield as well.
Yep. So TJ Tampa off the board finally. Pick 131 is going to be a tight end for Kansas City, and a very athletic tight end. Jared Wiley, TCU, is the pick at 131.
I love it. Hey, all you fantasy guys, okay? Wiley could be a guy that hurts Travis Kelce's stock because Wiley could be a red zone target for Kansas City with how big he is and how physical he can be off the line of scrimmage. So I'm not saying that he's going to be instantly Travis Kelce's replacement, but we don't know how long Travis Kelce has left in the league, and this kid is enormous. I have a funny feeling you might see some red zone targets for him early in the season.
Yeah. former quarterback. Actually, he's a great athlete. 6'6", 249. I thought he was okay at the Senior Bowl. I didn't think he really stood out above all.
No, I didn't really stare out. There were some aspects to his game that I like.
Yeah.
I liked how he can pass pro, right? You can keep him in there on third down. I like how he has that Travis Kelce to him where he can chip and just slide out, to the flat. So, and he's a monster.
Detroit is back on the clock after just trading a third-round pick next year to come up for the big Tongan offensive tackle Giovanni Manu.
I think they're going to go wide receiver.
They went corner last night.
Which I loved. I absolutely loved what they did. Like, Rakeshaw and Arnold.
I'm sorry, Detroit is traded back up here. They were not originally on the clock. Detroit has just said, we're coming back up.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I have a feeling we're going wide receiver here. And I don't know why, but I'm getting that feeling in my gut. They're going to take the wide receiver.
The Eagles, Howie Roseman has moved out again.
Collecting picks.
The Eagles are trading 132, which is this pick here, and a 7th-round pick, or 6th-round pick, which I believe to be 210. Goes to Detroit for 164, which is a 5th-round pick. 201, which is a 6th-round pick. And a 2025 4th-round pick. So Philadelphia has picked up in this 4th round today a 3rd, a 4th, and a 5th for next year. Move back again here. Detroit comes back up on the clock. Who's the target here?
Like I said, I think we could see a wide receiver come off the board to them. Right? Like, you just paid Amon St. Brown a lot of money. So that extension, you get a guy on cheap money, and you can see what you got. I mean, I know J-Mo is there, but has he really panned out yet? Like, we haven't really got to see the top potential in J-Mo, and maybe he's just not what we thought he was going to be coming out of college. So
it's the 3rd time in this draft Detroit's traded up.
They went out and got their guy, right? Could we see like maybe Johnny Wilson here or Brendan Rice come off the board to Detroit?
Johnny Wilson would be interesting, right? Because I'm curious to see how teams kind of have him, where they have him at on the board. Jets are on the clock. The pick is in.
Or even a Malik Washington here to Detroit. Because Amon St. Brown is not a slot guy. People want to say, oh, he's a slot receiver. It's like 51-49 his slot to outside reception number. It's just lineup numbers. Like, he's not just a slot dude. So you could get a slot guy and work him all over the field as well and be a good compliment to St. Brown. But you could also see someone like maybe Jamari Thrash, right, as a wide receiver to
interesting pick here, Detroit. Oh, what? No, never mind. I got to wait for somebody else. Can't trust them guys anymore. They burned my trust.
Come on, Spencer. I would love Rattler to follow the Jets to close this round out for us.
Kansas City's pick is in as well. I know it already.
Okay.
Not Spencer Rattler, by the way.
Well, yeah, we figured that. I was just throwing a dart out there, my friend. Do. Come on, Detroit. Put the pick in, will you? Brendan Rice here. Seems like a fit, right? Physical wide receiver on the outside, can stretch the field, right? I wouldn't be surprised if wide receiver went to Detroit. I really wouldn't. Like, they solidified the needs that they needed in the secondary with both of those picks off the rip, and they went out and got, like you said, he's got to get into playing time.
All right, the pick is in. I can now confirm who it is. It is Utah safety / running back / slot receiver Sione Vaki is the target for Detroit here at pick 132.
Now, do you think that he plays wide receiver, or do you think he plays defense?
I would assume they're drafting him to say, we'll see what they announce on the screen here.
It's just another defensive back / safety here. You know what I mean? It just they're really, really stocking these picks up on the secondary side. But he's an athlete, you know, a guy you can kind of move around as well.
Yeah. And going to be probably a good special teams guy for them.
Right. Kansas City is up, Jets, and then San Francisco to close it out.
All right, they announce him as a safety.
Okay.
And speaking of safeties, the 133rd pick to the Kansas City Chiefs will be safety Jaden Hicks from Washington State.
Steal. I think that's the value pick of the draft so far. That kid has juice, and I think you. I don't know why he fell so far. I love his game, but they got a steal here at the end of the 4th round. Now look, you have Justin Reed there, but then it's kind of like, Brian Cook was okay, but I love the pick here. You got McDuffie, right? On the outside, he's a lockdown dude. Yeah, this defense is going to be. That secondary looks good. I'm a fan of the pick here.
Yeah, Hicks, 6 foot, almost shade under 6'2", 211, 4.5 speed, 4.37 short shell, 6.883 cone at 8.96 RAS with 78 on my board, 71 on Shane, 61 on Paul's, and he goes here at pick 133.
Steal. I'm sticking to it. Best value steal of the draft as of right now. The Jets, I'm going to try to put Spencer Rattler in the air here to the Jets because Tyrod Taylor is the backup for Aaron Rodgers. There is really no depth outside of Taylor, and Taylor isn't really depth as he hasn't seen field action in a while. He can't stay healthy, right? Like at the Giants, he would have get a game, got hurt. Previous year at the Chargers, got hurt. He just constantly gets hurt. I would not be surprised if they took a quarterback here, whether it's Rattler or Pratt.
It will not be a quarterback. It will not be Spencer Rattler. It will be a running back, and it will be Braylon Allen.
Wow. Braylon Allen and Breece Hall?
Yep.
What a combo pack right
Thunder
there.
and lightning, right?
Yeah. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is going to play those 2 full seasons, and they're just going to ground and pound and keep him, safe. That's an interesting pick right there. I am actually surprised.
No RAS for him. 64 on my board, 105 on Shane's.
20 years old, so you don't even have to really run him out there right now, right? Because you got a lot of threat on those sides.
With 1 pick to go in the 4th round, and we bid you adieu for the day, Nino. Here, 1 hour, almost 2 hours in.
It was fun. Went pretty quick. The last couple of picks kind of dragged out with them putting them on the board here, but it was fun.
But best available players on the players in my top 100 overall, they're still available. Chris Abrams drained, the cornerback from Missouri. Spencer Rattler, quarterback South Carolina. DJ James, the corner from Auburn. Cedric Von Prawn Granger from Georgia, the interior offensive line. Christian Jones, offensive tackle from Texas. Christian Mahogany, the interior offensive line from Boston College. Malik Washington, receiver, Virginia. Johnny Wilson, the receiver from Florida State. And Kalen Carson, the corner from Wake Forest.
Could we see Spencer Rattler maybe fall to the 49ers here as a possible depth piece behind Purdy? In case Purdy decides he wants to get the bag all of a sudden.
I'm trying. Seattle at the top of round 5 feels like a good spot.
No, they got Sam Howell. I don't think that I think they believe Sam Howell is their future.
Yeah. Maybe.
Would it be odd to say that the 49ers would take like a Trenton Simpson? Oh, no, not Trenton. Jeremiah Trotter. I'm not Trotter. What am I saying? Trotter Jr. Yeah, raised the linebacker from Clemson, right?
Yeah.
And he'd just be a guy that they can rotate in this linebacker room. He feels like a Greenlaw type linebacker. guy that San Francisco could use. You know what I'm saying? Give us the pick. Give us the pick, guys. Brain Allen to the Jets. Very, very surprising. Could Mahogany also go here, especially with them taking Isaac Garado there? You know, a physical running offensive lineman there, a guard who can just be violent at the point of attack.
Could be. It's interesting. Let's see. I haven't seen it. But there's what is this guy wearing? Is he wearing a ring on his head with a kilt? Okay.
Bagpipes, baby. Let's go. Oh, Jacob Cowing to the 49ers.
Interesting.
Debo's gone, my friend.
You think so?
Yeah, you're looking at a slot guy and a running back that has the same style of build and play. Maybe doesn't have the hands as Debo, but you got a combination between two guys on cheap money. They're going to flip Debo and they're going to reap the benefits of the reward there.
He's one of the better route runners in this class, right?
I'm telling you, hey, Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Conway, you're talking about, you know, good footwork, good route runners, athletic guys.
Yeah, that feels like a good pick here. 104 on my board here for the 49ers.
Yeah.
All right, Nino, you've been a trooper here, man. You brought the high energy here this morning, and round 4 is in the books. And I know you got a busy day ahead of you, so I'm going to let you go. But, man, I appreciate you coming on, man.
Appreciate the time and opportunity, my man.
All right. That was Nino Brown. Follow him over at CFB Nation. And so go subscribe to their YouTube channel. Good stuff. And you'll see me on there talking South Carolina football every week during the college football season. But the madman is back. Brian Lamb.
What's up?
I hope you juiced up a little bit, man. Get to bring that energy like Nino did.
That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's high energy, that's for sure.
So what do you think of the 4th round so far?
Little surprised we haven't seen a quarterback off the board, right?
We haven't seen a quarterback off the board since pick 12.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that just crazy that here we are? We were all kind of, taken aback that we saw 6 of them go in the top 12. Didn't think that we'd get 6 quarterbacks in the first round to begin with. And now here we are that, the rest of these guys haven't come off the board. And that's really surprising to me. I think it shows just how far off maybe the media was versus the NFL on some of these guys.
For sure. I mean, but you get to the point now, like, what is a 5th round quarterback? What is a 6th round quarterback? I mean, these are practice squad guys that you're going to call up on game day now.
Right.
These are guys that aren't going to be on your 53-man roster. They're going to be your emergency quarterback on game day because of the new rule that the NFL passed this year that will allow a team to bring up a practice squad quarterback every week without them counting against the 53-man roster. And I think that's any quarterback you see get drafted today in most situations, I think that's going to be the case.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just, there are a couple surprising picks that, since I was on with you at the end of round 1, that have kind of gone through. But I know that we mentioned it today. Tyrese Knight was one that just stood out to me because I think he was just a phenomenal player. Plays with fantastic instincts, anticipation, just an all-around great linebacker there in the NFL draft.
If I'm not mistaken, Auburn is off the board for the first time now in this draft. With the first pick of the 5th round, Seattle has taken, surprisingly to me, the first one is not cornerback DJ James, but is his teammate Nehemiah Pritchett coming off the board here from Auburn, 6 foot, 190 with 4.36 speed.
Somebody that, kind of heading into the pre-draft process probably ranked a little higher than 136. But given how everything kind of played out, just fell down the board. So a little surprising here that he fell into the 5th round, but feels the need for the Seahawks.
He does indeed. So Nehemiah Pritchett off the board. That puts the Chargers on the clock,
who also could probably use a cornerback here.
Yep. Who did they draft in the 4th round? They selected Justin Aboigbe. That goes along with their selections of Joe Alt, Ladd McConkey, and Junior Colson. So see where they head here. I kind of said it earlier, what I thought my approach was to like these 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds. And we've heard teams say that this is, and we might just start seeing a bunch of weird name dart throws here these last 3 rounds here. What is your approach when you see guys? What do you think of players that are drafted 5th, 6th, 7th round?
I think it's a combination. You probably have some guys with some character concerns, maybe some injuries that have just kind of kept them off the field. Maybe guys just further down the depth charts in college that just didn't get a lot of time on the field. Inconsistent players. I think this is really kind of where scouts make their money, of just kind of finding guys that can just, highlight on film for, just a little bit and be able to recognize that and project that.
So the Chargers pick is in. We're trying to ready that information here.
I have 2 people that I follow that have been doing it, and neither of them have the Chargers.
Are you following Jordan Schultz and Dion Caputi? Because that's who's been on it for most part for me.
The other one that I've been doing is Gavin Greer. He's another one that's been doing it.
Yep, I keep seeing TDN having them, and I'm just they burned me last night. I can't trust those guys anymore.
Is that the Mansion TDN?
That is the Mansion TDN. I know you have all the trust in the world for those guys. Tommy says this is definitely where the scouts make their money. Yep. The coaches probably have a lot more input on the early round picks, but the scouts, they make their hay as we get into these 5th, 6th, 7th rounds. And then once we get in the 7th round, you start those scouts are on the phone. These guys trying to sign these priority free agents. What is going on with Rattler? Shane says, like I said, at this point now, there's no point in investing high draft capital in a quarterback when he's going to be your practice squad emergency game day activation. Chargers pick is in is Tarheeb Steele, the cornerback from Maryland.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned cornerback is a need for them. Don't know if that's the player I would have gone with some others on the board here, but Chris Abrams Drain is still there. Cam Hart's still there. DJ James still there. Kalen Carson's still there.
Still 282 on my board was an East-West Shrine guy. 7.74 RAS, ran a 4.52 40 at 5'11", 189.
Arif Hassan of Wide Left did a consensus big board with 101 boards on it, and Tarheeb Still was 265.
Oh, there you go. NFL Network's talking about Rattler right now, and I'm seeing I can't hear what Ian Rappaport's saying, and I can't read the closed captioning fast enough. But my guess is what he's saying is some teams are concerned with his maturity issues and all this bullshit that stems back from that stupid Netflix show that he did when he was in high school. If you still think Spencer Rattler is the same guy that he was on QB1, a show he did in Netflix, I'm sorry. Having interviewed him at the Senior Bowl, having seen the way his teammates in South Carolina talk about him, he is not the same guy. Yeah. He is matured way beyond what he was as an 18-year-old quarterback. If you're still, it's just lazy. If that's what you're out here saying right now is the reason why he's dropping. Say that he forces too many balls into coverage, and that's why you don't like him. I agree. He does that way too often and falls into bad habits. That's fine, but don't call it maturity issues. That's just lazy writing.
Cardinals pick is in.
I'm still trying to get caught up for my rant there. I haven't gotten good and ranty.
I'm a little disappointed that you didn't call these people douche nozzles.
Well, the day is young, Brian. We've got 3 full rounds to go here, man.
You do.
Apparently, I've gave Miranda bad habits. Now she's calling people that too. So it's I've started something apparently.
Yeah, I'll start using it too then.
There you go. We'll get this going. All right. The Cardinals pick is in, and it's the first edge rusher to go today, which is a bit surprising, to say the least. But the Cardinals have taken Clemson edge Xavier Thomas with pick 48. This guy never really lived up to the high school billing, right? I mean, he was a big stud coming out, 5-star guy. And but he's 6'2", 244, 4.62 speed, 8.11 RAS, 195 on my board, 166 on Shane's. The production just never matched up to the hype coming out of high school.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right there. I mean, I'm pulling up my board now, but I know that I had him on there. I had to see where he's at, but like you said, just kind of waiting on him to turn that corner. And it just felt like you were waiting and waiting and waiting, and it just never happened, which is a little disappointing.
Yep. So Xavier Thomas is the pick here. And we mentioned the edge guys that haven't – this was the first one today. None in the 4th round. We still got Austin Booker. Still got Gabriel Murphy, UCLA, Brennan Jackson from Wazoo, Cedric Johnson from Ole Miss, Nelson Caesar, Houston, Miles Cole, pair of Michigan guys, and Harrell and McGregor. Just a bit surprising Xavier Thomas maybe goes ahead of some of those guys.
Where was he at on your board?
I had him at 195.
I was at 196.
Great minds, right? Commanders, who have picked a lot, but this is their first pick today. Pick 139. They had 7 picks yesterday. So, but this is their first pick on day 3. What did you think about the Commanders' haul yesterday?
Well, I mean, I think that they've just kind of taken a great approach to it, really, of just being patient, kind of letting it come to them. Jaden Daniels at 2. I mean, Johnny Newton, just tremendous value there at 36. Mike Sainristil still, Ben Sanat, Brandon Coleman, Luke McCaffrey. I mean, I'm looking at CBS Sports and on their draft tracker, and the lowest grade for those picks is a B+. So just, for a team that has underperformed on a consistent basis over these last 3-4 years, they're getting some real talent in there now.
Right. And this is seems to be a good approach. Adam Peters comes over from San Francisco's general manager. We got new ownership now around there. And Dan Quinn, kind of the boring head coaching hire, I guess, of the cycle. They take a linebacker here that I know was starting to pick up a lot of steam leading up to the draft. Temple's Jordan McGee is the pick here at 139.
Tell me about him.
You don't know about Jordan McGee?
I do not.
Jordan McGee, I can tell you, high production guy at Temple, 6'1", 228, 32-inch arms, 4.55 speed, had a 35.5-inch vertical with a 10'4" broad jump. Good short shuttle 4.16, good 3-cone 6.9, 9.6 RAS for Jordan McGee. Athlete, 165 on Shane's board, 168 on mine. He goes at pick 139 to the Commanders.
I'm pulling up the RAS now. I'm curious what the Commanders have done here in terms of RAS with the players that they've picked.
I can tell you that. Give me just a second. They have no RAS on their first two picks, Daniels and Newton, but Saint Russell 839, Senate 975, Coleman 998, McCaffrey 944, McGee 9.6. So of everybody that tested, the lowest was 8.39.
Yeah. Yeah,
they've adopted the Colts philosophy.
Yes, they have.
Of drafting here in 2024.
But I tell you what, it's working for them. I mean, look at those guys that they've picked out here.
Get through the comments real quick. I haven't seen Tommy said accuses me of corrupting people because I'm a Bengals fan corrupting people. How dare you? Blue said a lot of these edge guys are small. They're situational pass rushers at best. They'll get destroyed in the run game on a consistent basis. That's why he thinks they're going so late. There could be something to that. And Tommy said an edge player wouldn't mind the Steelers drafting Muhammad Kamara from Colorado State.
Yeah, he's another one that's still on the board, huh?
Yeah. So who is on the clock?
Chargers pick is in. The Bills are on the clock now.
So Chargers just took Tarheeb Still, the corner from Maryland. Now they're back on the board at pick 140. At some point, do they just start taking just Michigan guys?
So Jim Harbaugh can do the fight song again?
Sure, why not? About tired of getting my moment of zen here on YouTube TV. I'm going to tell you that.
I have ESPN pulled up, and I had to log in with my TV credentials so I could see it.
There you go. So we still await the Chargers, who are taking their sweet time. Let's see, it's going across the screen now. It is Cam Hart, the cornerback from Notre Dame. So back-to-back, you said it was a position of need for them, and they've just attacking it now. 2 picks in the corner here in the 5th round.
Yeah, guy that's still on the board. A little surprising that he's still on the board. Let's see, on the consensus big board, he's 102. Just a lot of these guys that we're coming across are, honestly, I'm a little surprised that they're still on the board. Yeah. He was 99 on my board.
He's a big corner, 6'3", 202 with 33-inch arms. So he's long. He's a long guy. I thought he was solid at Senior Bowl, 155, 10 split with a 4.5 40, 39.5-inch vertical, 10'10" broad jump, 8.93 RAS, 143 on my board, 113 on Shane. So good value here for the Chargers to get Cam Hart. I like this selection a lot better than Still. the pick they just made 3 spots earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Bill Belichick that mentioned this on the Pat McAfee broadcast of just kind of going through the board. I think they were using Field Yates' board, but just kind of, outlaying how it's assembled and where you might have guys. And he mentioned just how different it is from team to team as you get further down the board. So my guess is that we'll see some guys here that are quite the surprise to come off the board.
Yeah. Bubba said he thinks that Buffalo could add a receiver here. They're on the clock now. Tommy also throwing out Steelers could go linebacker, maybe Trotter. They drafted Peyton Wilson in the 3rd round last night. When does Pittsburgh come back on the clock? Did they? I don't have them having until a 6th round pick. They got a pair of 6s.
They don't have a 5th.
Yeah. So it's going to be a while, Tommy, before. Okay. Oh, you said sorry, Bills. That's sad. Where are they? Pittsburgh, it's going to be a while before we see those guys again. So, yeah, Ben Volin tweets 6 quarterbacks in the first 12, 128 later. We still don't have another. It's just wild. Yes, Tommy, you were correct. Steelers currently slated to pick 178 and 195 in the 6th round and no other pick after that.
Can you hear me right now?
I can.
Okay. The video is real choppy, so I just want to make sure.
All right. If this is indeed the pick, it is his pick. The pick is in for Buffalo, and it's one of the top players left on my board. It is Georgia interior offensive lineman Cedric Von Prine Granger, who I think has starter upside here to get a guy in the 5th round. I love this pick for Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, he was on my board pretty high up. I think I had him in the top 100, if I'm being honest.
I did. I know I did.
Yeah, he was 91 on mine.
82 on my board, 118 on Shane's. So, yes, this is great value for Buffalo here at pick 82. And like I said, I think he's got starter upside at worst. I think he's a 3-position backup for them as a rookie. So Colts on the clock. Who's the best athlete left on the board, Brian?
What was Chris Abrams' drains, Raz?
It was not in the green.
Okay.
That much I can tell you. Neither was DJ James. If you're looking at just the corner position, probably I'm just eyeballing here. Athletes, maybe Gabriel Murphy as an edge.
Yeah.
Jarvis Brownlee Jr. maybe as a corner. I'm not sure what Caitlin Carson's was. Brownlee Jr. was in the red. He's off. Well, he's not going here. We can count that one out. So, yeah, Bubba had stat here. Cedric Von Prine allowed 1 sack in over 1,400 career snaps at Georgia.
Which is just an insane number.
Right.
I think the more surprising thing is that he made it to where he did at 141.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Should not have. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bubba. There's an injury issue there with Cedric Von Prine, correct? I believe that could be why he lasted this long. I think he had some injury issues.
Yeah, the pick is in. They just haven't announced it yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
Go ahead with it because I don't see it.
Oregon State wide receiver Anthony Gould.
He's electric. I know that as a player. And 8.25 RAS, so that tracks. There you go.
Yeah.
What a fantastic punt returner he is at Oregon State. And like I said, he's a pure slot guy, but he is super fast. 1.49-10 split. One of the fastest in this class. 4.39 speed, 39.5-inch vertical with a 10'9" broad. He is small, though. 5'8", 174, but arm length 29 5/8, wingspan 69 7/8 wingspan, under 70-inch wingspan there. So not exactly what you call a catch radius guy, that's for sure, but he's electric with the football in his hands.
When you mentioned special teams, and when you get down to round 5 where we're at, even round 6, round 7, as we're going to announce later today, special teams is what gets you on teams.
Yep.
On rosters. And so, I think we're going to see more of that of guys that are very electric on special teams here.
I 100% agree with that sentiment. And that's, like I said, you start seeing names of guys you've never heard of or didn't expect to go that high. You don't know of an injury issue. I could be confusing it with Amarius Mims, to be honest. It all runs together at this point in my head. Atlanta on the clock, pick is in. Bubba's advocating for Johnny Wilson, the wide receiver, tight end from Florida State, still on the board. So
maybe even Austin Booker. I mean, he's still on the board.
Yep. Shane had a good tweet here. Anthony Gould is an indication of a flood of picks that we're going to see the rest of the way. That for the new kickoff rules that are going to yeah. I do find this funny. Torrey Taylor said he received a text from Caleb Williams that, hey, you're not going to punt too much here.
With the Falcons are on the clock here. I'm sorry, their pick is in. What have you thought about their draft so far?
So they've attacked the trenches after they drafted Michael Penix, right? And that was their biggest need, and kind of why everybody threw shade at them for drafting Penix. But they've really attacked that going forward. But it all comes down with Penix, right? That's the main deal, and the question mark that everybody's going to hover over their draft class, no matter how many other players hit. It's you made a selection after you paid a quarterback $100 million in free agency.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what it's all fair or not. That's going to be the judgment that is passed.
Well, and this quarterback is also 35 years old, coming off a torn Achilles. You gave him a 4-year, $180 million deal. They can probably get out of it after 2. You just had to eat a little bit of dead money. But yeah, I mean, it's a surprise. For me, I think drafting Rook there was a little early. I think, he was much further down a lot of boards. And even somebody like Braylon Trice, who just, I know he lost a lot of weight, or cut weight rather, for the combine and tried to run faster, and
it didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't work out. That's a little bit of a head scratcher there for me.
So we're still waiting on the Falcons pick to come in or come across the screen, I should say. It's like they're going to announce the pick on TV. I haven't seen it on the Twitter machine yet.
I've not either.
It appears Chicago's day is not done. They decided they wanted to pick again. They've traded with Buffalo. They're going to get pick 144 in the 5th round. They pop ahead of Denver. I'll try to get they use a future pick. Don't know which one yet. I'm going to guess a 25-4th based off of how these things usually work.
Yeah, it looks like Twitter was down for a second. It's back up now.
Oh no. That's not a good thing on draft day. JD Bertrand, by the way, the linebacker from Notre Dame, is the pick. Are you surprised that Marius Lufau went in the 3rd round and Bertrand goes here 143 to Atlanta?
Yes. I thought that they were both pretty similar. So seeing that big gap is a little surprising for me. But yeah, I had Bertrand ranked a little higher.
Yeah. No testing for Bertrand, though. Only testing he did was 20 bench press reps. 178 on my board, 188 on Shane's. He's a 6 foot, short, just under 6'1", 235 pound linebacker. Headed now to the ATL at pick 170. I'm sorry, he was 170 on my board. At pick 143.
So who do you think the Bears are coming up here for?
I don't know, but it's fun. I always love when teams are done and then they all of a sudden trade back in because they gave up a future pick to do it. Like I said, just based off prior history, it tells us it's probably a 25-4th. So Buffalo, it is a 25-4th. So, hey, I hit that.
There you go.
Buffalo trades out. They have 2 more picks in the 5th round and a pick in the 6th and 7th. So they wasn't hurting here for day 3 picks. I'm going to apologize if anybody hears any what sounds like construction noises in the background. My air conditioner went out like a week ago, so the guys have showed up today to replace it. And for those of you who don't live in the South, like me and Mr. Lamb here do, it is that time of year where we want air conditioning. And so they'll be getting that, hopefully getting that pick.
The last 2 years, the AC in my apartment has gone out in July for the last 2 years. So,
all right. So Chicago trades the 4th round pick next year to come up and get a raw but potential through the roof here, right?
Yeah.
Austin Booker from Kansas. What did you see from him at the Senior Bowl that you think? I mean, 5th round feels right for a toolsy guy like that, but high upside.
Yeah, you mentioned it. He's raw. Has to rely on his athleticism a lot. In the top 100s, I think on a lot of boards there on the consensus board, he was 85.
Yep.
Just somebody that, as we mentioned it, raw, unpolished, a developmental type of pick, but also, I think he's going into the right situation there. And for the Chicago Bears, just, I think, tremendous value at 144.
105 on my board, but 74 on Shane's board here at pick 144. The reason I think he's on the board here, like I said, you see the athleticism on tape. That's a no doubter, but he didn't test like that high level athlete at 6'4", 240, ran a 4.79 in the 40, only a 32.5 inch vertical and a 10-foot broad, 7.04 RAS. I think that kind of maybe gave trepidation to some of these teams about selecting him any higher than this. But yeah, for the Bears, give up the 4 next year and come up to get him go from completely out of the draft to come back up and get one more guy on their board. I feel safe to say they might not come back in again, but you don't want to never say never, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, for them, I would probably keep the draft capital where it's at, and just try to reload next year and surround Caleb with some more talent, build some more talent on that defense as well, and really try to take a swing at it.
Yep, Gab, at least it's not 1 a.m. in the morning over there for you now with day 3, right? It's just prime. We're prime time over there in England for you right now. But so the Bears just troll and pick a punter as an exclamation point with your last pick, then come back in like Colombo and say just one more thing. For those old people that are listening to this show that know what Colombo is.
You're not talking to one of them.
I'm sorry, Brian. Yeah, Tommy says the Bills had 10 or 11 picks. They had to move a picker. Yeah, 11 picks weren't making that team. So that is a fair assessment there.
And it looks like the Broncos have announced their pick as well.
Let's see if I have it. I do, and I love it. It is the top player on my board, Chris Abrams-Drain, the cornerback from Missouri. And testing, I think, dropped him down into this 5th round. But Abrams-Drain has some of the better ball skills of any corners in this class. I love his ability to get around the something like 17 pass breakups, 7 career interceptions at Mizzou. He can play outside or he can play in the slot, and I think ultimately he probably ends up in the slot at the NFL. 4.44 speed, but the rest of the athletic profile was not ideal. Ends up with a 4.56 RAS. Like I said, I knew I was going to take a loss on him by having him 45th in my top 100. Shane had him 159, which is in the general area, so Shane had the right call here. But I love Chris Abrams-Drain as a player, and for nothing else other than he's local to Mobile here, played at Spanish Fort High School across the bay. And his teammate at that same high school, DJ James, I expect to hear his name here pretty soon as well. So love the pick of Chris Abrams-Drain.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, what was he, 45th on your board?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you'll be right on that, 3 years from now. I think he's a tremendous player, and I think he's going to succeed at the next level.
I do always like to be right, whether now or later.
4 interceptions in 2023.
Yep, he had 3 in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, and like I said, 17 PBUs. He's like I said, he gets around the football. Which is a nice trait to have as a corner. Tommy is apparently old. He knows who Colombo is. So, how old are you, Brian?
I am 38.
38. You're not that much younger than me.
No, I mean, look, like if you want to do Mr. Ed talk, I can do Mr. Ed. I can't. Did not watch Colombo.
I'll be lying if I told you I've ever watched an episode of Colombo. But I know who Colombo is. No, I will be 45 in what was this? April, like 2.5 months. So
there are times where I feel 45. Does that count?
It's times when I feel 65. I just got a Twitter mention that says Colombo is actually surprisingly popular with Gen Z. You'll learn something new every day, folks, on day 3 of the NFL draft. So Tennessee's pick is in. We're waiting to see it come across. And it is Jarvis Brownlee Jr., and I know that because I see it on the screen behind them. They haven't put it on the screen at the bottom yet. But Jarvis Brownlee Jr., the cornerback from Louisville, is the pick at 146, and he's another one that I was a big fan of after leaving the Senior Bowl this year.
Yeah.
But another one whose athletic testing doomed him to the 5th round at 5'10", 194, ran a 4.54 in the 40. His shuttle times were solid, 4.25 and a 6.94, but the rest of it not great. 4.27 RAS, 115 on my board, 170 on Shane's, and he comes off the board here at 146.
129 on the consensus board. I find it interesting that we're starting to see these cornerbacks kind of come off the board at a larger pace.
Yes.
The Broncos are now on the clock again.
Yeah. So the Broncos, they just picked, right?
Yeah.
They picked Abrams Drain.
Yeah. 2 picks ago.
Back on the clock. They have 3 more picks after this one, 207 and 6, and they have a pair of 7th rounders. Denver picked Bo Nix in the 1st round. It feels like ages ago now, right? When that happened.
Yeah, the Broncos took Jonah Ellis previously.
Yes.
What did you think of him?
He's another high upside edge rusher, I thought. I was a bit lower on him than where he went, but he's another guy that I think he's. And I don't know if you were watching last night, but I saw it and we talked about it there. Sean Payton has drafted both of Luther Ellis's sons as a head coach. Drafted Caden Ellis in New Orleans and Jonah Ellis.
Yeah, a little bit of a stiffer guy than I like to see at the edge position.
How do I not remember that Jarvis Brownlee Jr. played at Florida State? So I somehow did not remember that happening, but I guess it shouldn't surprise me. Here we go. Broncos pick is in. Then the Raiders, then the Bengals. It's a running back here for the Broncos, and it is Notre Dame's Audric Estime is the pick at 147.
Yeah, I like him. I liked him a little bit more than Braylon Allen. I thought he'd come off the board before him. I think tremendous value here in the 5th round for the Broncos. And it'll be interesting to kind of see now that Sean Payton has been there, going into his 2nd season, kind of what he can build there, and see what he can do there, as probably a, change of pace type of running back.
I think the reason that Estime is still on the board here in the 5th round and didn't go higher is because of the speed. 5'11", 221, but at the combine ran a 4.71 in the 40. Ends up with a RAS of 6.54 because his explosion drills were fine, and 23 on the bench press. 144 on my board, goes at pick 147. Shane had him at 127. So feel like the value's kind of dead on there for Estime. Raiders pick is in, then the Bengals.
What do you think the Raiders do here?
It's very interesting.
Are they going for your guy?
I wouldn't hate it. I've still got a damn open prop bet on Bovada because I bet last night where Rattler. I bet before last night started where Rattler would go, and I bet on two different teams. It's not Spencer Rattler. It's Tommy Eichenberg, the linebacker from Ohio State, at pick 148. That was a face. Talk to me. Why did you make that face?
Well, heading into the season, I had him kind of tied there with Jeremiah Trotter Jr. For the top linebacker. Just wasn't impressed with his film this season. I think he kind of took a step back. So it, for the Raiders, it's kind of, which version of him are you getting? Are you getting the one from 2023? Are you getting this guy from 2022? Or are you getting the one from last season? Which version of Eichenberg are you getting?
Right. I'm with you on that. I feel like right here at 148, though, it's not bad. I had him at 123 on my board. Shane coming at 124. So I think we're okay with the spot here. Again, you just, like you said, which guy are you getting? If you're getting the 2022 guy, you have starter upside.
Yeah.
Here, if you're getting the 2023 guy, special teams, which is the words of the day. So Bengals pick is in. Saints are on the clock. I follow 55 Bengals beat writers. You'd think one of them would have tipped the pick by now. Paul Danner Jr. said interior offensive line, cornerback still hanging out there as options. A big body running back would have made sense. And I think they might have eyed Estime as a target here in the 5th round, but he is obviously gone. Saints are on the clock for the first time today, by the way. So the first time we're hearing because Mickey Loomis, as we all know, loves to trade. And he's bailed out on some of these picks. Radio silence out of Cincinnati for some reason. What is up with this?
I'm still having issues with Twitter, so that might be it. It's going to do that retry constantly. So I don't know if SpaceX is sending up a rocket today. Maybe that's where the resources are. Where do you think the Bengals might go here?
That's a good question. Looking at my best available, had they not just drafted Eric all in the last round, I would have advocated for Jaheim Bell here. Christian Mahogany, Satoe Laumea are options, I believe. Maybe Bo Limmer on the interior. They haven't gone for an edge yet, have they? So maybe someone like Brennan Jackson could be of interest here. Surely one of these guys have called this by now.
Well, Burrow had the wrist injury. You think they might get Spencer Rattler to replace him?
Will you shut up?
Corner is a possibility too here, isn't it?
Yes. The pick is coming across the TV now because the Bengals beat writers are too busy talking about it amongst themselves, I guess. And it is a corner. It is Josh Newton from TCU. Now, this is very interesting. He's a guy that I think was much higher coming into the season, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot like Eichenberg there in terms of, kind of leaves you wondering which version of him are you getting?
Right. I'm with you on that. I had him at 127 on my board. So the value hits here. 5th-year player, 5'10", 190, 31-inch arms, 4.51 in the 40, 159 in the 10 split. Shuttles were not great. explosions were okay. 641 RAS, 157 on Shane's board. Paul had him in his top 100 at number 95. So obviously he thinks we're getting good value here. That size and length tells me that he is probably headed inside.
Yeah, I mean, and he's the guy who I had higher on my board kind of before the real pre-draft process began. And once he kind of got through the combine and some of this other stuff, he really started to drop.
Yep. If I'm not mistaken, he was my third highest corner left behind DJ James and Kalen Carson, but comes off the board here in the 5th round to the Bengals. Yep, the corner market is drying up. Scott in the chat says catching his breath from singing the Notre Dame fight song so many times in this draft. Benjamin Morrison going to hear his name called very early next year. Now, Brian, I would normally defer this to Shane since he's watched guys that are like sophomores in high school and might know who Benjamin Morrison is. Help me out here. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamb. Scott, can you tell me who Benjamin Morrison is? Why I'm going to hear his name called very early next year.
You got to prepare me for those. Didn't know I needed to do some research.
The Saints. This is interesting. The Saints are drafting the quarterback Spencer Rattler at pick 150. Derek Carr, the starting quarterback. Taysom Hill, not a quarterback. Jameis Winston in Cleveland.
Jake Hayner,
not as good as Spencer Rattler. Kellen Mond is on the roster. So is Nathan Peterman. So Rattler becomes the 5th quarterback on this team.
At least you won't have to travel far to see him play.
I think Spencer Rattler ends up as QB2 in New Orleans.
Yeah.
I didn't think of this as a possibility. I love this fit.
It's a very sneaky good pick.
Because Derek Carr, let's be honest, isn't a top 20 quarterback in the league right now, right? I don't want you to do math here. I'm just making a bold statement out of my ass here, but it sounds right.
Yeah. I mean, he's also 33.
Yeah. So Bubba said that might be the best fit for him. It is a good fit. And to go back to the apparently Benjamin Morrison is a cornerback, the best cornerback Notre Dame's had in a long time. Go back and watch their tape against Marvin Harrison Jr. Okay, I guess I'll have to do that. But Spencer Rattler in New Orleans, I love it. I'm actually excited by this. This feels like a good fit.
Yeah, you can talk me into it. What is Derek Carr's contract look like?
They have an out after this year, I believe. Or maybe not, because the Saints are very weird.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, it's after 2025.
So Spencer Rattler tested poorly, but he's a better athlete than he tested. He can make plays with his feet. He's got probably one of the biggest arms of any quarterback in this draft class. He makes some. He's tough. I've seen that the last 2 years. He basically got the shit kicked out of him for 2 straight years playing behind the worst Power 5 offensive line east of Boulder, Colorado. So it's they said that, and now Adam Schefter saying the same thing, the same bull crap that I talked about a while ago that Rappaport was talking about the character junk. It's just trash. But anyway, I love the fit for Spencer Rattler. Glad he's heading to New Orleans. Colts pick is in. Safety Jalen Carlisle from Missouri is the pick at 151.
Interesting.
Carlisle is 6'2", 227, ran a 4.5 in the 40. Decent testing numbers, 819 RAS. Comes in at 290 on my board. Shane had him at 198, so a little high here, but obviously this is a trait special teams guy. He's tough. He's a very hard hitter. From what I think Eric Edholm was talking him up on the podcast a few weeks ago.
Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. Do you think they go Jeremiah Trotter Jr.?
That would be some symmetry there, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think he's still on the board?
Well, I mean, I think I kind of compared him a little bit to Tommy Eichenberg in terms of guys that, to start the season were higher up the board and just didn't pan out. But I think he plays very instinctual, great anticipation, always kind of seems to put himself in the right spot there. Does a really good job of keying the ball and attacking it in traffic at the line of scrimmage. Be honest with you, I have a hard time of trying to figure out why he's still on the board. 89th on the consensus big board.
Trotter, yeah. I think if his last name wasn't Trotter, he wouldn't have got the hype. He's undersized, and his tape this year was below average, to be honest. He wasn't even the best linebacker on Clemson's team.
Yeah, so, I was going to say Clemson may not have been the best fit for him there.
So Eagles pick is in. $138 picks between quarterbacks.
That's crazy. Do you think we'll see a run of the rest of the quarterbacks here?
I think we're going to start seeing them 6th and 7th round. Because like I said, this feels right the spot because Spencer Rattler is so far better than Jake Haener, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think he can do more outside of the pocket and really kind of extend plays and do some of that stuff there.
What's up, my man? I think I know who Brand 45 is. But I don't want to speculate. If it is, he was an NFL draft prospect in the 2004 class. If it's who I think it is. But I'll confirm that before I go into that story time with Brian.
Technically, I was a prospect in 2008. I just went undrafted.
I just got a text from somebody else. That is indeed who I think it is. So, my man here, what's up in the chat is Brandon Johnson, former fullback for the Auburn University. The man blocked for two top 5 running backs in college, and Ronnie Brown and Cadillac Williams. Undrafted in the class of 2004, but played in the Senior Bowl that year. Probably one of the toughest, hard-nosed fullbacks. Just had the unenviable spot of playing a position that died.
When you mentioned running back, and the Eagles pick is in.
It is not a running back though, or he used to be.
I think they've announced him as a running back.
They are now. Are they now? Well, my sheet's going to announce him as a wide receiver. It is Texas A&M's offensive weapon, Ainias Smith, and this guy is another one of those electric Anthony Gould types, ball in his hands. This is the kickoff rules, and this is why the Eagles are taking this guy here at pick 152.
Yeah, I mean, Ainias Smith is just somebody who I think it was his freshman year, just had a really, really solid campaign, kind of waiting for him to turn that corner and back up that production, and just wasn't able to throughout his career. I thought he was a candidate to maybe transfer out of Texas A&M, find somewhere else that would, kind of better suit him. But give him credit. He stuck there and off the board here in the 5th round, which is earlier than I thought he'd come off the board.
Bubba said we are officially on Joe Milton watch now for the quarterbacks.
Listen,
your favorite.
I don't think he's wrong. And I'm going to tell you why. It's the arm. I think teams could talk themselves into falling in love with the arm, thinking maybe they can fix the accuracy. They can't. But I think we might see a team here that could talk themselves into it.
Oh, 100%. Somebody's going to talk themselves into it.
Yeah.
That's not even a question.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to go undrafted.
I got so excited talking about Spencer Rattler, I forgot to highlight him on my vertical board. So, so Nia Smith is the pick here. 153. The Jags are back on the clock.
I mean, DJ James is still on the board there.
He is.
Muhammad Kamara. Christian Jones. Bo Limmer. I figure if I throw out about 10 names, I might get one of them right.
There you go. That's the way to do it, right? Then you can always say you're right.
Hey, look, I got it.
Who was it?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, I thought you actually had it.
I am refreshing. They have not announced it.
Colts, by the way, announcing Jalen Carlisle as a linebacker, not a safety. I wonder if that changes the RAS up or down. I'm going to have to go look at that really quick.
Who's at the Colts?
Yeah. So let's see. He's 8.26 RAS as a free safety. DeAndre Prince, by the way, corner from Ole Miss, is the pick for the Jags. So they do go corner here, but not one of the other names we've talked about. As RAS goes up slightly to 8.35 as a linebacker, so not much change on that. But DeAndre Prince, Brian, is the pick, 153.
Yeah, depth guy there at Mississippi. We mentioned it earlier of the type of guys that we're probably going to see come off the board here in these later rounds, and he's a great example of that.
Yep.
Somebody that wasn't starting on his team, but showed flashes. 1 interception last year.
Yeah, big time speed though, 4.38 speed, but he come in as my number 40. Let's see, hold on. Let's carry this down just a little bit. I had to go down the vertical board a lot. 47th on my corner list is DeAndre Prince.
Yeah, it makes you wonder where other teams kind of had him. Are they really reaching here, or is this something that other teams were going after? But the Rams have announced their pick.
The Eagles, by the way, have been trading down all day. They're now coming up to 155. I missed 154, didn't I?
Yeah, it was just announced.
All right, hold on. We'll come back to that in just a second. Philadelphia on the clock now. They're getting 155 in the 5th round. We'll see what that. Who was our pick here at 154?
The Los Angeles Rams have gone Brennan Jackson, linebacker out of Washington State.
So he's an edge. Did they announce him as a linebacker?
It's showing here as a linebacker on CBS. I don't know what it was announced as.
Okay, so that was 154. Who was the Rams?
Yeah.
So Brennan Jackson is an edge rusher, and I was on this guy probably 4 years ago. And when he was a third-year player, he stuck. When I was watching somebody else, he just kept popping to me, and so I added him to our watch list. Then this was back in 2022, and he just stood out. A little under 6'4", 264. Ran a 4.69 40. Solid. I mean, he's a good athlete. 8.72 RAS, 128 on myself and Shane's boards. So good value here for Brennan Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at some of the other linebackers that are still on the board here, it's a little surprising. But
like I said, they're drafting him as an edge. CBS may lift him as a linebacker, but he's an edge rusher. ESPN's listing him as an edge on the screen. So Brennan Jackson, second highest ranked edge I had left on my board behind Gabriel Murphy from UCLA. Philadelphia trades up here. I haven't seen the details of the trade. And they are picking Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Scott calls that here. It's meant to be. And that is the trade up. Like I said, I'm still looking on the details.
Yeah, I thought they might have done that at 152. Instead, they move up here to take him at 155. But I think seeing him still on the board, my guess is that they probably had discussions at that in the war room there and made the decision to come back up and go get him.
All right, so Trotter, we've talked about him already. Like I said, I'm not saying this is a lip service pick, but it kind of feels like it. Like I said, curious to see if he's a special teams guy for them. Just depth. He's just small. Didn't test. But comes off the board. We had a player trade just now for a 2026 sixth round pick. 2026 sixth round pick. The Jets send defensive end John Franklin Myers to Denver in exchange for that.
Not a bad move there.
Yep. As I wait to see, the Colts will pick up 164 and 201. So that was a fifth and a sixth to go back 9 spots for the Eagles to come up and take Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Cleveland's pick is in. They have not. Have they picked today? They did not. This is their first pick today after only having 2 picks yesterday where they took Mike Hall Jr., the defensive tackle from Ohio State, and then Zach Zenter, guard from Michigan.
Yep. Interesting to see what they'll do here. Offensive tackles in need. Christian Jones is still on the board there.
Like I said, he's an older prospect. I think that's why he's still around.
Yeah.
I will be right.
Yep. Still trying to get the pick here for the Browns as it comes in. Wide receivers also a need for them there. Maybe Malik Washington out of Virginia is a possibility. Brendan Rice, even Johnny Wilson. I know that he's been mentioned here in the chat. And the Browns have announced their pick. It is Louisville wide receiver Jamari Thrash to the Cleveland Browns there at 156. Jamari Thrash.
Transfer from Georgia State, I believe. Good run after the catch guy. He is. Thought he would test a little bit better than he did, but had a solid week at the Senior Bowl. And it's a tough depth chart to crack. I'll say that in Cleveland.
Yep, just brought in Jerry Jeudy there to play the slot.
But yeah, 4.46 speed, but a 6.71 RAS, 119 on my board, 152 on Shane's. Is Jamari Thrash. Looking at their depth chart, as I mentioned, it's I knew wide receiver was a spot they could attack. There have been talks that they like some of the guys in that second, third round area, but Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, Jerry Jeudy, all receivers they've traded for. That's rare, right? You see that, but behind them is their third round pick last year, Cedric Tillman, who I was a big fan of. They also had David Bell, who was a third round pick in 22, and James Prochet, who they signed as a free agent. Like I said, somebody's going to have to go. I wonder if maybe they can move if Thrash ends up making this roster, or if is he the sixth receiver that's inactive on game days. I guess we'll see. But yeah, he is a good blue set. He's a good route runner. Yeah, so that's a tough room to crack, though, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, at the Senior Bowl and just kind of expected some of those wide receivers to really break out, and it just didn't happen all week long.
I know a lot of people were hyping up Brendan Rice. So he's still on the board here in the 5th round.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of Brendan Rice.
Yeah, like I said, I thought that Johnny Wilson would have been off the board by now. Malik Washington, just height, I think, is killing his value, as teams just maybe don't want to take a slot-only guy. Panthers pick is in at 157.
So's the Dolphins pick.
At 150. So we're burning through. Panthers pick is in, and it is – I like it a little bit here. It is another guy from the Senior Bowl here, Shaw Smith-Wade, the corner from Wazoo, the pick at 157. Had like an 87-yard almost touchdown. The Senior Bowl on an interception return where everybody forgot that you could get up and run. and he almost took it the distance. But 5'9", 184, 4.54 speed, a 6.03 RAS, 155 on my board, 187 on Shane's board. So hell, I almost hit that one dead on value here for Shaw Smith-Wade.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had a couple big plays at the end of the Senior Bowl game, right? Yeah, that really probably got him, earned him a little bit of money.
Why you should play in the game, Brian?
That's right. Everybody should play in the game, Brian.
They should play in the game. I agree, 100%. I still have a couple of players left in my top 100 that have not come off the board. Damn it, I forgot to. I'm sorry. Spencer Rattler is gone. I can take him off now. 6 players left in my top 100 still out there. Pair of corners, DJ James from Auburn and Kalen Carson from Wake Forest. Pair of wide receivers, Malik Washington from Virginia, Johnny Wilson from Florida State, and a pair of offensive linemen, Christian Jones from Texas and Christian Mahogany from Boston College. And then after that, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. was selected, so I can cross him off as well.
Well, and there's a guy on my top 100 that is heading to the Dolphins.
Who is that?
That would be Muhammad Kamara.
Muhammad Kamara, the edge from Colorado State, heading to the Dolphins. Not in my top 100.
He was 85 on mine.
So you obviously liked him. What do you think about Muhammad Kamara?
Yeah, I mean, I love the two guys from Colorado State and Kamara and Holker. Somebody that did your power just go out?
Yes.
I can still see you.
Hold on. Well, one monitor went.
Okay. Oh, they're flipping breakers.
Yes. This is out freaking standing.
For Kamara, 13 sacks last season for the Rams. You mentioned it. I liked his film. Pulling up his scouting report now that I did on him.
I'm so aggravated.
Yeah, 13 sacks last season. In 2022 for Colorado State, he had a breakout season. 44 total tackles and 8.5 sacks.
Yep.
For the Rams.
So show you the despairing difference on the boards here. Shane had him 92 on his board. 228 on my board. The height kind of underwhelmed me a little bit, 6'1", but the production obviously there. And for Muhammad Kamara out of Colorado State. Sons of bitches. For the record, these guys were supposed to be here yesterday. Where all this would have taken place during the day.
Yeah, the Chiefs pick is in. Buffalo Bills now on the clock at 160.
Oh, hold on. My TV has unmuted itself when they reset my power. So 159 is Kansas City's pick. You said is in.
It's in, just hasn't been announced yet.
Okay. I'm trying to cross Kamara off my list here because I got distracted by my sudden power outage.
Yeah, waiting on the Chiefs to announce their pick, but they've done a really good job here. Xavier Worthy, Kingsley.
Suamateia. Pronounce all the vowels.
Is it?
Yes.
Jared Wiley and Jaden Hicks. Oh, and the pick is just announced. Hunter Norzad, interior offensive lineman.
From Penn State. Yeah. So Norzad comes off the board here. I have him much higher on my board than his teammate, Caden Wallace, who got drafted in the 3rd round last night. Caden Wallace came in at 38th on my offensive tackle board, where Hunter Norzad is my number 18 interior offensive lineman. He's trying to think. I just presume he's a decent athlete because he's from Penn State. That tends to be the way. But pick 159 to the Chiefs is Hunter Norzad, 6'3", 317. He didn't test. 27 bench press reps, 177 on my board, 215 on Shane's.
Yeah, the Bills have announced theirs too.
Bill's pick is in.
Jordan Schultz has it. I'm going to let you pronounce it.
Okay. It'd be like that sometimes. Hold on. I don't follow Jordan Schultz for some reason. I guess I should.
I'll give it a shot. It is
Hold
Washington.
on. I actually know this one. It's Edifuan Ulofoshio, the linebacker from Washington. He played in the Senior Bowl, and as a professional that I am on the radio broadcast, I made a phonetic chart there so I would get all these Polynesian names correctly. But Edifuan Ulofoshio, linebacker from Washington, he's a damn good player.
Yeah.
At pick 160 for Buffalo. Another one of those guys, I thought when I said that Cedric Gray was the best coverage linebacker in the Senior Bowl, Ulofoshio was a close second behind him. Very talented player, tested great, 9.68 RAS for Buffalo. They drafted a linebacker actually, they haven't drafted a linebacker, but I thought they could. They needed a linebacker here. He could push for some playing time as a 5th-round pick.
Yeah, I'm pulling up their depth chart now, just kind of see what the Bills have there at linebacker. Terrell Bernard, Dorian Williams there.
Yeah, I mean, he could push for some playing time. Most likely a special teamer early on, but like I said, he has the coverage ability. Maybe pushes a nickel linebacker. So the Commanders back on the clock, pick 161. Maybe I should just keep refreshing Jordan Schultz's page.
Well, that's what I've been doing. My other guy said that he was pulling out. He's at a baseball game.
Well, that's
Who's going to baseball?
Who's scheduling a baseball game for today? That's just unprofessional. That's what that is. $161. How many picks do we have? What is the last pick of the 5th round?
176 to the Jets.
So we've got 15 more picks to go in this stanza before we move on to the 6th round. Going all the way to pick 257 today. So we are less than 100 picks away. We only got 90-something picks left in the 2024 NFL draft. And then we just get all sad, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Commander's pick is in. It is another Husky, Dominic Hampton. The safety is the pick of the Washington Commanders. Played at the East-West Shrine.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think he can be a little stiff. I think some of his angles towards the ball certainly needs some improvement there. But long, moves well. What was his RAS score?
Raz was 941. He had 100-plus tackles this year, 2 interceptions. He gets around the ball, 6'2", 215, 30, great arm length, 33 and a quarter, 4.51 speed there, good vertical at 39 inches, 10'2" broad jump, 4.18 in the short shuttle. That's nice. 190 on my board, 163 on Shane's.
The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock here at 162 now. One name I'm looking at is Leonard Taylor, the third defensive lineman out of Miami.
His has got to be a work ethic deal, right?
I would think so. Yeah, I had a much higher So it's got to be something there that the team.
Makai Wingo is another one.
Yeah.
Interior defensive line still on the board. So yeah, that's of note. I wonder if Christian Boyd is a potential nose tackle would be of interest here to Arizona, the big strong guy from Northern Iowa. They've already attacked running back, right? They drafted Trey Benson last night, so I don't think they'll double up there. I don't know that quarterback this late would be of interest to them. What's their backup situation looking like here? Let's see. I've got to turn this off.
Ritter.
Oh, well, so yes. We're probably not looking QB here. I have a blink door camera, and that thing has just been going ape since these guys got here.
Yeah, they were active this offseason on the defensive line at defensive tackle, but my guess is they may look for some youth here.
An offensive tackle.
Yeah,
so that would rule out a Christian Jones.
Yeah, I said defensive tackle.
Oh, defensive tackle. Okay. So, yeah, Leonard Taylor and Makai Wingo would both fit that bill as they're both third-year players.
Yeah, they have Jonah Williams and Paris Johnson Jr. on the offensive tackles there.
Packers coming up in a little bit have back-to-back fifth-round picks.
The Cardinals have announced it.
Give it to me.
Christian Jones, offensive tackle out of Texas.
Well, there you go. One of the top. Yep, he is a 60-year player. Lots of experience as a starter. This was pick 162, correct?
And in life? Yeah. Yes.
What did you say?
I said you said a lot of experience as a starter. I said, yeah, and in life.
That is correct. Well, I'll assume probably 24 years old as a rookie. I don't know his age. I don't have the beast pulled up here who has all that cool stuff in it. But 6'5", 305, 605 RAS, 86 on my board, came in at 99th on Shane. So we both thought this guy was a day 2 pick, and you're getting him here at pick 50 or pick 162 of the 5th round. Great value here. And this could be your swing tackle, right, in Arizona.
Yeah, he's 23. Will turn 24 on May 12th. Out of Houston, Texas.
So he started. He came out of. So he came into Texas a youngin and just hung around for a while. He must have liked it in Austin.
Oh, at least somebody does.
Oh, come on.
There's a lot of traffic there.
It's a lot of traffic in Houston.
That's true.
So I've been told.
No, it is.
So Christian Jones was my top offensive tackle left on the board. Now that duty falls to Tylen Grable from UCF. Or I should say that mantle falls to Tylen Grable from UCF. Buffalo on the clock here, pick 163. What are we feeling here for Buffalo?
Could they go corner? I feel like corner is just a position that I just continue to bring up, but I mean, a lot of these teams just have that position.
Well, when you had so many receivers go, you've got to have guys to cover them, right? They drafted Keon. Or you say corner? They have not drafted a corner up to this point. They just drafted Olafoshio, the linebacker, currently slated as their starters. Christian Benford, a former 6th-round pick in 22. Rasul Douglas, who they traded for from Green Bay last year. And then behind them is Kyer Elam, who was a 1st-round pick in 2022. Obviously, that baby ain't working out. And
could they go another receiver here?
They could. Right now, they have all behind Keon Coleman, Shakir, and Curtis Samuel, you would have Mac Hollins, Justin Shorter, and the ever-present Andy Isabella. Were you here for the Andy Isabella Senior Bowl, or was that before you started coming down?
I probably wasn't there yet.
Buffalo's no longer on the clock. Remember those back-to-back picks Green Bay had coming up?
Ooh.
They're busting that up. Green Bay's coming up here. Gutenkirst coming up here. So many trades today. I had to turn the page. But Green Bay coming up to 163 with Buffalo.
What do you think the Packers are doing here?
I don't know. Their draft has been very weird for me. And
Yeah.
I don't really follow their logic on a lot of things.
I think they could go offensive line here as a possibility. Maybe try to get ahead of the Giants there on that position and the Ravens. Lead those two teams.
I always think that this late in the stage, you're not trading for guys to get ahead of other teams, right? There's a guy that you like that you're staring at, and you're just like, screw it, we're going up and getting it.
Yeah, they're going offensive tackle.
Is the pick in?
Yeah.
Go ahead and announce the pick. I'm still trying to get the details of the trade.
It's Jacob Monk, offensive tackle out of Duke.
I have this in the center.
Yeah, he started all 13 games, 6 of them at right guard, 7 at center. But second team all ACC. So I don't know if they're announcing him as a tackle or what they're doing here.
I don't know where 219 is, but that was the second pick that went. I think that's maybe in the 6th round.
219 is the 6th round pick, yeah.
6th round. So Green Bay comes up 5 spots, gives up 168 in the 5th and 219 in the 6th to come up to get Jacob Monk. So they're draft. They've got him. ESPN lists him as a center.
Did they?
So
okay.
Yes, and we had him as an interior offensive lineman on our board. So that's what we're going to go with here. Was invited to the combine and worked out at the combine where he had a 9.78 RAS. So that tracks. He did not, however, crack the Brian Top 300 board. He did crack Shane's board because Shane went to 500. And Shane's board, he comes in at 328. So, again, what I just said was when we were talking about it, they saw a guy that they obviously were very high on, and they're like, all right, we're not going to use all these picks. Let's just go up and get the guy we want and get it over with. And that apparently for them was Jacob Monk, the interior offensive lineman from Duke. He comes in at number 62 of my interior offensive linemen that I watched in this year's draft class.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense for them to do so. The Baltimore Ravens and the Giants here both need some help on the interior offensive line. They had all these picks. They're not going to use them all. Why not take a couple of them and move up here a couple spots and go get your guy? Yeah.
Like I said, at this point, I don't really argue with teams that draft guys that are way off the rails here because this is obviously somebody that their offensive line coach probably loved or
loved him on a workout, something
right.
like that, and really like his upside of what he can offer.
Ravens are on the clock as we're waiting for the Colts pick to come through. But yeah, great athlete there. Like I said, that tracks with what Green Bay has done the last few years. They're very similar to the Colts in that matter, where they draft high-level athletes.
I still can't believe that the Colts were able to get Leatu Latu there at 15 and not have to move up.
I do love me some Leatu Latu. Yeah, so Colts dragging this baby out.
I got it.
All right, go ahead.
Jalen Simpson, safety out of Auburn.
So 2 Auburn players go before DJ James. But Jalen Simpson, 115 on Shane's board, 185 on mine, goes to the Colts. They go sub 8 RAS on this one. They have broke the trend again for the second time in this draft class.
What's his RAS as a corner? Is there a separation there?
I would imagine to be worse, right? Than as a safety.
I mean, you would think so.
I would have to look, but 5'11", 179, 4.45 speed. Great in the explosion drills, right? 39.5-inch vertical, 11'1" broad jump, but his shuttles just tanked him on the RAS there with 4.55 short shuttle, 7.033 cone, but 7.34 RAS. Like I said, 185 on my board, 115 on Shane's.
Yeah, I thought he was a better cornerback than he was a safety.
He was my top safety available. I'll say that. So there's that. If that was where you're attacking here. What round did Jordan McGee go? Was that 4th or 5th? Because I apparently forgot to color him out.
What team?
Was that? I remember. Hold on. I think it was the Commanders.
What position?
It was the Commanders. It was the 5th round. I was just going through my vertical board here, and I forgot to color code him on it. So,
yeah, it's interesting that the Colts go with Jalen Simpson, considering that they just picked up Jalen Carlisle there.
Well, like I said, they listed Carlisle as a linebacker.
Oh, that's
so,
right. Yeah.
So they're moving him over there, which is why you would have Simpson at safety. Ravens pick is in. Who's the top player left on the board? Is it DJ James, Christian Mahogany? Is that where they go here?
Malik Washington?
Could be. Odds are very high here that the Ravens are going to draft one of those guys. That's what they do.
Ooh.
You got it?
I got it.
What is the pick?
Rasheen Ali, running back Marshall.
So this is an interesting story, right? Because normally speaking at the Senior Bowl, running backs don't gain traction in the practices. Rasheen Ali had the best practice of a running back I've ever seen at the Senior Bowl, but towards the end of that one practice he was there, he tore his bicep.
Yeah.
So therefore was unable to complete the process. I don't know what the rehab is for a torn bicep. Can we presume he'll be ready for training camp?
That is a good question. A 4 to 6 month recovery time, so he should be medically cleared
for training camp. So
training camp, yeah.
So because that would have been late January, so early February. So you figure he had surgery probably a couple weeks after. So mid-February probably has a surgery. And so 4 to 6 months would put that into August. So it'd be close. Maybe he starts on PUP or whatever, but he could that's That feels like a good pick here for the Ravens at this stage of the draft. You lost a lot of depth at running back to the Chargers, basically, because they started signing every guy that you had on your bench. But you signed Derrick Henry. Keaton Mitchell is there. Justice Hill is there. He could push Justice Hill, I think, for that third running back spot.
Yeah, he may even be a candidate to spend the year on the IR.
Yeah, I mean, it's not obviously something you want, but is a very real possibility.
And the Giants pick is in as well. And it has been announced. And it's another running back.
Another running back.
That would be Tyrone Tracy Jr., running back out of Purdue, goes 166 to the New York Giants.
This is a toolsy running back, to say the least.
Yeah.
At pick 166, the Giants. Tyrone Tracy, 5'11", 209, 60-year player. Was he not a wide receiver at Iowa or somewhere else? Or he was a wide receiver. Was it at Purdue? He was a wide receiver and became a running back this year. 4.48 speed, 1.53 10 split, has a 40-inch vertical with a 10'4" broad jump, 6.81 in the 3-cone, 4.06 short shuttle. I believe this now becomes the second player from the Hula Bowl drafted. Also played at the Shrine. 981 RAS, 148 on my board, 143 on Shane's, and 90 on Pigskin Paul's board. So he was high on Tyrone Tracy from Purdue.
Jacksonville Jaguars now on the clock.
Dylan Lobby is now the highest rated running back left on my board and was prior to that pick as well. Why do we think he's not amongst these running backs here that's come off the board so far?
Well, I think his name may come up here shortly, whether it's the Jets or the Cowboys here at the end of the fifth. I think that's a good question. Comes out of what was it, New Hampshire?
Yeah.
You kind of wonder if there's some concerns there about the level of competition that he was facing versus some of these other guys in the class. He was one that really kind of shined at the Senior Bowl, showcased a lot of what he could do. And so if I'm one of those teams and I'm looking at a running back, he's certainly one of them that I'd have high on my board.
Kat Terrell is a beat writer for the Saints, tweeted out about Spencer Rattler. And I just want to read this because he said the same thing to me and Nino when we interviewed him at the Senior Bowl as well. You were right there. We asked him about the Netflix series, and he said he doesn't know how many people that would be portrayed in a great light if they had a camera on them all the time at the age of 17.
Yeah.
He said he's grown so much and has the respect of so many, and that's very true. And it's like I said, that's why I think anybody who's still bringing that up, it's just lazy.
Yeah.
So Jacksonville's pick is in, but has not come across from the usual suspects just yet. So, Brian, what are you drinking today to keep you going?
I have a 2-liter of Pepsi, and I can see it between my screen over there because my cup is empty. But I'm going Pepsi today.
Pepsi. You're a Pepsi man.
I got it with my pizza last night. I'm more of a Coke guy,
but pizza, you got it from Pizza Hut.
I got it from Marco's Pizza.
Marco, I do like Marco's.
Yeah, promo code Brian. I don't know if that's a real promo code.
But everybody try it and see.
Yeah, I use it all the time. Yeah, it's that's my preferred delivery pizza.
I do prefer it, but there is one literally 5 minutes down the road from my house, so I'll just order it and go pick it up because I am not one who likes to pay the delivery charges on all of this stuff. I'm not a DoorDash guy.
Yeah, mine is a little further away. It's maybe 10 minutes. But lately they have been using DoorDash to deliver the pizza. And
so the Jacksonville's pick is in and is another running back. Running backs have now started flying off the board. This one is from Texas and is Keelan Robinson.
Yeah.
Off the board here to the Jags at pick 167. Obviously, Jonathan Brooks got all the pub here, but Robinson's solid. Got a combine invite, 5'8", 191. 4.42 speed here, 7.58 RAS. Came up at 301 on Shane's board, 276 on mine. Goes 167 to the Jags.
Yeah, began playing college ball at Alabama in 19. That season he carried 39 times for 254, 2 touchdowns. Didn't play in 2020. Entered the transfer portal where he went to Texas and just wasn't able to get on the field much. But as we've mentioned several times, he is a special teams guy, kick returns, and had a touchdown on one last season and 22.5 yards per return last season on kick returns as their primary kick returner.
There you go. Kick return rules, baby. We're back. We're so back. Buffalo, speaking of back, Buffalo's back on the clock at 168 after moving back 5 spots from Green Bay here at pick 168. We had talked about them earlier before they bailed out. Maybe receiver again. It's not. Never mind. The pick is in.
Yeah.
Edge rusher is the call here, and here's that ugly tweener word that we have used in the past, and that's the pick here at Buffalo. Javon Solomon from Troy, the pick here at 168. And I say tweener because he got a lot of his sacks rushing from the inside at Troy. And he had a lot of those sacks. I mean, like 16 and a half, 17 sacks or something this year. Led the FBS in sack production, but he's a little under 6'1", 246. You ain't rushing inside of the NFL at 246. So he's going to have to make his hay on the edge, and he struggled mightily there at the Senior Bowl against some of those big offensive tackles. So, but you love the production, the athleticism, 37-inch vertical, 4.72 speed, coming at 206 on my board, 220 on Shane's. Like I said, just a tweener here. You hope you can get some of that production from the edge. We're just going to need to see it in live action. We didn't see it at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, you mentioned the production last season for the Trojans. In 14 games, he had 26 solo tackles, 56 total tackles, 18 tackles for loss, 16 sacks, 3 forced fumbles. If you go back to 2021, where he was a super redshirt freshman, 25 solos, 50 tackles, total tackles, 11 sacks with an interception. That was in 2021. But as you mentioned, the size is probably more of a concern there, and trying to figure out what to do with him.
Yeah, I mean that the size is the issue, and where he plays. It's going to be an adjustment for him, man. It's almost, I would dare say, he ends up on their practice squad this year. I don't know that I don't know that he's active on the 53.
Yeah.
I think he's a good player, and this might be something that pays off. Has Brendan Rice been selected? That answer is no. The son of Jerry Rice, Brendan Rice from Southern Cal, formerly of Colorado, has not been taken. I didn't think he was that good.
No, I think we kind of have similar opinions on that. But the Packers pick is in and has been announced. Catan.
Is it Brendan Rice?
It is not.
It is. You want me to handle this one?
Please.
It is Oregon State safety Keaton Oladapo heading to Green Bay at pick 169. Keaton Oladapo, another Senior Bowl guy coming off the board, heading to Green Bay. Also tracks, by the way, 8.23 RAS.
Well, there you go. Last season, 46 solos, 70 total tackles, 4 interceptions is probably the big one there. I may be looking at somebody else.
Could be, but I'll say this. He comes in at 204 on my board. Shane had him at 136. Shane, if you're in the chat, pop in your thoughts on why you had Keaton Oladapo this high. Or I guess I could just go look at your Twitter because you're putting out every single player that gets drafted. Saints pick is in, and they go with a high-profile athlete at wide receiver. And Bub Means is going to go 170 to the Saints.
Yeah, going back to Oladapo, last season for the Beavers, 2 interceptions, 8 pass breakups.
Yep. So Bub Means is the pick at 170 here for the Saints in the 5th round. 935 RAS here, 272 on my board, 226 on Shane's, but a 4.43 guy at 6'1", 212. 1.56-10 split at a 39.5-inch vertical with a 10'2" broad jump and 4.4 in the short shuttle. I've seen his name hanging around for a couple of seasons now. I don't know that he ever overwhelmed anybody there, but a good athlete. Played at the East West Shrine this year.
Yeah, he was 209 on the consensus big board. 30th wide receiver.
Yeah. He was the 36th wide receiver on my board. So wide receivers still available here that are not named Bub Means. Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson, Brendan Rice, we've talked about. Ryan Flournoy had a good week in Mobile out of Southeast Missouri State. Jaquan Jackson from Tulane. Cornelius Johnson, tremendous combine here. Taj Washington, another Southern Cal wide receiver, also available. Let me ask you about another quarterback. We talked about Joe Milton earlier. Do you think we see Jordan Travis drafted today?
I mean, I think so. I had him on mine. He is my 8th quarterback on the board after Rattler.
I had him at 9. I had Pratt ahead of him.
Yeah, he's working out again. He's throwing. My guess is that he's probably thrown for teams, and they've probably worked him out as much as they can. I mean, certainly here in the 5th round, as we're wrapping it up, or even in the 6th round, I could certainly see a team that would look to take him. You have to wonder if maybe even the Cowboys there at 174 would be a potential fit.
Could be. Go back to Shane's Keaton Oladapo. His report on him: great athlete with size, plays downhill, crashes the box, will chase down running backs and wide receivers, can cover the tight ends, very physical, stiff, change of direction, can get out turning the wrong way too much. Wide receivers can outmaneuver him, but has upside for the Packers. He was his safety 9.
Keaton Oladapo. Hashtag Hallam analysis.
I do see from Jordan Schultz on a note from Bud Means is speed.
Yes. We have a trade. Jets are on the clock. Philly was supposed to be. They are not. Now, Jets going to come up here to 171 in the 5th round. Philadelphia will get 185 and 190, which I think are in the 6th round.
They are.
So they're going to get 2 6s, go back 14 spots here. The Jets coming up. Philly had back-to-back picks. That is not the case anymore. Jets have 173 as well. So obviously they have a couple of guys they like.
And 176.
So yeah, Jets are about to crash the party here, it seems. Here at pick 171 of the 5th round. Oh, well, we just mentioned his name.
Ooh.
And he's off the board. The Jets have taken Florida State quarterback Jordan Travis at pick 171. I don't hate it.
I don't either. Obviously not, won't be pressured to start this season. Gets to sit behind Aaron Rodgers and develop a little bit. Yeah, I don't hate it either. I think that's
this fit. I think this is a very intriguing fit of a guy that, like I said, he doesn't even have to be active this year. I mean, he can be on IR or PUP or whatever and doesn't have to play at all. And a redshirt pick, if you will, and you continue to monitor and see what he has while you wait out the twilight years of Aaron Rodgers. So very, very interesting move for the Jets, and they make the trade to come up here. So that's maybe the interesting part here. When they had, so did they think maybe Philadelphia would take Travis, or maybe somebody else would trade up with Philadelphia for them to come in? They're picking at 173. Could they not have just sat there?
I mean, you have Hurts and you have Pickett, so I don't think that they would have. I don't know where Jordan Travis fits in that.
Maybe they made the call. Philadelphia made the call to the Jets, like, "Hey, we've got these guys on the other line. Give us, what can you give us?" Or Howie Roseman just tricked somebody.
I was say I don't think that anybody would have been on the other
line. So the pick is in for the Eagles as we wait for that to come through. And the pick is in, and it is Michigan interior offensive lineman Trevor Keegan is the pick at 172.
It's an interesting pick.
First offensive lineman I think the Eagles have drafted over the last 3 days. He's a 6'5", 310-pound guard, 32 and 3/8-inch arms. 9.22 RAS, played at the Senior Bowl. So, but a 5'2", 40, 178 3-cone. 178 3-cone. That'd be ridiculous, right? 178 10 split, 772 3-cone. 247 on my board, 277 on Shane's.
191 on the consensus big board. Man, Christian Mahogany still on the board is what puzzles me. the offensive guard out of Boston College.
Yeah.
5th at the guard position for me. 93rd on the consensus big board. I know he was in my top 100 as well.
I'm going to assume there's injury concerns with him, right? That we don't know about.
There might be, but I mean, you would think by this point, based on the film, wouldn't you have given it a shot?
Right. You're taking chances. Tommy wants to know who we have as our top interior defensive lineman left, and we kind of spoke of it earlier. You're a big Leonard Taylor, the third guy out of Miami, Mekhi Wingo, still on the board there. They're both young third-year guys that just fallen. Gabe Hall on the board. Marcus Harris, I think, is available as well. If you're looking at nose tackle, probably the two top ones left are Justin Rogers from Auburn, Evan Anderson from Florida Atlantic. If you're just looking for your pure nose.
Is Keith Randolph Jr. still on the board?
He is.
Yeah, he's another one.
So,
yeah, Jets pick is in. It just hasn't been announced.
Okay. He's looking. Maybe the Steelers could add one of those guys. Their pick is in, and it's another running back, and it's Isaiah Davis from South Dakota State. This is the second running back the Jets have taken, like recently.
This year?
Yes, like in the last hour and a half.
Yeah, they took Braylon Allen.
Yep. So R.I.P. Izzy Abanikanda.
Well, I guess they wanted a running back that doesn't have ball security issues.
Well, there you go. Braylon Allen now. Isaiah Davis from South Dakota State, a guy Shane was on pretty early on in the process. Heading to the Jets, another one that was at the Senior Bowl, 6 foot 218, 885 RAS, 4.57 speed, 4.3 short shuttle, 188 on my board, 161 on Shane's. But he has produced a lot and over a long period of time. South Dakota State, one of them guys where high volume at the FCS level.
Yeah, and with the Cowboys there at 174, they have not taken a running back, so you'd imagine that they'd be looking to do so here.
That is so weird they haven't taken a running back yet.
When we all kind of thought maybe round 1, round 2, they would go for it.
Yeah. So Cowboys on the board. Let's just say they are looking at running back. Who were they targeting here at pick 174?
We mentioned him earlier. I would go for Dylan Labe out of New Hampshire.
He's still available. Dylan Johnson, Mississippi State transfer to Washington, still around. I like Dacian Edwards from Georgia, his teammate as well. Kendall Milton still on the board. Jawar Jordan from Louisville, who Isaac Garendo went way ahead of him. But Jordan was their lead dog running back there. Blake Watson from Memphis emerged late. I love Frank Gore Jr. as a player. He's just unathletic and slow as hell, or he tested anyway. His testing was so poor. I don't know that he gets drafted. Kamani Vidal from Troy, high production guy as well. And I think he tested pretty solid. And people may ask about Cody Schrader, was the leading rusher in the SEC last year. Poor testing, obviously, the reason he's still on the board.
Yeah, Vidal and Schrader were going to be two guys that I would have mentioned as maybe a possibility here as somebody that they look at for running back.
Yeah, because that running back depth chart is penetratable for a running back here right now. Rico Dowdle, currently listed as the top running back for Dallas. Now, I'll not say any bad things about Rico Dowdle. Obviously, he's a Gamecock, baby. I can't can't say anything bad about Rico Dowdle, and he's bounced around. He's hung around now for 4 years as a UDFA. That says something. But behind him, Deuce Vaughn, a 6th round pick last year. They signed Royce Freeman as a free agent. They signed Snoop Connor as a free agent.
Snoop.
They could use a back here, and I know you're probably the person to ask here fantasy wise, but I mean, hell, I would think a running back, if Dallas took a running back here, he would have some sort of fantasy value. Right?
Oh, absolutely, he would. Especially, kind of the way that this stuff is played out, where you have so many of these guys on the board that one of them would almost certainly offer some value. And, of course, if we throw out 10 running backs, hopefully we hit on one of them.
Let me ask you this, because I've had this discussion with other people. If they ever held the draft in Houston, would you go?
No, I don't know. I would maybe go like the first round.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to kind of experience.
Just to be a part of it. Yeah.
But I enjoy watching it from home. And
I do too. And I couldn't do all of this, obviously. The Cowboys do not take a running back at pick 174. But they do take one of the top players left on my board. Cornerback Kalen Carson from Wake Forest comes off the board here at pick 174 to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, he's somebody that I loved. His film out of Wake Forest, like you mentioned. Remember the 2020 class. As a true freshman, finished with 25 tackles, 1 interception, 4 pass breakups. Played 9 games in 21, where he broke up 7 passes. And then over the final 2 seasons there, really emerged as a starter for the Demon Deacons, which obviously culminated in the Senior Bowl invite.
Yep. 95 on my board, 129 on Shane's, 4.52 speed at 5'11", 199. You mentioned the early production there, 6.21 RAS, was invited to the Senior Bowl but did not participate. So I think he got injured late in the process, so had to turn down that Senior Bowl invite. Oh, you got to stand up, son. You got to stretch the legs.
Yeah. Trying to move around a little bit.
Yep. Bubba, who's a Georgia fan in the house, said he actually likes Kendall Milton more than Edwards. He thinks Kendall Milton could have earned a role as a short yardage back. So
certainly a possibility there. As we wait on
New Orleans back on the clock at 175.
Yeah. Waiting on them to turn it in.
Actually, I'm beginning to wonder if I jumped the gun.
I don't see it announced anywhere.
I saw.
You can't trust the mansion.
I did. This is not the mansion. This is from.
A darn Schefter?
No. I don't know who this is. Okay, Aaron Wilson is also tweeting. It is Kalen Carson. Okay. The Saints pick is in as well, and they're going to go linebacker here. And Jalen Ford from Texas, my highest rated linebacker left on my board, is headed to New Orleans. New Orleans doing work here in the 5th round.
Yes, they are.
156 on my board, but was, like I said, the top linebacker I had left. Shane had him at 133 on his. 821 Raz, 472 speed at 6'2", 240. 18 reps on the bench, had a 424 short shuttle, 709 three cone, solid vertical and broad jump. He had some decent production at Texas as well. So good special teams depth signing or drafting here by the Saints in the 5th round. And 5th round has been the linebacker spot, as that is now the 6th linebacker to come off the board here in the 5th round.
Yeah, 2023 Butkus Award semifinalist is Jalen Ford there. Put up 100 total tackles each season, 2022 and 2023. 166 on the consensus big board.
There you go. So we've got back-to-back picks that have not made it to the television yet. But we have the picks here. Thanks to Twitter. I don't know if I've ever told this story or not. This is how I used to see the picks, because I had cable, but I had ESPN, but not ESPN2. So when ESPN would flip over to ESPN2, I wouldn't be able to see the picks. But every 15 minutes on the bottom line, they would show the last few picks. So I had to record with a VCR, for those that may not know what that is, the NASCAR race that was on, and I would rewind it to see the picks, and that's how I had to keep up with the picks. And I want to say this was circa 1995. So,
well, then if you fast forward, not only do the picks go by really quick, but so do the cars.
There you go. But yeah, I have had to go through some trials and tribulations to watch the draft and keep up with the draft through all the years. I have not missed a televised pick, Brian Lamb, a televised pick since 1990.
Gosh. Speaking of NASCAR, I like to call it nap car, because you take a nap and you wake up and the race is still on.
It's the buzzing sound of the cars.
Yeah.
It's like white noise. It just puts you to sleep. So the Jets back on the clock. 3rd time in 6 picks, I believe,
to close out round 5.
So is this the last pick of round 5, 176?
5, yeah.
Okay. So we're into the 6th round with Minnesota at 177 to start out. Which will only be their 4th pick of the draft, I believe.
Round.
This is an interesting pick here. The Jets have just made it 176, the last of the 5th round. They draft a guy who did not play college football, but instead he played for the Toronto Argonauts of the CFL. They draft Quantez Stiggers, the corner, again, for the Toronto Argonauts, played in the East-West Shrine game this year. So there you go. CFL gets on the board.
That's an interesting pick.
Yeah, Stiggers, he was the rookie of the year in the CFL, if I'm not mistaken, defensive rookie of the year. 5'11", 203. 4.45 speed, 36-inch vertical, 10'8" broad jump, 4.32 short shuttle, and a 703 3-cone, 9.3 RAS, 263 on my board, 266 on Shane's. Goes here at pick 175 or 176. He's going to have some adjustments when it comes to NFL. The way you cover guys in the NFL is the way you cover guys in Canada, right?
That's right.
Yeah, because I don't know. Have you ever tried to watch the CFL?
I have. Yeah, but I will say this, and we'll see. But do you know why Toronto Argonaut quarterbacks are like grizzly bears?
I do not.
Because they go into every fall, they go into hibernation.
You've been sitting there on the drum roll this whole time, and you're just now giving it to us.
I forgot I had those, if I'm being honest.
Jesus. We have reached that point of the program today, folks. Tommy loves the CFL. I know Pigskin Paul does as well. I just can't get into it. All the moving stuff before the
it's
weird.
A very different product than the NFL. Yeah, yeah.
I remember I watched one game a few years ago because Brett Smith, the then quarterback out of Wyoming, was playing up there because I had him as the 4th overall quarterback in his draft class, and I wanted to see it through. And I never got to see it through. So, because he ended up just not being very good. But we're into the 6th round now with the Minnesota Vikings on the clock. And we've gone full morning shock jock radio over here. Is that crickets?
Those are crickets, yeah.
Man, oh man.
Oh,
yeah,
Tommy
says bigger end zone, 1 yard off the line of scrimmage, motion, bigger ball. The Rouge, I don't know what that is. Great game, bigger field. Yep, I like. I'll just stick with my 53 yards wide and 100 yards long, 10-yard end zones. I don't need all that silliness.
So the defense is a yard off the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
That is correct. It's a weird feel. I was a little disappointed. Apparently the new Arena Football League that's starting back, they've been advertising on NFL Network. It's apparently just a Ponzi scheme.
I saw that.
That's sad. I was kind of hoping that would take back off. I enjoyed the Arena League.
Yeah. There was a kicker, and I can't remember his name, but he had one arm, and he was a substitute teacher at my high school. Cannot think of his name now.
Yeah, he says the offensive line and defensive line are 1 yard apart. You're looking up one arm kicker in the Arena Football League, aren't you?
Nick Gatto. Can I tell you why I remember it? It's because
he had one arm.
He would make a kick, and then he would do this thing.
Come on.
And it's like, oh my
gosh. We've jumped the shark.
He did it, not me. Well, I mean, I did it too, but he did it first.
Do you know where the phrase jump the shark came from?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually know that one.
All right.
Yeah. Why don't you tell the folks at home?
Okay. So apparently on this show called Happy Days, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. The Fonz, the main character there, jumped a shark with a motorcycle, I guess. And that was the moment where everybody said the show was over, shut it down, and thus the phrase jump the shark into the lexicon of society.
It's crazy that like that has stuck for so long from just a small little moment. Yeah, I don't know Colombo, but I know my happy days.
There you go. For those fantasy folks, I thought this Danny B. Kelly said Izzy Abanikand's dynasty value died, so Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis's dynasty value could also die. I'm sure that's a funny dynasty fantasy joke that I don't understand. There you go. Kent over at Math Bomb said this is the 5th most athletic 5th round since 1987.
That is interesting. I feel like this year's or this year's NFL draft has just been a very different draft.
Yeah. So the TV is just announcing Quantez Stiggers, the Argonauts cornerback.
There are still a lot of people there for a.
Shout out to the city of Detroit there. They said they broke the attendance record for any draft ever that's been held up to this point.
Yeah, what was it, like 700,000?
Yes, that's some crazy number. I mean, I've never been to Detroit. I can't imagine there's a whole lot going on up there. I mean, there's no Pistons basketball or Red Wings hockey going on right now.
At the Little Caesars Arena?
At the Little Caesars Arena. You're obsessed with Little Caesars pizza.
I think that's the only reason why I know that that's the name of the arena. Minnesota Vikings on the clock here. I'm sorry, their pick is in.
Pick is in. So we're into the 6th round finally. We still don't know the pick, but we are into the 6th round. And where every single person on that ESPN stage will talk about Tom Brady at some point because he was a 6th round pick. Same with NFL Network because they're bored and lazy. But apparently they're making this pick from Stonehenge. It's a bunch of rocks.
Are you on the NFL Network?
I'm on ESPN.
Oh.
Chargers are on the Walter Rouse, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma, transferred from Stanford, is the pick here at pick 177. Right tackle for the Sooners this past year. No, was he the left tackle? He was the left tackle. I'm sorry. Guyton was the right tackle, I believe. I don't know. Yeah, he was the left tackle for Oklahoma this year. Like I said, transfer from Stanford, which they held their pro day this year, Brian. They had one player there.
Stanford?
Yeah. It was a kicker, Joshua Carty, the only player they had at a pro day. What the hell happened to that program?
I mean, where do you want to start? Yeah, I mean, what David Shaw left before the start of the season, right?
He left?
Or was it 22?
I think so.
Oh, it was 22. Yeah.
Rouse was the number 20 offensive tackle on my board. only had a couple others left still available ahead of him. Grable from UCF, Nathan Thomas from Louisiana. Pittsburgh's pick is in. It's defensive lineman Logan Lee from Iowa. I have him listed as an edge. They have him listed as a defensive tackle. So take that for what you will, I guess. I guess trying to look here. Maybe we'll play some 5 tech for them. 281, 6'5", 281 is Logan Lee. 6.18 RAS, 203 on my board, 197 on Shane's. Played at the Shrine, 505 40 at 281, 25 bench press reps, 437 short shuttle, 716 3 cone. Goes here to the Steelers.
Yeah, again, I mean, we've mentioned defensive line. It's just not the it's probably not the pick I would have taken there.
Jeremiah Trotter went to the Eagles in the 5th round, by the way. Tommy, I don't know if you saw that or not. So he was not have been available to the Steelers. Seahawks pick is in as Sateaoa Lauimea, interior offensive lineman from Utah, is the pick at 179. I am very high on him. I think he can back up all 5 offensive line positions. I think he's that versatile. And to get a guy like that this late, I think is outstanding value here for the Seahawks.
What was his wingspan?
Let me get back to you on that.
In the meantime, Stanford over the last 2 seasons, I believe they are 3-9.
Yeah.
So that's what's happened.
Yeah, they're not great. Lauimea's wing span is 80 and 3/4, 32 and 7/8 arms. So like I said, he's probably going to be on the interior, but in a pinch, I think he could go outside. 116 on my board.
Yeah, 44 consecutive starts. 19 at right guard, 25 at right tackle.
He did have some take some tackle reps at the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. He was better inside, I'll say that, in those reps.
And the Patriots pick has been announced as well.
Eagles, by the way, have made tied for the most draft day trades since 1990 with 8 thus far on the clock. Patriots pick is in, and one of the good guys, Marcellus Dial, defensive back, South Carolina, is the pick for the Patriots. And I say defensive back because I think he's probably going to either be a free safety or a nickel. I just don't see him holding up on the outside at the NFL level. He was not very good there at South Carolina, but at 5'11", 190, 4.46 speed, 40.5-inch vertical, 10'9" broad. Like I said, I think his explosion is there, and he'll be good inside. Maybe, like I said, even as a free safety. Chargers just dropped an interesting pick as well. But Dial's 243 on my board and 335 on Shane's.
That is an interesting pick.
What did I say he was at on my board? 243. And at pick 181, the Chargers take Kamani Vidal, the running back from Troy, who was 231 on my board.
But talk about the production of Vidal and what the Chargers are getting there.
Yeah, let me pull up his scouting report that I did on him. I know that I threw in some notes on him. Is Troy running back Kamani Vidal? I actually don't have anything on him. Yeah, great in pass protection. Multiple cut guy. Works as slasher. Dynamic. It's I like him there at 181.
Yeah, they lost Eckler, right? He signed somewhere.
Washington.
Yeah. So the running back depth they may need there. So another Senior Bowler goes off the board. Jaquan Jackson, wide receiver, Tulane, is headed to Tennessee at pick 182.
Yeah, he's one that I really liked. I know I put out multiple tweets on him. Just somebody that just popped during every single practice there in Mobile. I thought this is probably where he would come off the board in those later rounds. But at 5'11", 185, 4'4", 40, 32-inch vertical, 9-foot, 10-inch broad.
The athleticism numbers were down a little bit from what you'd want for a guy that's 5'9", 188.
Yes. Yeah, 16.9 yards per reception last season.
Great route runner.
Lane.
At Senior Bowl, I thought, like you said, did a great job of getting open there. But interesting to see, maybe even interesting to see him go ahead of some of the other similar style wide receivers like Malik Washington, and even to a lesser extent, maybe Taj Washington or Brendan Rice.
Yeah.
Giants pick is in at 183. Feels like they just throwing names out there now, right? Because they're seem to be coming fast.
They are.
Like we were vamping for many picks now, and now we can't keep up anymore. It's wild. All right, the pick is in. All right, I'm going to wait on that. I don't know that guy.
I do not either. Well, he's at the combine.
The pick is in is Darius Musau, linebacker from UCLA, transferred over from Hawaii. Goes here at pick 183 to the Giants.
Yeah, Lance Zierlein mentions in his scouting report on NFL.com, durable, productive as a tackler, fantastic play recognition, stout, powerful, but has a hard time shedding blocks, and will at times overplay the ball and put himself into a bad position.
Yeah, I like other linebackers for sure more than Musau here. There's a pair of Florida State guys I like, Bethune and Deloach. Your guy, Nathaniel Watson, still available. Curtis Jacobs from Penn State. All guys I thought probably could have gone ahead here of Musau. But like I said, at this point, you're just getting your guys.
Yeah.
So you don't have to fight for them to sign as priority free agents. That's essentially almost what you're adding right now is guys you don't want to fight PFAs for.
Yeah, we were talking about Jaquan Jackson. One name you mentioned has just come off the board at 184 to the Dolphins.
Who's that?
Malik Washington, wide receiver out of Virginia.
So there you go. Malik Washington off the board finally. Feels like we've been talking about him for a long time now.
and the Dolphins get a great slot, high productive receiver here who is 89 on my board. One of the final guys left in my top 100 that I'm still waiting to hear. 121 on Shane's, but 4.47 speed at 5'8", 192, 8.57 RAS, had a 42.5-inch vertical with a 10'6" broad, 6.87 in the 3-cone, 4.26 short shuttle. Like I said, 5'8", probably the death knell here for him, but the production, he had the production at Northwestern, then had the production at Virginia, had 110 catches this year for 1,426 yards and 9 touchdowns, was a Biletnikoff finalist this year. I didn't vote for him, but he was a Biletnikoff finalist. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fit. I think putting him into that offense is going to give Mike McDaniel something to work with, and I think McDaniel will be able to find a position there that'll work for him and be able to get the best out of him.
He was the best available wide receiver left on my board. Miami's taking Chop Robinson, Patrick Paul, Jalen Wright, Muhammad Kamara, and Malik Washington with their 5 picks thus far in the NFL draft. Philadelphia is on the clock. Pick is in. We wait to hear that. And we may wait a little while.
Are they going to commercial?
Yeah. So best available players on my board right now, only 3 left for my top 100. DJ James from Auburn, the corner, still available. Christian Mahogany, we've talked about him several times. The guard from Boston College. Pair of Florida State guys still on the board, Johnny Wilson and Jaheim Bell. Then we have Gabriel Murphy, the edge from UCLA, Makai Wingo, the defensive lineman from LSU, Brendan Rice, wide receiver, Southern Cal, Tylen Grable, UCF, defensive line from Miami, Leonard Taylor III. Tanner Bordolini's been drafted. I can delete him off. Cedric Johnson, the edge rusher from Ole Miss, and Dylan Lobby, the running back from New Hampshire.
Another name that we might hear soon would be Michael Pratt, quarterback out of Tulane. You'd think that
he would seemingly be the next quarterback up, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Unless you're just gonna go for one
Bazooka Joe.
Yeah,
there, who we're still waiting on him too as well. So,
well, and I know a guy who thinks that he's the next great quarterback. And this
is he a former NFL scout?
Allegedly, yeah, that was debunked recently. But yes,
Johnny Wilson off the board.
Ooh.
Philadelphia, they list him as a wide receiver.
I thought that was the more natural fit for him.
Yeah.
I made some comparisons to Tampa Bay wide receiver from Texas A&M.
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans, thank you. Thought if I go slow enough, you'd throw it out there. Just in terms of the size and everybody wanting him to convert to tight end. But I do think that wide receiver is probably his more natural spot.
What number pick was that?
That was 185. And 186 is the Atlanta Falcons. That has been announced as well.
All right. Well, let me go through with Johnny Wilson right quick. I think he's a big slot. That's kind of where I think his best role might be at the NFL level. Ran a 4.5 240 at 6'6", 231. I mean, that's big. That's a big ass wide receiver.
Yeah.
With a 37-inch vertical and 10'8" broad jump. Well, who was that Falcons pick?
Jace McClellan, running back out of Bama.
Very interesting that he goes before some of these other running backs. I think his best football is ahead of him than what we've seen so far.
And the Falcons are back on the clock at 187 with back-to-back picks, and that has been announced as well.
Okay. So back-to-back. So they had 186 and 187?
They did.
Give me just a second before you announce that pick. No testing, by the way, for McClellan due to injury. But he's got some breakaway speed that you could see on tape. So not bad there. Just some other running backs I thought might go a little bit higher than him. Casey Washington, wide receiver, Illinois, is the next pick here for Atlanta. I'm number 45 receiver in this class. So I'm a little bit lower on him, especially with some of these other guys still on the board. You have any thoughts on Casey Washington?
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned it, I don't think he was the best player available at that position. 6'2", 200.
Yeah. Good size. 6 foot 197, 4.47 speed, 39.5-inch vertical, 10'7" broad jump. Had a RAS of 932. Shane had him rated as 388 on his board. I did not have him on my top 300, obviously. But Casey Washington goes here to Atlanta at pick 187 after they picked Jace McClellan at pick 186.
Yeah. By the way, Casey Washington, 2.6% drop rate in 2023, according to True Media.
There's that.
And now the Texans are back-to-back.
Funny how that keeps working out. Yeah. Philadelphia has traded at 189 or 190, it looks like. Houston's coming up. Or I'm sorry, Detroit is coming up at 190, where Philadelphia is. Philadelphia wanted the record, obviously. Somebody got to Howie Roseman's ear.
It looks like it might be the Texans, actually.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that would have been much more fun. If it had been somebody told Howie Roseman that he was one off from the draft day trade record. He's like, I'm doing it.
Well, Aaron Wilson is announcing that it's the Texans. He's pretty dialed in there. I'm going to assume that's the case.
It is correct. The other guy I can't read his stuff because he doesn't know what the space bar is, apparently. But I mean, he's Aaron Will. Okay, never mind. I see that is Aaron Wilson. But apparently, Mr. Wilson, if you're listening to this for any reason at all, space bar is your friend. You can hit that little button and drop this stuff down. It doesn't all have to be clumped together. You can make it readable. So it looks like they're giving up a 7 and a 6. I think that's what that reads anyway. And the Texans pick is in, and then Detroit, I guess, is coming up to 189, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, they swapped 6-round picks.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're supposed to read that. But at 188, he also has the Texans pick there.
Go ahead with that.
Jamal Hill, linebacker, out of Oregon.
Okay. So Jamal Hill is the pick at 188. So they're listing him as a linebacker. We have him as a safety on our board. Actually did not play in an all-star game. 4.41. That's odd, right?
Mm-hmm.
4.41 speed, 6.16 RAS, number 460 on Shane's board. Of all the safeties in this class, I did not rank him. So there you go. I'm sure he's a fine player and an upstanding citizen.
Yeah, it doesn't look like CBS Sports has much on him either, for what it's worth.
So there you go. There's that pick. Sure, why not? So what are the Lions coming up here to fetch?
I mean, interior offensive line is a position of need. You wonder if Bo Limmer might be a target there. Maybe wide receiver. We've seen a run wide receivers. They could probably use one. So you wonder if maybe they decided to move up there with those guys coming off the board at the rate at which they have.
Yep. So as we wait on the Lions pick, and it is Mekhi Wingo. What a value here for the Lions at pick 189 to get Mekhi Wingo. Well, I'm really surprised that he's still available here this far down. And you got to know that if Dan Campbell and those guys are even drafting this guy, they think he can get after it, right? On that interior defensive line at 6 foot, 284, 4.85 speed, 8.74 RAS, 108 on Shane's board, 113 on mine, going 189 to the Lions.
That is an interesting move there.
Yeah. They drafted any other
defensive lineman?
Yeah. Let's see.
No.
Yeah. And I knew that, heard that was a position they could target. So they signed DJ Reader as a free agent. They've got Aleem McNeil already, Levi Onwuzurike, and Tyson. That dude's still playing. Tyson Alu is still playing. Holy cow. I did not know that. And that's their third round pick last year, Broderick Martin, also there. So good pick for the Lions. I mean, I got to think somebody's on the way out. If he shows anything at all in training camp. But that's good, and here's another thing. When you get these late round, I don't want to call them lottery tickets, but that could be kind of what you got here with Mekhi Wingo, is if this guy shows up to training camp and just goes ape, well, now all of a sudden you got a trade chip with one of these other guys that you can probably better the draft pick in 25 that you just got. Can you hear that?
I heard something.
Okay.
Did they fall through your ceiling?
No, not yet. The AC's in. It's not in the ceiling unless they're doing stuff with the ducks. But now they're
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
What the hell happened?
I don't know. You went blank for a little bit.
Dylan McMahon, center, NC State's the pick for the Eagles. I'm sorry about that, everybody. I do not know what happened. Like, do these guys cut my cable line?
Well, see, that's when you have to decide. Do you want cable or do you want AC?
It's tough.
Yeah, it
a
is.
tough choice. I did not have McMahon ranked in my top 300, but Shane 135 on his board. So great athlete, 9.8 RAS here for Dylan McMahon, 6'3", 299. As a center prospect, 25 reps on the bench, 5.1 in the 40. Good depth piece here potentially for the Eagles.
Yeah, 4-year starter, experience at both guard positions as well as center, like you mentioned. Quick out of his stance, good moving feet, engages really well, but lacks the length, which is probably why he's going to be inside, probably at center.
Yep. Arif Hassan tweets out the top available players. Only one top consensus player inside the top 100 is left, and that is Christian Mahogany.
Yeah, at 93.
Yep. So Cardinals picking again. Here at pick 191.
Yeah, the picks, by the way, outside of the top 100 in the consensus board are Brendan Rice at 106, Gabriel Murphy at 111, DJ James 113, and Leonard Taylor at 117.
So here's a note from Adam Schefter. We can now call the Browns-Texans trade is now complete. Cleveland received Deshaun Watson and a 2024 sixth-round pick that was included in the Jerry Jeudy trade, where the Texans received a 2022 first, which became Kenyon Green, the guard. Fourth-round pick in 22, Damian Pierce, running back, who's now their RB2. 2023 first, which became Will Anderson. 2023 third, which became Tank Dell. 2024 first, which they traded with Minnesota, which became a 2024 second, which was Kamari Lassiter. And sixth-round pick, Jamal Hill. Then a 2024 fourth that became Caden Bullock. So there you go. Tajuan Palmer, wide receiver, UAB, off the board to Arizona at pick 191.
That is interesting. Yeah, I'm still waiting on that one to come through.
Yeah, it just came through on the TV. So Palmer is a 5'9", 177-pound receiver, 60-year player. Short arms, 28 3/4-inch arms, 69.5-inch wingspan, 4.45 speed. He's a great athlete, though. 4.45 speed with a 1.54 split. Did 19 reps with a 35-inch vertical, 10-foot 2 broad jump. It's a 9.58 RAS, but did not get ranked in 500 prospects by Shane, nor did he get ranked on my board of 300.
Interesting. Yeah. I do want to go back to the Lions because I feel like they've just been destroying it. Going back to look at their picks, Terrion Arnold in the first, Ennis Rakestraw Jr. in the second, Giovanni Manu in the fourth. I don't love that pick, but I understand why they made it. Sion Vaki in the fourth, and then Mekhi Wingo just now in the 6th. Overall, I mean, God, that's got to be a high grade, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Number 43 on my wide receiver board is Palmer from UAB. So he would have been just outside probably. I think the last receiver I had on my board was the 39th one, Drake Stoops from Oklahoma. And beyond that, and basically, I'm going to be honest, that's just a personal thing. I like Drake Stoops. He's not an athlete at all. But
yeah, Palmer not in the top 300 on the consensus board either.
Yeah, so got called up to the shrine from the Hula Bowl. I actually see how the Hula Bowl ends up making out here. I thought this was one of their better rosters they've ever put together. Oh boy. The New England Patriots pick is in at pick 193, and it's Bazooka Joe. Joe Milton, quarterback from Tennessee, is headed to Boston.
Well, and shortly before that, too, I don't know if we announced it. Did you announce DJ James?
I did not. Who the hell drafted him?
At 192 to the Seahawks.
Oh,
right before the Patriots.
Why didn't you stop me?
Sorry. I thought you were doing really well.
I appreciate that. Seahawks one day. I'll come back to him then. But we've got to talk right now about Joe Milton. Joe Milton is everything that will get coaches and general managers fired. At 193, it's very low risk, right? 6'5", 235. He could throw the ball 100 yards. But he could also short hop a running back on a flare route. So
as we saw at the Senior Bowl.
What is that Patriots depth chart looking like here?
Well, it's obviously going to start with Drake May. You wonder what this means for Bailey Zappi.
New staff, right? Maybe they're not loyal to Bailey Zappi.
And Jacoby Brissett. So I think between Brissett and Zappi, one of those guys are probably on their way out.
So you mentioned in passing there, the Steelers pick is in. I'm way behind now because the Bengals pick is also in. DJ James going to Seattle. Obviously, I'm very high on him. Was 80th on my board. Local kid to Mobile. I thought his ball skills were great, but people are going to remember the Auburn game or the Alabama game, and that did not end well for him at all. He got picked on in that game. Why is DJ James not on? Anyway, the Bengals pick is in at 194, and it is Arizona tight end Tanner McLaughlin. So the Bengals double up at the tight end position with Eric All and now McLaughlin. He's a guy that kind of started jumping out to me later in the process. Is he somebody that stood out to you at all?
No, he is not. Yeah, I thought there were better tight ends on the board. I know that we're both probably a fan of Dallin Holker.
I'm actually higher on McLaughlin than I am Holker. I actually had McLaughlin higher on my board than Eric All, the other tight end the Bengals drafted. I think he's a solid, really good player. I'm just trying to figure out why DJ James disappeared from my list. But anyway,
the Steelers have announced their pick as well.
The Steelers have taken Texas defensive back Ryan Watts. So we have him listed as safety, but he was announced as a corner here. Watts is 6 foot, a little under 6'3", 208, 4.53 speed, 9.09 RAS, 40.5-inch vertical. So he's got good 34.5-inch arms, great length. So the Steelers obviously going to try to make a corner out of him to start here. I'll be interested to see if that's where he does truly end up.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a ton of depth and talent there at cornerback, so you wonder that he's probably going to be, I don't think that they really got much out of him there, but I thought that they would have used an earlier pick on it, but I guess they feel pretty confident about their corners. But you mentioned the length on Ryan Watts. He's flexible, really good awareness. The speed is probably more of a concern there.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, as well as just his athletic ability to change direction and move laterally.
Okay, I see why I'm losing DJ James. I put the wrong number in as his pick number. I was like, I see him listed when I look somewhere else, but it's that he vanishes. But I had him at pick 182, not 192. Rams pick is in at 196 of the 6th round. But yeah, going back to the Bengals with McLaughlin, they double dipped here. They've got Mike Gesicki on the roster. They re-signed Drew Sample. I don't know what this now means for some of the other, or who they have on the depth chart at tight end. Tanner Hudson, probably he's competing now with McLaughlin, I would say, to probably be that tight end 3, tight end 4.
Yeah.
But I wonder if Gesicki's going to get more slot reps as well. Maybe is like a big slot, depending on how they move stuff around, everything. It's good problems to have, I guess.
What does Drew Sample's contract look like?
I want to say they extended him for 2 years, like maybe a $6 million, something like that. He's their blocker.
Yeah.
He's their blocking tight end. Keep an eye on that Rams pick.
Okay. Yeah, the pick is in for the Rams at 196, just waiting on it to be announced. Possible fits here are probably cornerback, Dwight McGlothern, Miles Harden, Daquan Hardy. All possibilities here. Yeah, it looks like we're in a commercial now, so it's probably going to be a minute here before we get a pick. So the Rams pick is in. Falcons are now on the clock as well. Coming up after that will be the Dolphins, Saints, Panthers, Colts. Some of the best available, according to Mel Kiper, Christian Mahogany, Brendan Rice, Bo Bray, the safety out of Maryland, Michael Pratt, Kamal Hayden, cornerback out of Tennessee.
Well, the good news is I have air conditioning again.
Hey, there you go.
So that's good. So I had to take it. The Rams pick still hadn't come across yet, huh?
It has not. ESPN went to commercial, so I imagine NFL Network did as well. They just came back from it, so we might get it here in a second.
If you need to take a break at any time, by all means. I
No,
just assume you don't have the bag
committed
strapped
to
to
it,
your
Brian.
leg, do you?
No, I'm I'm committed to it now.
I heard that.
Actually, you know what? I am going to take a break. It is getting
All right.
warm.
Yep. There you go. So still waiting on that Rams pick. But apparently just came through and I wasn't paying attention. So Falcons pick is in at 197. I'm still waiting on the Rams. Or there's the Rams pick. And they're taking Tyler Davis, the interior defensive lineman from Clemson. I am not just because he played at Clemson. I am not a fan of his game at all. 213 on my board. Just an underwhelming player. Never really lived. Another one from Clemson that never really lived up to that high hype coming out of high school. But goes to the Rams at pick 196. And then at 197, the Falcons come back with another defensive tackle, Georgia's Zion Logue, heading to Atlanta. So not a whole lot in moving expenses there for the Falcons to take Zion Logue, the big defensive tackle from Georgia, 6'5", 314. Did you get all that?
I did not.
Defensive tackles back-to-back there, Rams and Falcons. Rams go Tyler Davis, Clemson. Atlanta goes Zion Logue, Georgia.
Dolphins have also announced their pick.
Let me cross these guys off really quick.
I like Tyler Davis there in the 6th. That's good value.
Yeah, I mean, right about here is about where he should have gone, I guess.
He was another one that we mentioned. Earlier we mentioned guys that like Anais Smith and Eichenberg that just really didn't have a great season.
Still surprising that they've gone ahead of guys like Leonard Taylor, who's still on the board. The last pick to come through, the Dolphins took Patrick McMorris, safety from Cal, who I liked a lot better when he was a safety at San Diego State. Seemed to not get better when he moved up to the competition level.
Which isn't great.
No. But he goes at pick 198 to the Dolphins. Is this the Tom Brady pick, 199?
This is.
So the Saints have that pick, and it is in.
When I put this out on Twitter, the last time that the Patriots selected a quarterback in the 190s, he turned out to be a Hall of Famer. Not this time.
Not yet. No, we don't know.
We know.
We do know. We know. Saints go back to Northern Iowa. Trevor Penning hasn't been what we thought he would be as a first-round pick, but they take another defensive tackle. This time it's big Christian Boyd. The nose from Northern Iowa goes 199 to the Saints. This guy is strong, country strong, if you will. Going here for New Orleans. 38 bench press reps, 225 at his pro day. Boyd 6'2", 320. Like I said, he's a nose here for New Orleans. So the RAS is kind of not really important for a nose tackle, but it's 4.6. 160 on my board, 202 on Shane's. Going here to the Saints at pick
199. And now the Carolina Panthers are on the clock at 200. Could probably use an edge, cornerback, maybe even another tight end. So it'll be interesting to see where they go with this pick. As far as edge, Gabriel Murphy out of UCLA is on the board still. As the pick is in there, just waiting on it to be announced as well.
So pick 200 we're waiting on here as New Orleans takes Christian Boyd at pick 199.
Let's go back to Joe Milton for a second. Do you think he eventually turns to tight end? Or what do you think he does there? I mean, do you think that he lasts at quarterback?
Joe Milton's going to be one of those guys that if there's a spring league,
he's in it
in like 3 years. He's going to be playing in it.
NFLer. Yeah.
I think so. That seems to be. I don't think he's going to. I just don't think he has the tools to make it as an NFL quarterback.
No.
Other than a humongous arm.
I think that's the only thing that you can fall in love with him on.
I mean, we've seen guys like that's literally their only tool in the shed, and it just doesn't work out. I was at Kyle Bowler back in the day. Jamarcus Russell was another one. I mean, granted, those guys were all first-round picks. Joe Milton here, like I said, there's very low risk involved here in the 6th round. Because the odds are against you for whoever you select here having any impact on your team.
Yeah. Well, I think the big difference between Joe Milton and the quarterbacks that you mentioned is just the accuracy. I mean, at least these other guys could get it to their target. So the Panthers pick is in.
Do you think Bryce Young makes a jump in year 2?
For his sake, you would hope that he does. I think so. I think the head coach was the issue there, and Frank Reich, coming in, bringing in Dave Canales. I think he's going to get a little more out of him, and
you have to hope that the way that Canales kind of turned around Baker Mayfield last year, that's what you're getting with Bryce Young. They added Xavier Legette to him, to their team. They signed, didn't they sign Ridley? Or was that Tennessee? That was Tennessee that signed Ridley. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they signed Deontay Johnson from Pittsburgh.
Yes. Well, that was in a trade.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Signed David Moore.
Yeah.
So we are still waiting.
They're doing a presentation on stage. That may be the holdup there.
Yeah, that usually doesn't stop the beat writers or somebody from going off on this.
There we go. We got the Panthers in.
Okay. Who is the pick?
Jaden Crumedy, defensive lineman out of Mississippi State.
Yeah. So we're getting a run on the interior defensive line here in the 6th round, where you would expect guys for depth and such of that nature. This is where you start taking these guys off the board. Crumedy played at the Senior Bowl this year. Not a whole lot of what I would call standout while he was down here, but solid production in the SEC, along with his teammate Nathan Pickering, who I think is probably going to end up as a PFA for somebody. But almost 6'4", 301, 33-inch arms, ran a 4.97 and 40 in the 40 at 301. The rest of his testing was kind of mundane, but only 14 bench press reps. 7.55 RAS, 197 on my board, 171 on Shane's.
Yeah, I mean, I like that pick. Like you mentioned, 6'5".
It's just kind of wild. We're seeing some of these defensive tackles go off the board, and like I said, guys that we thought may go already still there. Leonard Taylor III. I mean, this has got to be maturity, attitude, something. I don't know. Something's amiss there. Gabe Hall, I think he kind of maybe got blowed up a little bit from the Senior Bowl, where he basically was a one-trick pony, but that one trick was very good, enough to get him a lot of attention. Marcus Harris, I thought, was also good at the Senior Bowl from Auburn. Keith Randolph was solid down there as well. And then you got Justin Rogers from Auburn's another nose tackle that I think we could see go at some point.
Colts pick is announced as well.
Yes. And this one is going to go another guy I'm not going to have. This is interesting because of who they took here at 201, but for the fact that not only did they not draft a green Raz guy, this guy's in the red. The Colts have drafted cornerback Micah Abraham from Marshall, 6th-year player, 5'9", 185. So we're looking him inside 8-inch hands, 30 and 3/4-inch arms, 4.43 speed, but the rest of his testing profile is not great. 3.7 RAS. So Shane does not have him in his top 500. I did not have him in my top 300. So very interesting here. The Colts go way off the reservation with this pick.
Did you get the Packers pick as well?
Did not.
That's come through also.
Packers pick is in, and he was a guy that came in late to the Senior Bowl. Travis Glover, offensive tackle from Georgia State, is the pick at 202 for Green Bay. He was my number 24 offensive tackle. I thought he was he held his own once he got down here. He's a big guy at 6'6", 338. Doesn't move all that well. 5.31 in the 40, 1.81 10 shuttle. Explosion scores not great. Shuttle times definitely not great. 4.48 here, but I did have him at 215 on my board. Shane come in at 325. Just a football player, not an athlete.
Yeah, 57 starts. CBS Sports actually had him rated just about 70 as a role player. it's I think they were pretty accurate there.
Shane says Colts go red, Raz. The apocalypse is coming. I got to tell you don't need to give some people any motivation to say the apocalypse is coming, Shane. Any little thing will set some of these people off.
I have my go bag by the door. I'm ready.
If I didn't know for a fact you lived in an apartment, I'd say you probably had a bomb shelter somewhere.
Do I put off that vibe? Yeah.
The first kicker is off the board. At pick 203, it is Will Reichard from Alabama, the NCAA record holder for career points.
I had a feeling he might be the first one to come off the board there. It's interesting that Minnesota's going to take him.
So who is he competing with now? Because if you're drafting a kicker, they're almost certainly
John Parker Romo. They picked up in
as a straight free agent from the he was in the UFL, right? Or the USFL or one of them leagues, I think.
Yeah. I mean, last time he was waived by Detroit, and then Chicago picked him up for their practice squad.
Maybe not then. But he's got 3 names. I mean, that's you can't have a guy like that. Serial killer type stuff.
That's right.
So Will Reichard is the pick at 203.
Yeah, you mentioned it. NCAA's career points leader with 547. Alabama's record holder for field goals, 50-plus yard field goals, and PATs. Converted 80% of his field goal attempts beyond 40 yards in 23, and only 2 missed extra point attempts in 5 years.
Brad said he's feeling pretty good that he said he would get called, that he would get drafted. Shane, on the other hand, our kicker expert, thought that a couple other kickers would go ahead of him. The Texans pick is in. I'm still waiting on Buffalo's.
Yeah, I don't know why that came in beforehand.
But before we get to the Texans pick, is Dameon Pierce in trouble?
Well, we talked about it. Somebody is.
Yep. Shane said Will Reichard's his number 4 kicker in the class, but he's the number 1 off the board here. I'll never understand how we get picks ahead of the pick that's come out.
My guess is somebody in Houston leaked who they were taking, and he put it out there.
Right. I will say this, compared to years past, ESPN actually seems to be talking about a lot of the picks, a lot more, and showing highlight packages of a lot of the players that get drafted much more so than they have in past years. So good on them for servicing the fans.
Matt Miller's really stepped up the coverage.
Tylen Grable, the offensive tackle from UCF, is the pick to Buffalo, and he was, I believe, my highest ranked offensive tackle left on the board. He's runs really fast for a big guy. Transferred from Jacksonville State over to UCF. I think he played at the Shrine. Yes, 985 on the RAS for Tylen Grable at picks 204 in Buffalo. Like I said, 117 on my board, 211 on Shane's. I was much higher than Shane was on this pick. And reason we said is Damian Pierce in trouble. Houston has drafted Jawar Jordan, the running back from Louisville, at pick 205. So because they drafted another running back like already, right?
Houston?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
I thought they did. No, you're right. Okay. So Jordan's going to come in and compete with Dare. Well, no, he's a special teams guy. He's probably locked in. Or Ogunbowale. So we'll see how Jordan, if he can make that roster. But he's 199 on my board, 259 on Shane's. Like I said, the much more productive player of the Louisville duo. He's just not near the athlete that Isaac Garendo was.
Yeah. I mean, he was kind of the forgotten child there. But interesting to see him come off the board where he did. Just real quickly, though, on Tylen Grable, I just want to point out no relation to Betty Grable, the 1930s and 1940s pinup model.
I do appreciate you researching that for us. As a person who is married to a woman who is loves the pinup and lifestyle and that time period, I am very familiar with the work of Miss Betty Grable.
What was she in? Was she in the Adam Sandler Thanksgiving song? Is that when you mentioned Betty Grable? Is that where I got it from?
Yes, that is. I do believe that is correct. There you go. Tylen Grable was the highest ranked offensive tackle on my board. That spot now falls to Nathan Thomas from Louisiana as the best available offensive tackle on my board. Christian Mahogany sits alone at this point, I believe, as the only player remaining on my top 100 board. Jaheim Bell, 101 on my board. Gabriel Murphy, then Brendan Rice, Leonard Taylor the third, Cedric Johnson, Dylan Labe, Nelson Caesar, Gabe Hall, Michael Pratt are the next guys that we're waiting on. Did I miss 205?
No, Jawar Jordan.
Jawar Jordan was 205. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're waiting on the Browns pick here at 206.
We got it. It's my guy.
Nathaniel Watson. There you go. Linebacker, Mississippi State. I will give you the floor, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, a guy who at Mississippi State just has all sorts of production there. We saw earlier Tyrese Knight come off the board from UTEP. Probably similar players there in terms of production. 2023 Butkus Award finalist. 2023 second team All-American. 2023 All-SEC first team. Reads the quarterback really well. Tracks laterally very well. Fluid hip movement. Finds the ball really well and attacks it. But really needs to improve his use of hands. Would like to see him be more consistent in terms of his patience at attacking the ball. But really somebody that, I'm shocked to see him fall down to the 6th round. But I think that they're, he's going to be somebody that, will stick around for a little bit.
So the Browns don't tend to value the off-ball linebacker position, but I think he can make their roster, especially as a special teams guy early on. Seahawks pick is in. I'll get it in just a second. But Watson, 6'2", 233, a heat-seeking missile out there on the field. He's a fun player to watch. Seahawks at 207 go D2, I believe. Finley and Michael Jarrell, the offensive tackle, is the pick. At pick 207. Do you have any breakdowns of Michael Jarrell, the offensive tackle from Finley?
Yeah, Finley is a school.
Is it in Ohio? I feel like it's in Ohio.
University of Findlay. Yep. Is that it?
Yep.
Yeah, in Findlay, Ohio.
How about that?
In case you're wondering, their graduation rate is 66%, acceptance rate 86%, average cost after financial aid $23,000.
There you go. Michael Jarrell, their offensive tackle that was just selected by the Seahawks, is 6'4", 309 pounds, 33 3/4 inch arms, ran a 40 and 4.94 with a 1.69-10 split. 32.5-inch vertical with an 8'7" broad, 9.27 on the RAS. Shane's 337th player on his board, and he came in at number 41 on my offensive tackle board. Played at the Hula Bowl.
Michael Jarrell?
Yes.
Yeah, he was 472 on the consensus big board.
The Raiders pick is in at pick 208. It is Dylan Lobby, the running back from New Hampshire, goes to Las Vegas. The top running back comes off the board that was left.
That's an interesting fit. Obviously, they just lost Josh Jacobs. But they have Zamir White and Amir Abdullah.
Well, Lobby gives you a third down back, right? And sure, and against Central Michigan this year, he had 290 receiving yards.
Yeah, he can catch the ball out of the backfield too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's his main calling card. 9.21 RAS, 136 on my board, 142 on Shane's, 4.54 speed at 5'9", just under 5'10", 193. 37-inch vertical with a 9'10" broad jump, 6'8", 4.3 cone, 402. I almost wonder if maybe he takes some slot receiver reps in Las Vegas there. I know he did some of that work at the Senior Bowl in practice.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's something that the Raiders are interested in. He, again, was the top running back on the board left. That now falls on my board to Dylan Johnson, the running back from Washington. The second kicker has come off the board. The Shane's kicker one, Joshua Carty from Stanford. The only Stanford player at their pro day.
That's why it pays to have a pro day.
That was the Rams, right?
Yes. At 209.
Yeah. Lions pick is in at 210.
I mean, given how the Lions have drafted, I would assume that it might be one of these top guys available.
Bubba said the Rams did need a kicker, and they have 4 picks in this round. So, sure, why not? Tanner Brown is currently listed as their place kicker. Have we reached Senior Bowl hoodie point of the day?
Ooh, and it is a top player available.
Is it Mahogany?
It is.
Christian Mahogany. Finally, my top 100 is cleared. And I want to hear how it comes out in the wash, why he fell all the way to pick 210. Because the story's going to come out. But he's number 87 on my board and had a 9.65. I mean, so he's a great athlete too. It just something has to be some sort of injury thing that we don't know about. And or what? Blues said Brad Holmes killed this draft. Yeah, the Lions have done a great job with this. Again, 87 on my board, 101 on Shane's. And the top-rated interior offensive lineman now gone. That the next man up on that list is Javion Cohen from Miami for me. But let's look at the Lions draft here and just kind of analyze what they've done so far. Moving around the board, they've taken 6 players. Terrion Arnold and Enos Rakestraw, that was their biggest weakness coming in, right, was corner, and they attacked it and got 2 great players there. Then they trade up and get the project offensive tackle, Giovanni Manu, native Tongan by way of British Columbia, Canada. Then they take the Swiss Army knife player in Sione Vaki. Then they get Makai Wingo and Christian Mahogany, 2 guys that fell way beyond where they should have gone. So great job of, like I said, Brad Holmes and that Lions staff making their way around and getting all those players. Kamal Haddon, the corner from Tennessee, just went somewhere.
Kansas City. At 211.
Yeah, 211. So 6th round, 211. Kamal Haddon, the corner from Tennessee, going to Kansas City. 6'1", 196, 7.31 RAS, 283 on Shane's board, 4.59 speed there.
Yeah, real quick on Christian Mahogany, he did miss 2022 after he tore his ACL in a basketball game. So you wonder if maybe there were some effects,
lingering effects.
Yeah. My guess is that it'll come out. Rappaport or somebody will probably have that.
I'm quite sure you're correct. Yeah, like you said, that tends to always be, and see, that's what kind of sucks for guys like us, who are the quote unquote amateur game here. We don't get this information. We don't know this stuff, ahead of time. Like NFL teams obviously do. So unless it's something like an injury on the field or whatever, or something like that, you're not really going to know.
I just noticed that. Is that Joe Milton in the background of the broadcast? Yeah.
Yesterday we had Bo Nix there because Brad thought Bo Nix would be a day 2 pick. So he had him as but we was right on with this one. Joe Milton is a day 3 guy.
Got another kicker.
This one going to Jacksonville. Who is it?
Cam Little out of Arkansas.
Yeah. Probably could have guessed that one if I had to, as he was the next kicker up. So, yeah, 3 kickers now here in the 6th round. What's up with that, Brian?
Well, I mean, you got to kick the ball. With Cam Little, 94.4% of field goal attempts inside 40 yards over the last 3 years. More consistent from 40-plus yards in his final year on campus, and has not missed an extra point in 3 years. So last season, he was 20 for 24 in field goal attempts.
So there you go. Hard-hitting kicker analysis from the Draft Countdown Day 3 draft show. Rams pick is in at 213.
The Bengals are on the clock. Where do you think they're going?
Let's see. They've doubled up on tight end today. They haven't taken a running back yet.
They have not.
I'm looking on the board, and I don't know if one screams out here to me. Would they? I don't know that they double up at receiver. They've already taken 2 tight ends. Have they gone interior offensive line yet?
No.
So Bo Limmer sticks out to me, as does Matthew Lee as a potential Bengals fit. I don't know if they've gone edge either.
No, they've taken Chris Jenkins and McKinley Jackson.
Yeah, those are interior guys. So Gabriel Murphy would be intriguing for me at this spot. I don't think they've drafted a linebacker either. But I'm not sure that's the play. I don't know if safety is a play here. I don't think quarterback would be in play. So I think we could rule that one out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there is a safety on the board. Is there?
It depends on how they like Bo Braid from Maryland. Maybe he's the top one I have left. Tyler Owens is intriguing. I wish he could have finished his testing because he was killing it at the combine, and then he got hurt before he could finish the rest of it. So he would be a traitsy guy if they went in that direction.
Well, I guess the Bengals aren't going to go for Joe Milton III as a replacement for Joe Burrow.
The first? No, I don't think so.
With the
I think we can rule that out.
I guess so.
They also have a very cheap quality backup already, so no need to go there. And the UFL season's almost over already, so they can always bring AJ McCarron back in if need be.
Did it just start?
I don't know. It's like they're like 4 or 5 games in, maybe.
Are they?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been watching. It's been great. I love the product. Thanks, Mr. The Rock.
I don't believe you. I haven't watched a single game, but I've been betting it every week. and hitting at an 80% clip.
Yeah.
without even watching the product.
I just drive around Houston yelling out, "Drill, baby, drill." It's a Roughneck slogan.
Assumed. I really kind of wish I could get interested in watching it because the NFL needs leagues like that to succeed. but I just can't.
The Rock has enough money that I would love to see him throw plenty of money towards, 3 or 4 top level quarterbacks to try to get him over there. Because I think that's really what they're missing.
I think so, but they're not going to do that because then that's what the USFL did back in the 80s, and that kind of got them in trouble. Well, that's not the only thing. Everybody should go watch that 30 for 30 on it's called Small Potatoes, the story of the USFL. And it was really, really interesting. And also read what was the guy's name? I have the book. Yeah, here it is. Jeff Pearlman's book here, Football for a Buck. Really, really good read there. Everybody, for those of you who like reading books, that's a good one on the USFL.
I recommend The Essential Smart Football by Chris B. Brown.
I had that book at one time. I don't know if I still have it or not. But I have read that book, sir.
Have you? I have not, if I'm being honest.
Gav said, I think it's kind of dumb trying to start another alternate league playing the same sport. Like, I like football, but you have the NFL and college already. We don't need more. We need an off season.
Not wrong, but when you don't have anything going at the same time. The Rams have made their pick.
Finally. Who is the pick?
Jordan Whittington, wide receiver out of Texas.
Okay. So he's an interesting story. He was supposed to play at the Senior Bowl, but got hurt before he could. And he's just going to be a special teams dynamo. Gunner is going to be where he's going to make his money at the next level. 233 on my board, 262 on Shane's.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned it, a lot of these guys, again, are special teamers, and that's, with the new rules, that's really where they're going.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much contribution he's going to have as a wide receiver for the Rams. Bengals pick is in. Maybe one of these handy guys has tipped this pick. Apparently not. We're going to find out on the screen. Let's see. The Bengals at pick 214 of the 6th round take.
Ooh. We did not say him.
I did not, but I did mention Edge and Cedric Johnson from Ole Miss, a local Mobilian here, played at Davidson High School, the alma mater of my life in high school. He is solid, I would say. He can get after it a little bit as a pass rusher. Maybe not the best one left on the board, but I can see the intrigue here, and maybe a little surprised they didn't attack this position earlier in the draft with the sudden displeasure that Trey Hendrickson is having. But great athlete, 9.28 on the RAS, was 135 on my board, 106 on Shane's, 80 on Pigskin Paul's board. So he was really high on him. 4.63 speed. It's like I said, 6'3", 260, 25 bench press reps, 38 on the vertical, 10'2" broad jump.
Yeah, 73.43 is their rating on CBS Sports as a part-time contributor there.
Yeah. Jarrett Kingston, the interior offensive lineman from Southern Cal, comes off at pick 215 to the 49ers. He is another good athlete. Played at the Hula Bowl with a 9.93 RAS, 174 on Shane's board, 253 on mine. 6'4", 306, 32-inch arms, 502 in the 40, 173 in the 10. Had a 31.5-inch vertical with a 9'4" broad jump, 447 in the short shuttle. Can't say I was overly impressed with the offensive line from Southern Cal while watching Caleb Williams play.
Not the best result there. We do have a couple more picks that have been announced.
I just saw that one. Where was Kings?
215.
Yeah. Hold on. And 216 was the Cowboys, correct?
Yes.
And it is Southeast Missouri State wide receiver Ryan Flournoy is the pick. This is a big speed guy. And we'll go to the Senior Bowl. And Bo Limmer goes 217 to the Rams. So I am playing catch up here. So we got 216. Where are you, Simo? 216 Rams. And then Bo Limmer, 173 on my board, goes to there, pick 217. Do you like Bo Limmer?
I do. Yeah, and I mean, look, I think he was on everybody's, top of everybody's best available. Shocked that he makes it down to 217. I thought he'd come off the board earlier. Has allowed 8 sacks in 50 games, though. That's with 41 starts. So there's a concern there. But, I mean, I think he absorbs contact really well. Quick out of his stance. But, those sacks and some of his footwork is probably more of a concern there than we thought it would be.
If history has told us anything, Jaheim Bell will be the pick here of the Baltimore Ravens at pick 218. It is not?
It is not, sir.
Who is it, sir?
It is Devin Leary, quarterback, Kentucky. That's a shocker.
Devin Leary is nothing like Lamar Jackson.
No, he is not.
Wow.
I don't know what the thought process is there. The only thing I could think of is that they could put him out there for preseason, maybe at the end of games, preseason next year, and then flip him for an earlier pick. That's the only thing I could think of for taking him here.
A little surprising here, Devin Leary, because normally you want to have if you're bringing him in as a backup, you're wanting to have a quarterback that's similar to the one that you lose. And Devin Leary, the whole offense has to change if he goes into the game. Currently, Tyler Huntley is out as their backup quarterback, but they brought in 87-year pro Josh Johnson is currently the backup, and Malik Cunningham came over from New England. Now you add Devin Leary. I have a hold on a second.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick. Like we mentioned, just a completely different type of player there, which typically doesn't happen if you're looking for a backup quarterback. You are going to look for somebody that can at least complement Lamar Jackson, play the same style. That way you're not completely changing up your offense. But like we mentioned, he's just a completely different player. So that'll be pretty it's a surprise. I don't know what they were thinking there. That'll be an interesting conversation at the press conference. I'd love to hear their thought process there. But the Buffalo Bills pick is in, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock to close out the 6th round here. And we're into the final round. Your cornerback is probably a need here for the Buffalo Bills. Dwight McGlothern, Miles Harden, even Gabriel Murphy, edge out of UCLA is a possibility here for Buffalo if they don't trade out. But yeah, the Bills pick is in, and then Tampa Bay is on the clock as we round out round 6.
I had Devin Leary as quarterback 15 on my board. That kind of chart with about where you had him, or
I had him 14. I'm sorry, 13. Yeah, I mean my remaining would be Pratt, Hartman, Slovis, and then Leary.
you know, a quarterback that I would have liked in Baltimore more, just from a stylistic play wise, is John Rice Plumlee from UCF.
Yeah,
I think that kid's talented, and he strikes me as a guy like that. He's a guy that needs the UFL to survive.
yes,
Because that's where he's going to end up maybe with a chance to develop, unless he plays professional baseball, which I guess is an option for him as well.
yeah.
But I really started liking his game. Daquan Hardy, the cornerback from Penn State, off the board at 219 to Buffalo. I don't have a whole lot of notes on him other than he was an 8.62 RAS with 4.38 speed and a 42.5-inch vertical. Shane had him 275 on his board, but I did not do a whole lot on Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, well, I mean, his teammates, Kalen King and Johnny Dixon, are both still on the board. I thought they were a better player than he was. But
you know what I did not realize when we're doing Senior Bowl prep, that Johnny Dixon started at South Carolina, and I somehow did not remember him being at South Carolina. And Kalen King, whoa, what a fall from grace that guy's had, right?
Yes.
I mean, this guy was a first-round pick in preseason mocks, right? And then I'm not sure he gets drafted.
No. Yeah, I mean, I went back and looked at my preseason big board, and he was in the top 100. And just kind of seeing how far he's fallen is just a crazy thing there. And I only know that because I submitted my top 100 a huddle report, and he was still in there until the last minute.
It's not good.
No, thankfully I took him out.
Oh, well, good.
Still got a 75, but
I will say this about Kalen King, because like I said, I'm not sure we're going to talk about him at all on this broadcast. He may have had one of the worst Senior Bowls of any highly thought of talent I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just abysmal.
Well, I mean, especially when you talk about this year, cornerbacks versus wide receivers, where it just felt like the cornerbacks were just so much better than the wide receivers, as opposed to previous years, and that was not the case for him. But the pick has been announced for the Buccaneers.
You have a weird smirk on your face.
No, I mean I'm
Oh, okay. What is the pick?
Elijah Klein, interior offensive lineman, UTEP. 4-year starter and 2023 first team All Conference USA.
I don't even have his measurables inputted into our spreadsheet.
6'4", 319. I can't even find him on NFL.com.
That's not great.
I don't know if he was a combine invite.
He was not. He played. He was a last minute add to the Shrine. I do know that.
Yeah. 6'4", 306 is what they had him. 5.92 prospect grade. That's an average backup or special teamer. And then looking here, 2023 first team conference All Conference USA, sorry. Started all 12 games, 10 of them at right guard, 1 at right tackle, 1 at left tackle. Previous 2 years, started all games at right guard. 2020 started 8 games at right guard. So it looks like that's where he spent most of his time is right guard. And I think that's probably where he's going to end up here is at one of the guard spots.
Yeah, I somehow just did not input any of this data into my sheet, and it's weird. Normally, I'm very, but I just completely overlooked him. 6037 is the number there. 306 with 10 and an eighth. (34.25 inch arms), 1, 8, 9, 10 split, 5, 3, 2, 40, 25 bench press reps, 26.5 vertical, 8'2" broad, 4'7" shuttle, 7'6" 3-cone, 5'6" on the RAS. Number 439 on Shane's board.
I'm still waiting to pop up on the consensus board, but my guess is he's going to be pretty far down.
Probably, if he's on it, it ain't very high.
Oh, hang on. I got the bigger board. But the Bills pick is in here for the to start the 7th round. Just hasn't been announced.
Oh, this is the 7th round?
Yep, we just started it.
Okay, so what is the pick?
Hasn't been announced yet, but it is in.
Oh, okay.
And the Commanders are on the clock.
So we're into the final round as we are 5 hours, 53 minutes, 30 seconds into this broadcast. It's a long day. It really is a long, long day. I missed this comment earlier from Pierce Conboy. I'm mostly surprised with Quessy, the anointed future analytics GM, out here trading away capital in 24 and 25, along with taking 25-year-old cornerbacks and kickers.
Yeah.
So going back to the guy from Findlay there, Michael Jarrell, apparently per his LinkedIn account that's been shared out on Twitter, he has a Bachelor of Science degree from Findlay and a Master's in Business Administration. They had put his school to work there.
Yes, he did.
For him. Good for him.
Elijah Klein, by the way, 363 on the consensus big board. So a little better than I thought it would be.
Shane's interior offensive line, number 48. So he has wild footwork, doesn't pass protect well, and can stiffen off the snap. They're announcing the Bills pick at the podium for some reason, which generally means it's someone interesting. And it is. It's Travis Clayton. They're listing him as a guard from England. Another IPP player here goes. And this guy, I believe, was a boxer, if I'm not mistaken, and is making the as well as a rugby player, making the transition to football.
Yep.
You have you been studying that rugby tape?
You know, I have not. My rugby tape ended at Leatu Latu. But 8 hours ago, Travis Clayton did wake up with Good Morning Football. So that's interesting.
Based purely off measurables and the like for me, I have Travis Clayton as picked as 279 on my board, 806 RAS. Gab says he's a rugby player and a boxer, and his countryman here, Travis Clayton, going to the Bills at pick 221. 6'7", 301, 10-inch hands, 35-inch arms, 168, 10 split with a 4.8, 140 at 301 pounds. 19 reps, 26-inch vertical, and like I said, the 806 RAS. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
He's participated in a variety of sports, including soccer, tennis, and boxing.
Well-rounded.
And rugby.
Yeah. So as a boxer, you have to think the hand usage there at guard.
That's right.
We'll have it. Like I said, these are great stories. I really want to see. There's a handful of guys. The Jags signed a tight end from Australia as part of the pathway program, I believe, and there's a handful of guys from Nigeria in it this year as well. Like I said, this is nothing but good, in my opinion, for the NFL. Going out and getting these athletes and seeing what happens. It's great to grow the game.
Well, and with the IPP program, you know, you're giving teams an incentive to do it.
Well, and they made a change, and I believe Gav has talked about this extensively in our Discord. It used to be the NFL assigned these players to teams. Now they're giving the teams the choice to bring them in. So that's a lot better, I think. From this perspective, this kind of like really is as a joke almost seemingly now, but you remember the Mike Mayock bullying the Vikings into taking Moritz Boehringer, the wide receiver from Germany a few years ago in the 6th round. So, but now it's not a joke anymore, and they're taking this stuff serious, and I love to see it. Travis Clayton from England.
He has not played a minute of football, American football, but did study for 10 weeks, NFL. That's what it says. He found himself eligible for the NFL draft after just 10 weeks of learning the NFL.
This is Patrick Murtaugh is the tight end, went to the Jags, was actually assigned to Detroit last year, but he failed the medical due to an injury, so now he's back. And he said, yes, that's correct. Teams can pick up their own guys. No one gets assigned. So the Commanders pick is in. We're waiting on it.
I got it.
You have it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Javonte Jean Baptiste, defensive lineman out of Notre Dame.
So he's an edge rusher from Notre Dame. Came down here to the Senior Bowl. Was a late addition down here. Solid player. But again, this is just a depth piece at this stage of the game. But a great athlete, 919 RAS, 158 on Shane's board, 210 on mine, 4.66 40 for Javonte Jean Baptiste, a sixth-year player at 6'4", 239.
Led the team last year with 10.5 tackles for loss and 5 sacks. In 13 games.
Yeah, he was my edge 26. Trying to figure out who Gabriel Murphy pissed off. Well, he's still on the board. That guy's super talented, man. Him opposite, maybe they think it was all Latu on the other side, and
Well, that's the question. But when I studied Murphy, I didn't think that was the case. I thought Murphy was pretty talented.
Tommy's checking out on us. Man, we appreciate you being hardcore here all 3 days. I'm not going to say that out loud, but Tommy said it there. Oh, we have a Service Academy pick here in the 7th round. I believe that's the first one of those from the Air Force Academy. At pick 223, the Raiders have taken safety Trey Taylor off the board. 5-year player, 6', 213, 4.53 speed, 37.5-inch vertical, 10'3" broad, 6.9, 3-cone, 4.12 short shuttle, 9.71 RAS, 235 on Shane's board, 295 on mine.
That is an interesting pick there for the Raiders. Pulling up their roster. I don't know why they necessarily would have gone safety here. You would think that they'd have other positions that they could have filled.
It's the 7th round, man. I mean,
I know.
It's interesting because I know with the Service Academy guys, they're now allowed to finish their service commitments in the off season. Yeah, and apply for a waiver. The Bengals pick is in at 224. They go safety as well. Dejon Anthony from Ole Miss. So the Bengals go back-to-back Ole Miss players in the 6th and then 7th round at pick 224. Anthony, not on my board, 204 on Shane's board, 4.55 speed, 6', 195. He is got good shuttle times, but a 6.62 RAS. He is entering now a log jam at the safety position where he's going to have to beat out a handful of guys there to make the roster.
Yeah. I see these come in, but I'm still waiting on CBS to update these. They're still at Jean Baptiste.
Yeah.
Chargers pick is in.
And it's Brendan Rice, finally off the board, the wide receiver from Southern California. Obviously, the son of Jerry Rice goes much lower than his father did in 1985. Jerry was the 16th pick in 1985. His Brendan is the 225th pick of the Chargers. Obviously, those are some big shoes to fill and a big shadow that's cast.
That's right. What do you think of Brennan Rice?
I think he's a solid route runner. I don't think he's got near the hands that he needs to have. His speed is solid. I had him at like 113 on my board. So I thought he was in the mix to go late third, early fourth, but I didn't get the hype that some people had on him coming out of the Senior Bowl.
Yeah. Well, and I think that we were probably pretty similar on that. We just didn't we weren't impressed with the Senior Bowl tape.
No.
Yeah. I mean, he really struggled there to separate and kind of not only on the field but also separate himself from the rest of the receivers in that group.
Yeah. Of which there were a lot of good ones. So Cardinals pick is in. I believe this might be the last time we will hear them tonight or today.
Feels like tonight.
It does feel like tonight.
Entering hour 6 of the live stream.
Oh, man. It's
didn't know.
I look back on it. I look back on it and wonder how I got through the 2-day draft.
Yeah.
When I did. Because could you imagine us live streaming a 2-day draft where one day is like 8 hours and the other's 11?
Well, I mean, what was it? 1, 2, and 3, right?
It was 1, 2, and 3 on Saturday and 4 through 7 on Sunday.
Yeah, but you have to remember back then they weren't telling teams to hold picks or hold the card. And
well, not just that, but the pick, they had longer to pick.
Yeah.
Because the first round you had 15 minutes. Now you get 10. The second round you had 10 minutes. Now you have 7. And the third through 7th rounds are the same. You had 5 minutes. But the first round, man, I remember one first round took 8.5 hours.
Yeah.
I like this pick from the Cardinals. I thought he was a very impressive nickel player. He just tested poorly. Jaden Davis out of Miami transferred over from Oklahoma. I really liked his tape. Unfortunately, like I said, the testing just kind of killed him. But for Arizona at 226, it's worth the risk.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to pull it up now. You're slightly ahead of me on some of this.
We'll go through while you're pulling up on Jaden Davis there. The Browns pick is in at 227. Top available quarterbacks, top 3. I'll go top 3 at each position available on my board. Michael Pratt, Tulane, still out there. John Rice Plumlee from UCF. Austin Reed, Western Kentucky. At running back, Dylan Johnson, Miss State. Dejon Edwards, Georgia. Frank Gore Jr., Southern Miss. Receiver, Cornelius Johnson, Michigan. Taj Washington, Southern Cal. Marcus Rosemy Jack Saint from Georgia. Tight ends, Jaheim Bell, who's 101 on my board, still available. Dallin Holker, Colorado State. Devin Culp, Washington. At offensive tackle, Nathan Thomas, Louisiana. Garrett Greenfield, South Dakota State. Gottlieb Ayedze from Maryland. Ayedze, I should say. At interior offensive line, a pair of Hurricanes, Javion Cohen, Matthew Lee, and Kingsley Egglekun from Florida. On the edge, Gabriel Murphy, UCLA. Nelson Caesar, Houston. Miles Cole, Texas Tech. Defensive line, Leonard Taylor, the third from Miami. Gabe Hall, Baylor. Marcus Harris, Auburn. Linebacker, Curtis Jacobs, Penn State. Mike Barrett, Michigan. Tatum Bethune, Florida State. At corner, Carlton Johnson, Fresno State, who's one of the faster corners in this draft class. Miles Harden from South Dakota. Johnny Dixon from Penn State. Then at safety, Bo Braid, Maryland. Josh Proctor, Ohio State. And Tyler Owens, Texas Tech.
What do you think of Jaden Davis? Do you think transferring to Miami is the right move there?
I do. I mean, I don't I don't think he was going to. It would have made any difference at all had he stayed at
Oklahoma.
Yeah, I don't think it makes any difference. Cleveland, we're waiting on their pick to come in. They have 2 7th-round picks. They haven't been on the clock a whole lot in this draft, that's for sure. But again, they don't have many roster holes to fill. That Bengals pick of Dejan Anthony, Dane Brugler had a 5th, 6th round grade on Anthony. Goes to the Bengals here at the top of the 7th. He came over in the trade that they got, the pick they got for Joe Mixon. So scoring at home, Joe Mixon for Dejan Anthony.
Yeah, you're right on the Browns. They just haven't had a lot of picks this year. But when they have picked, I think they've made them count.
Yeah.
Between Michael Hall, I'm higher on Zach Zinter than others were, than Jamari Thrash and Nathaniel Watson. Obviously, you know how I feel about Watson.
Yeah. The Browns pick is in, and it is one of the corners I just mentioned. It is Miles Harden from South Dakota. The pick of the Browns at 221. Is that right? 227.
I really like that value there.
Is that 227?
Yeah.
Yeah. Harden, 5'10", 195, 4th-year player, 29 and 3/8-inch arms, 4.5 speed. But the shuttle times is where it's at, right? 3.98 on the short shuttle, 6.88 on the 3-cone, finished with an 8.3 res. I had him 183 on my board, Shane 228, so he was almost dead on here. A little value on my board for Miles Harden.
Yeah, Miles Harden on CBS Sports, he's ranked 87th overall.
Of available players or overall total?
Overall total.
Wow. So they were really high.
Yeah. Dwight McLaurin is at 86, the cornerback out of Arkansas.
So Miles Harden is the pick at 227. That leaves us 228 now. Baltimore on the clock. So we got we got to get, so we got 30 more picks. What we got to go here. So we got to get to 257.
And it's time for a nap.
That would be time for bed, essentially, right? If you're taking a nap at 6 o'clock, you're doing it wrong. Or 7 o'clock. Just go to bed.
I don't know. I was up late trying to prepare for some of this stuff last night. So
I was actually proud of myself. I got in bed before midnight.
Yeah.
So
we do have the Ravens pick in.
Go with that Ravens pick.
Nick Smock, interior offensive lineman, Michigan State.
Okay.
And we also have the Raiders pick in as well.
All right. Let me get to Nick Smock there. I'll smock you around here. I don't think he had any testing. He did not. Played at the Shrine, got invited to the combine as well. 6'4", 307. I feel like he was a multi-year starter at Michigan State. 382 on Shane's board. He was interior offensive lineman number 41 on my board. So
2-time honorable mention All Big Ten as well, 22 and 23.
Go ahead with that Raiders pick.
It is MJ Devonshire, cornerback out of Pitt.
So MJ Devonshire is interesting in that he is the less athletic of the two cornerbacks that were on the board from Pitt. His teammate AJ Woods, a better athlete. Devonshire went to the Shrine, invited to the Combine. 248 on my board, 201 on Shane's, 154 in the 40, but a 44 or 154.10, 454 in the 40, 38 and a half vertical, 5'10, 186. So a little undersized, but decent. But for being 5'10, almost 33-inch arms. So
8 career interceptions too, by the way.
So he can get to the football.
3 of those have been returned for a touchdown.
And he knows what to do with it.
That's right.
So solid pick for the Raiders there here in the 7th.
Vikings pick is in. It just hasn't been announced. Now the Patriots are on the clock.
I'm wondering what the issue with Jaheim Bell is, other than it's
got to be
nobody knows what to do with him.
Right. I mean, you can't play him at tight end. So,
right.
So what do you do? I mean, is he a running back?
I don't know. He's such a good athlete, though, man. You'd think that some coach somewhere would have come up with a plan
of how
going into this process of how to use him.
Well, the Dolphins are at 241. Kansas City at 248. Every team now, best fits. It's like Dwight McGlothern, Leonard Taylor, Gabriel Murphy. Every team.
Until those names are gone. I feel like we haven't had a pick traded in a while. Because Howie Roseman quit.
Yeah.
Set the record at 9 and skedaddled. The Vikings pick is in, and it's Wake Forest interior offensive lineman Michael Juergens. He did not participate in an all-star game. 7.62 RAS, 451 on Shane's board, 6'4", 307, 32-inch arms. Michael Juergens from Wake Forest. He is apparently an interior offensive lineman that I did not watch. There you go.
But he is listed as a center.
Yeah.
So there is that. And as soon as the Patriots pick comes in, then the Vikings will be back on the clock too. So we'll see what happens there.
One minute ago, Kent Lee Platt at MathBomb, the creator of Raz, said, as of right now, the Commanders are holding on to the Raz lead late in the draft, which I presume to be average Raz score of all players drafted. The Steelers have come from behind to jump everyone but the Eagles and Washington. So the Eagles are second right now. Chiefs up there and the Jets. So,
ooh, we have a Patriots pick.
And it's Jaheim Bell. the tight end from Florida State. This actually feels like an old school Patriots pick, right?
It feels like a Bill Belichick pick.
It does.
It
like
does.
He's still in the building.
Yeah.
Bell's such a good talent that South Carolina got hammered by injuries a few years ago, and they moved him to running back, and he led the team in rushing.
Yeah.
Obviously, he didn't want any more of that. He wanted to actually be a tight end, and I agree. That's where he should be. He transferred to Florida State. He can stretch the seam down the middle, but when he comes down to the Senior Bowl, essentially he just measured in too small. I mean, he's 6'1", 240. He's not a tight end. He's an H-back. He's a true like H-back. And like I said, a creative offensive coordinator is going to make this work. Is that what we have in New England? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. He's a limited route runner, but he has reliable hands. In 2023, QBs had a passer rating of 117.7 when targeting him. So at least you're getting a weapon for Drake May to rely on there. But again, like you've mentioned, is what is his role and where you're going to use him.
I didn't see who made I saw the pick, but I didn't see who made the pick at 232.
Vikings.
Okay, the Vikings picked Texas A&M Commerce defensive tackle Levi Drake Rodriguez. 252 on Shane's board. Wow. This might be the first time in years the Tropical Bowl gets on the board with a draft pick. Drake Rodriguez, 6'2", 300, 32 and 3/8 arms, had a 5'01", 40, 5'9", RAS. Like I said, 250. So the Tropical board is on the board here. I missed pick 233.
Yeah, it just got announced.
All right, hold on just a second. Who is pick 233 and where did
All right, so you have Jaheim Bell at 231, Levi Drake Rodriguez at 232.
Yes.
233 are the Dallas Cowboys, Nathaniel Thomas, interior offensive lineman.
So he was from Louisiana. He's my top. I have him as an offensive tackle, and he was my top offensive tackle left on the board. So this is a good spot for him at pick 233 to Dallas. Thomas is fun. Saw him in their bowl game this year against Jack State in the R&L Carriers Bowl. 6'5", 332, massive hands, 10 and 3/4, 33 and 3/4 inch arms. Appears that Dallas has drafted him as a guard, which he does have that versatility, so he can be a good backup. 7'4", RAS, 146 on my board, 167 on Shane's. That's tremendous value for the Cowboys at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he's a really, really outstanding anchor, and just a power and blocking on the run. Played all 12 games last year at left tackle, registered 37 knockdowns. Honorable mention, all Sun Belt.
There you go. Who are your top guys still left on the board, Brian?
I mean, McLaurin is there. Leonard Taylor, Gabriel Murphy. We've mentioned all those guys. You know what? Nelson Caesar, defensive lineman out of Houston. He's still sitting there. Jalen Coker, wide receiver out of, was it Holy
Cross.
Cross? coming through some of these guys. Curtis Jacobs, linebacker out of Penn State. Drake Nugent, interior offensive lineman out of Michigan. Bo Braid, safety out of Maryland.
Is there anybody that you just like as a prospect that you know is probably not highly thought of that you really would like to see get drafted by the end of the day? Like maybe just a guy you're rooting for to get drafted.
Man, I'm a Holker fan. He's one that I just want to see work out. I think he's I don't know what he measured in at, but I think he plays a little smaller than that. Kind of more of a slot tight end, if you will. Ran a 4.78 40. So I don't think that's necessarily going to get him drafted, but he is somebody whose film I actually really enjoyed watching. But as far as the position group, I love these these linebackers. And that's not just at Nathaniel Watson, but the rest of these guys, Curtis Jacobs, Miles Cole, Braden McGregor out of Michigan, Khalid Duke out of Kansas State. I just think that the linebacker position was one that had tremendous depth this year. Granted, we didn't see one in the first round. Did we see a linebacker come off in round 2, or was it round 3?
I think it was round 2. Edger and Cooper came off.
I just think there's a lot there to like in that position group. Although, I also think that that's a position that's maybe not as valued as it was 3, 4, 5 years ago.
So the pick is in for the Colts, and it's Jonah Laulu from Oklahoma, defensive tackle, 6'5", 209 or 289, 908 RAS. So they're back to taking high athlete gambles here late in the draft. Number 453 on Shane's board. Denver picked at 235 Utah wide receiver Devon Vele. He's an older prospect, if I'm not mistaken. And I very well could be, because I'm kind of delirious at this point. But Vele at the combine, 6'4", 203, ran the 4.47 in the 40, 8.38 RAS, 256 on my board, 334 on Shane's.
Yeah, I'm pulling up Vele right now. Did he go on a mission trip? Is that why?
My assumption is yes.
Yeah.
We've had only 11 tight ends drafted, by the way. And there goes Miles Cole. The edge rusher from Texas Tech comes off the board here at pick 236 to Jacksonville.
He did go on a mission trip. That's why.
Yeah, that's generally an easy assumption, right?
Yeah, for Utah, yeah.
Miles Cole was down at the Senior Bowl. 147 on my board, 178 on Shane's goes. Bengals just took an offensive lineman that I really like. I'm going to get to that in just a second.
Yeah, Miles Cole transfer from Louisiana Monroe.
Yep. ULM. So I believe that was the last pick for the Bengals, and it is Matthew Lee, the center from Miami, and not a guy that was on my radar until I went back and started watching tape on Braden Fisk and Jared Verse. And then that game, Matt Lee was dominant against that Florida State defensive line, just bullying people. He's a good athlete, can pull 6'3", 301, 32-inch arms, 503 in the 40, 25 bench press reps, 31-inch vertical. Like I said, 8.56 reps, plays the Shrine and the Combine, 167 on my board, 239 on Shane's. I think he can push Trey Hill to be the Bengals reserve kind of center-ish guard position. I really like this. I like this pick of Matt Lee better than some of the other ones I've seen the Bengals make today.
Well, I think it should be noted, too, he transferred from UCF, but in 22, he was the third highest rated center in FBS, according to Pro Football Focus.
Yeah. I mean, he's a really good player. Kind of took a little while to get acclimated at Miami before the dominance kind of set in there towards the end of the season. Like I said, really dig that pick for the Bengals. Texans pick is in at 238.
Ooh.
You got it?
Yeah.
What is it?
Solomon Byrd, defensive end, USC.
So Byrd is a 6'3", 255-pound edge rusher, 33 and 5/8-inch arms. Not an athlete, sir. 502 in the 40, 32-inch vertical. His shuttle times were atrocious. Played at the Shrine and Hula Bowl and the Combine. 149 RAS. That feels like one of the lowest ones we've seen in the draft. Am I wrong? Like that has to be the lowest.
Boy, that's a low score.
Yeah, Byrd came in at 268 on my board, 316 on Shane's. Yes or no, we see another quarterback drafted?
Well, I mean,
does somebody do it as a gag to try to, because of Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant, they try to take that somebody takes a quarterback as Mr. Irrelevant?
The only one that I would be willing to take would be maybe Austin Reed out of Western Kentucky.
Well,
I'm not a big Michael Pratt fan.
Okay.
Some of his deep balls lack an arc. I'd like to see him get more air underneath.
Yeah, he's got some mechanical stuff he needs to clean up.
That maybe you thought would have been cleaned up prior to the Combine.
Saints on the clock here. This should do it for them.
Ooh.
It's Josiah Ezerim, the offensive tackle from Eastern Kentucky. You like this guy?
Well, I'm a student of Eastern Kentucky, so I do like the pick. Know nothing about him. He was at the Shrine, but 6'6", 320 is what they have him listed at here. But did start all 11 games for Eastern Kentucky in last season.
I presume these are online classes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are.
Ezerim is 8.5 RAS, was 259 on my board, 203 on Shane's board.
5'1", 40. He's got long. He's very long. 6'5", 329 with 35 and 3/4 inch arms, 85 and an 1/8 inch wingspan. So a developmental tackle here coming from the FCS level for the Saints. Michael Barrett will be a special teams guy at linebacker from Michigan. Goes to the Panthers at 240. Like that pick here this late. You just get you want to get winners in the building right at this stage, and that's a good. He's probably one of the team leaders on Michigan's team, I believe, and just a good guy to get right here for the Panthers.
Yeah, team captain last year, 2-time All Big Ten player. Quickness, suddenness, stays in phase. But would like to see him do a little better job of being of shedding blocks and attacking the ball there.
Yeah, a 192 on my board was Barrett. But he was the second best linebacker I had left available on my board. Still waiting on Curtis Jacobs to come off. The Dolphins pick at 241 is in. Titans coming up after them, and then Cleveland again.
Still waiting for it to come in.
Yep. The Colts started their draft with Latu, ended their draft with Lawalu, from Oklahoma.
Yeah. It's a fun one.
Yeah, it's been an interesting draft for the Colts. I love Latu. I like the pick of Adonai Mitchell. I like Tanner Bortolini. Goncalves is solid. I love the return guy from Anthony Gold. After that, it's kind of been a mixed bag for me.
What do you think of the job that Chris Ballard has done overall? Because I don't think it's that bad, but I know that others have a different opinion.
If Anthony Richardson continues to develop, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Right? He has nothing to worry about. No job security issues, whatever. But if Anthony Richardson bombs, he's out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what he has staked his he has hooked his wagon to that horse, and where it takes him is where he's going to end up. But again, they're in a division that's gettable, right? I mean, the Texans, as good as they were last year, maybe they, maybe Stroud regresses a little bit.
I think they do, yeah.
And then, Jacksonville, at this point, I have no idea what they are. And the Titans are kind of in rebuilding, right?
Yeah.
So the Colts are in a good spot.
I do have the Dolphins pick.
I have it as well. And his Southern Cal wide receiver, Taj Washington, off the board here for Miami at pick 241. There are some people who liked him better than his teammate, Brendan Rice. I was not one of those. I'm just saying there are some of those people that did. I did like Taj Washington, though, as a solid slot receiver. 174 on my board, 294 on Shane's. Had some speed issues at 5'9", 174, ran a 4.58, but his shuttles were outstanding. but a 4.63 RAS for Taj Washington.
I do have the pick for the Titans as well.
Give me just a second. Let me.
I've been working the phones.
Been working phones. That now leaves Cornelius Johnson from Michigan as my top-rated wide receiver left on the board. Go ahead with that pick.
James Williams, safety out of Miami.
So this is an interesting pick, right? Because this guy was a 5-star player out of high school. As a safety, his career in the NFL is going to be as a linebacker. He is a project with a capital P. He looked completely lost down at the Senior Bowl. And
he did.
But he's got the tools. Like I said, he's not a safety. He was an out, but he's 6'4", 231. That's a linebacker, big dog. Hell, that might be an edge rusher at some point, but he's ran a 4.65 in the 40, 159 with a 30-inch vert, 4.62 RAS, 260 on my board. Like I said, he is just a heavy-duty project. I mean, this is a 3-weekend project at Home Depot right here, man.
Well, and he lined up, or he was practicing with the linebackers in Mobile.
Yes.
And I thought he got better as the week went on. I really thought he showed some development there, but then goes to the combine, goes back to safety, and I think that's where it really hurt him. But nice to see him at least come off the board here.
Yeah. It's last pick for the Browns. Pick 243. I might be taking one of them naps too.
Yeah, you yawn.
That's the way it goes. As we have 14 picks left here in the 2024 NFL draft. The numbers have not dropped, by the way, on the stream here all day. We've had the same amount of guys sitting here all day watching this stream, watching me and Brian here. Brian playing his little machine over there with the sound effects. That's right. That'll wake everybody up.
I guess I'll sit up for this.
Yeah. But yeah, pick 243 for the Browns. That pick is in. All right, Blues is still here. He's been here all 3 days. Pretty much everybody that's here today has been here all 3 days, and we do appreciate that so much. You guys are hardcore, man. I love it. Yep, Bubba's here. He's watches every podcast every week. Awesome, man. You're the best.
That's incredible.
All you guys are the best.
We do have the Browns pick in.
The Browns pick is in. What is that pick?
Jawan Briggs, defensive lineman out of Cincinnati. Which, again, we just continue to see Leonard Taylor fall. And it does not make a lot of sense to me.
Briggs is a 6'1", 313-pound defensive tackle, 7.26. RAS was 246 on my board, 229 on Shane's. Played at both the Shrine and Hula Bowl, 5 flat in the 40, 39 bench press reps for Briggs, though. So he's strong as an ox. And, but yeah, at this point, I'm just going to assume that Leonard Taylor's running a cockfighting ring or something, and we just didn't know about it.
We do have back-to-back defensive line picks, by the way.
So Dallas is in at 244. Who are they taking?
Justin Rogers from Auburn.
Okay, he's the other nose that we were expecting to go at some point today. So Briggs off the board, 246 on my board. And then Justin Harris from Auburn is 216 on my board. So, and that was Dallas, correct?
Yes.
So the Cowboys picking Justin Roberts here. Again, the RAS score doesn't matter for nose tackles. His was a 1.1, which, by the way, would be the lowest, I think, drafted so far. But he's 6'2", 330. He's a one-gap plugger. That's it. Put him over the center. Let him take blocks. That's what Rodgers is. For him, you try to get into a rotation there for the Cowboys is the dream.
The Packers have turned in their pick. It hasn't been announced yet, but would you look at quarterback here? Somebody to back up Jordan Love other than Sean Clifford?
I would, because I think Sean Clifford's terrible.
Right.
But
I
guess it is not.
Oh, it is.
It's a quarterback.
Yeah.
Hold tight. You're laughing.
No, I mean, I didn't think that they'd really do it. I was just trying to spark a conversation.
Who did they take here at quarterback?
Michael Pratt.
Michael Pratt off the board, and he is a much better quarterback than Sean Clifford is. As much as you don't like him, even you have to admit that. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't want to say that I don't like him. It's just I mean, like you mentioned, there's some mechanical issues.
Right.
And going into the combine, you're preparing for it. You're going through. You're working with specialists on everything. You would think that some of that would get cleared up, but he's a guy that really popped early, especially in that game against Oklahoma. I think he was a freshman that season. Really thought he was going to continue to explode, and did, but really just wasn't able to turn that corner. But does have the most career pass yards and passing touchdowns in Tulane history, and was the 2023 AAC Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, which is saying something considering that Sean King was at Tulane and had a great career there. Michael Pratt is a rare player these days where he could have transferred out of Tulane to any of these bigger Power 5 schools, but he stayed put in New Orleans. I get it. The food is great. I'd stay around too.
I would have maybe stayed another year and follow Willie Fritz to Houston, but can't blame him for it.
Well, I hope that Donovan Smith gets to stay as a starter in Houston because I really like him as a player. He's fun. Buccaneers pick is in at 246 as we're down to the final 11 picks. Paul is on board liking Pratt greater than Clifford. And I saw this earlier. Blues said you guys have done a really good job today, and I appreciate that, Blues.
Thank you. I'm going to accept some of that credit because it's been 5 hours since.
You should. You absolutely should. Nino got to get the energy in early, and he just cut out on us. He was fresh as a daisy. He didn't have to stay for 5 or 6 rounds, 5 and 6. Tampa Bay's pick is in, and I like this guy. There's another guy. I mentioned Brennan Jackson was guy got in on at the early stages, and Devin Culp, the tight end from Washington, is another guy that caught my eye about 2 or 3 years ago that I just kind of notated down and put on there. And but he just in that offense, he didn't see a lot of action. I mean, he was even the highest producing tight end on their team. That went to Jack Westover. But Devin Culp is a great athlete, 6'3", 231. So he's a little undersized at the tight end position. Probably going to be a move tight end, special teams player. But 159, 10-yard split, 4.47 40. The fastest amongst all tight ends this year. 35-inch vertical, a 9'10" broad jump, 4.31 short shuttle, 7.283 Kona, 8.15 RAS, 226 on my board, 228 on Shane's. And was the second highest tight end available on my board behind your guy, Dallin Holker, who's still available.
I mean, looking at some of this, I mean, Houston seems like a fit for tight end. So does Tennessee, maybe the Chargers or the Rams, or the Jets. But other than that, I think he may slip to a UDFA.
Looking that way. And that always brings up an interesting conversation that you have to have at this point of every draft with like 10 picks left. If you're a player out there, would you rather be a UDFA at this point, or would you rather hear your name called? Because if you're a UDFA, then at this point now you get to pick your situation, right? Where if you get drafted, you're kind of stuck in a situation that might not be good for you. Whereas like you could look and say, okay, if I'm a quarterback, well, this team didn't draft any quarterbacks. Maybe I'll go sign there, or running back or something along those lines. Paul Champton, he said he'd rather be a UDFA at this point.
I mean, I think it depends on the on the team that you can end up with there. I mean, if the Chiefs take me, I'd love that. I'd get a ring. I mean, I think it really depends there, but we do have a couple picks in here that have been announced. As the Chiefs.
Texans.
Yep.
So the Texans, the Chiefs are on the clock at 248, correct?
Yeah.
I missed 247.
Did you get the Buccaneers at 246?
I did. That was Devin Cole.
Yep.
2 was 247.
Marcus Harris, defensive lineman out of Auburn.
Okay, and he went to
Houston.
Okay, so the Texans take Marcus Harris, the other defense tackle, and I think he's more of a pass rushing guy from the interior as opposed to Justin Rogers, who was their big nose. But Marcus Harris, I thought, had a good week in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Popped at times there. 157 on my board, 160 on Shane's. 5.86 RAS, a little undersized at 6'2", 286.
And we do have the Chiefs pick in as well.
Give me just a second before we get to that one. Go ahead with that Chiefs pick.
C.J. Hansen, interior offensive lineman, Holy Cross.
Okay, so that's pick 248 to the Chiefs is C.J. Hansen. I know this is Shane was on this guy early on this season when he was watching some of the other I think when he was watching Jalen Coker, C.J. Hansen popped to him. So 6'5", 300, 987 RAS for this guy. So a great athlete. 33.5-inch vertical, 9'7" broad jump, 5 flat and 40. Did not do the shuttles, but 217 on my board, 222 on Shane's. A little surprised that Kingsley Egwakun hasn't gone. I think he's a very versatile interior offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Bubble with an interesting stat that I don't think any of us would have had before the draft. Texas is outscoring Michigan right now, 11-10 in number of players drafted. I mean, there was some people that thought Michigan could have break the record, and at this point, it doesn't look like they're going to even win the.
No. I mean, there's a couple guys there. There's Jalen Harrell, Drake Nugent.
Well, there's another. So Michigan's just tied it up here. The Texans pick at 249 is Ladarius Henderson, a transfer from Arizona State, is the pick here for Michigan. Listed as a tackle here. We have him as an interior offensive lineman going to Houston. So we're starting to see a run on those offensive linemen now, the interior guys here, as we get to the final 7 picks of the draft.
Yeah, we also have some of these teams with those needs still there. I mean, the 49ers could look at a tackle, but Tennessee, Green Bay, Denver could all look at interior offensive linemen as well.
Yeah. So we're up to pick 250 now, and the Ravens on the clock here. Gabriel Murphy, top available player in my board here.
Leonard Taylor.
Just to keep that gag going. So what are we looking like here to close her out today?
Well, I mean, the Ravens have gone best player available on a pretty consistent basis. I think this would be a great spot to pick up one of those guys that have fallen.
So like I said, we've got 8 picks left with the Ravens. We have the 49ers, Titans, Chargers, Rams, Packers, Broncos, and Jets. Jets are going to close us out at pick 257.
You know, another one that's still there is wide receiver Tulu Griffin out of Mississippi State. Didn't necessarily think he'd make it down this far.
Yeah, he's a very fast guy in the open field. Against South Carolina this year, I think he went 200 plus in that game. You know, I don't often agree with Mr. Miller, and I know you don't. But apparently, because I have the sound off, so I can't hear him. I didn't even know he was on the set today, to be honest. To show you how little I've been paying attention to the screen that's not at the top half of the screen. But he said that Mel Kiper Jr. should be in the NFL Hall of Fame as a contributor, and I agree.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the NFL draft is not as huge as it is without Mel Kiper Jr.
Yeah.
I 100% agree. That may be the only thing that a broken watch is right twice a day. So,
well, and I mean, every draft analyst that's on, I mean, that's where it starts.
yes.
Right. He's the reason for it all.
All right. So the Ravens pick is in at pick 250. They have gone with the safety from Purdue. Sanusi Kane is the pick here for Baltimore. And I know you've broken down his tape, right, Brian?
I'm sorry, I still don't have it. Who is it?
Sanusi Kane, fifth-year safety out of Purdue, 5'11", 204, Hula Bowl guy, 4.54 speed, 36.5-inch vertical, 10'8" broad, 7.93 res, number 303 on Shane's board.
I don't know if I can find him in here. Safety, right?
Yep, he's a safety. Well, he's the pick. 49ers on the clock now at pick 251. And that pick is in.
He was born in Harlem, New York.
Well, there you go. So when does your 2025 big board and mock draft drop here, Brian?
I have started working on the 2025 big board as we also build out our database. The mock draft is overdue. It needs to come out. I need to write it. I think I've got about 15 players scouted. I need to go through and watch some more film and at least get a first round mock out. I meant to do it. I'm behind schedule. Going on a week vacation before the NFL draft, not ideal.
Do you really need to watch film to do a 2025 mock draft?
Gotta watch clips.
Just throw names at.
Gotta watch some YouTube.
Before we get to the 49ers pick, which I think is a solid pick here, tomorrow, the madman himself, Mr. Hallam, will be dropping a 7-round 2025 mock draft at draftcountdown.com. And on Monday, he will be updating his 2025 rankings. And then on Tuesday, I will come back with my piddly 1-round 2025 mock draft.
Have you watched the 2025 quarterbacks?
I've watched enough to have a general feel.
What do you think of the group?
I don't think it's as bad
as what others are making it out to be.
I don't think Shadur Sanders is the top, though.
No, I don't either.
So 2 picks here to get to now after we've been just kind of talking about the 2025 class. The pick 251, 7th round, the 49ers took Tatum Bethune, linebacker from Florida State, undersized at 5'11", 229, transferred from UCF, but 4.77 speed, 209 on my board, 363 on Shane's. Like I said, I as a special teams flyer, I love the pick here in the 7th round. And then after that, we got an edge rusher come off the board from Michigan. So Michigan took Bubba's slander there in the comments and decided they were going to go on a run here and get guys drafted. But Jalen Harrell, their edge rusher, comes off the board at 252.
Ooh. Chargers pick is in as well.
All right, give me just a second. Let me get caught up here on Jalen Harrell. Another guy we saw down at the Senior Bowl. Who picked 252? Who picked Harrell? Titans. 162 on my board, 150 on Shane's was Harrell. All right, go ahead with that pick of the Chargers. Cornelius Johnson, wide receiver, Michigan. So they've gone on a run here. Now they're up to 13, I guess, players drafted.
What is the record?
This year's. Is it 15? I said Brad needs to thank him for this
15.
run.
Yeah.
Is it 15? That was Ohio State, correct?
Georgia.
That was a couple years ago then, right?
Yeah. 22. The previous was held by Ohio State
at 14.
And in 2004, then LSU in 2020 with 14. Okay.
So Cornelius Johnson's interesting pick by the Chargers here. 6'2", 212. 9.42 on the RAS there, 4.44 speed with 37.5-inch vertical. Tremendous shuttle times here for him going at pick 253. Rams on the clock. So we got 4 picks left. So Michigan can theoretically still get here. Who is left? Braden McGregor could get drafted. Drake Nugent, maybe one of the other offensive lines. So if we get a run of Michigan offensive linemen here, we could set the record.
Yeah.
Cornelius Johnson was my highest ranked receiver left on the board. I now have to scroll down to get to the next receiver that hasn't been drafted on the the page here. So that's good. All those receivers have cleared. The highest one left is 31 on my board. Marcus Rosemy, Jack Saint, and Tulu Griffin, who you mentioned earlier, and Jalen Coker, we've talked about as well. Still available. Like I said, 4 picks left. Rams pick 254. That pick is in. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love to see Frank Gore Jr. get selected.
Yeah.
And for no other reason that he just was put on the best performance I've ever seen in a football game in person in my life.
Did he?
He set the single game single bowl game rushing record in the Lending Tree Bowl in Mobile against Rice. Had like 370 something yards rushing in the game. It was awesome.
Well, that's Rice.
Well, they were 5-7 and probably shouldn't have been in the bowl game, but hey.
Yeah. Ooh.
You have the pick?
Yeah.
Who's the pick?
KT Leviston, offensive tackle, Kansas State.
Yep. So we have Leviston listed as a guard, and that's what he's announced on the TV here, as a guard going to the Rams. 286 on my board, 273 on Shane's, 6.38 RAS, a little under 6'4", 326, 34 and 3/8 inch arms. So maybe he can play outside. Played outside at Kansas State. So perhaps he'll get a chance to work out there. But Levinston, I said 286 on my board.
I also have the Green Bay pick at 255.
Just a second here. I like some of the other interior offensive linemen more than, say, Levinston was.
Yeah.
But go ahead with the 255 Green Bay. Kalen King.
It's a name we've mentioned.
Kalen King does indeed get drafted at pick 255 to Green Bay. Like I said, there aren't too many people who have shit the bed more in a pre-draft process more than Penn State's cornerback Kalen King has, but he still manages to get drafted here by the Packers in the 7th round at pick 255 with the third to last pick. King's 5'11", 191, but ran a 4.6 140 at the combine, 37-inch vertical with a 10'2" broad jump. Just a horrible, horrible Senior Bowl. Just no getting around it. 6.64 RAS, 240 on my board, 212 on Shane's.
Yeah, just a horrible 2023 in general.
Yes.
I mean, just the whole season. So taking him here, you're obviously taking the risk. Which version of him are you getting? Are you getting the 22? Getting the guy from 2023? But I don't know if you mentioned this or not, but in 22, 18 passes defended, which was third tied in.
Which is why you saw him in first rounds of mocks to start the season. And then it was just awful tape after awful tape after awful tape. And then, like I said, the pre-draft process leading up here to the draft was just abysmal.
Yeah.
I mean, how many Penn State guys do we see blow up pro days and combine, and you obviously didn't pay attention or didn't get the memo?
Well, also, I mean, pro days are meant to be friendly, and if you can't, go above that, then that's an issue.
Yep. Carlton Johnson, corner from Fresno State, still on the board here with 2 picks left. He's super fast. I think he's got an injury that he's dealing with that might be keeping him from getting drafted here. Well, we got the Broncos and the Jets with Mr. Irrelevant at pick 257. So I'm going to let you call it, Brad. Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant? Brian, I'm sorry.
Oh, Yeah, let me look at best available. I'm going to say it's one of these guys that have fallen and has just continued to fall. I'm going to go with Dwight McGlothern, cornerback out of Arkansas,
Okay.
if he doesn't come off here in the next 2 picks. Or I'm sorry, in the next pick.
I will stick with, I think it's going to be a quarterback. Where is Gus Bradley coaching?
Colts.
Okay. A Gamecock has come off the board here with the second to last pick. Nick Gargiulo, who they're listing as a center. And Denver fans, if you're watching this, do not let him play center. Do not. Repeat, do not. Nick Gargiulo, I think, can be a very good guard at the NFL level, but a center, he is not. Had to play there out of necessity last year for South Carolina after transferring over from Yale, but he's a good player as a guard, not as a center.
We're on the last pick.
So Blues are saying Josh Wallace, cornerback, Michigan. I'm going to go with, you know what? I'm going to go with Sam Hartman, quarterback. The Jets have already taken a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
All right, never mind.
Did they? Yeah, they took Jordan Travis.
Okay, so we're not taking a quarterback there.
It's in.
Is it announced or no?
Nope.
I will guess Frank Crum, offensive tackle, Wyoming.
Ooh.
You got the pick?
I got it.
You know what? We'll wait till the irrelevant people come out on us. We'll hold it. There's already undrafted free agent signings being reported, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm not getting into those weeds tonight, man. I'll just wait till a list gets compiled in the next couple of days.
Yeah.
Jalen Key, safety from Alabama, reserve safety at Alabama on top of that. But I think he was one of their leaders, locker room guys. Nick Saban was calling all-star games, advocating for him to get put in a game. Said he needed to be there. Went to the Hula Bowl and then ended up at the Shrine, I think, called up there. Had an interception and 60 tackles this year for Alabama. It's like their number 3 safety.
transferred from UAB. He's an 8.87 RAS, 291 on my board, 216 on Shane's. So a decent pick here to be Mr. Irrelevant for the Jets. And that wraps it up, Brian. 257 picks in the books, man. And we've been on the. I've been out here 7 hours and 15 minutes today. You've been out here the bulk of that. It's been one, man, but again, I said it earlier. There's been people watching us on stream all 3 days this draft, and you guys are awesome, and we appreciate the support that you give Draft Countdown and all of us here. DraftCountdown.com. It's a great place to be the boss of. I can tell you that, and I love it. And it's again, man, it's the support has been unreal. But we're going to wrap it up now, right? 7 hours, 16 minutes, all 3 days total. We're what, at 16, 17 hours of streaming over this weekend. But we'll be back Wednesday night at our normal time slot. Myself and Shane will review. We'll talk. We'll go division by division and go over some of the best drafts, some of the head scratchers. We'll go through all of it. Again, like I said, go to draftcountdown.com. Tomorrow, Shane's going to drop that monster 2025 mock draft. So everybody go ahead and just get ready for that. And I'll have mine out later in the week. And then after that, we'll start reviewing these draft classes going forward. A fun piece I'll have coming out later next week. I will go back and look at my first mock draft that I did this season. And as well, going back to 2022, when Shane did his first 2024 mock draft 2 years ago. And we're going to compare those two first rounds to how it actually went down the other night. So just kind of a fun retrospective that we'll do there. So you got that to look forward to. But again, Brian, man, thank you so much for coming on night one, coming on tonight. Thanks to Nino for coming on earlier, Brad for going at it night one and night two, Miranda night one, Scott coming in on night one, and everybody that's followed along all 3 days. We appreciate the support. And go to draftcountdown.com. Follow us all there on Twitter at Deep Fried Draft, at Brian Lamb _ISN, not the C-SPAN guy, right?
Nope, not me. Same name, not me.
Same name. But that's going to do it, man, for the 2024 NFL Draft here at Draft Countdown.